Like, listen, Mark, I don't like Stanley.
Stanley, the Navy man, thinks he's so wise. He reads all
I think the only person I had been was Stanley.
in his eyes, spins still so wild, like ships in the sky. But whose words are
Stanley doesn't state the obvious. Like,
you don't think one parent influence is detrimental?
Yes, he does.
I literally said they need to understand American culture. It's a white people problem.
Okay, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think it's okay?
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the Moment of Truth. And now the Friday Crime Report. Norcross, Georgia, Wednesday, January 14th, 2026. The Social Security office in Gwinnett County, Georgia opened a few years back, and if you're so obnoxious that you managed to get kicked out of one of those places, then you got all kinds of issues. Enter 65-year-old Robert Burke. He got himself banned from that Social Security office for having caused disturbances there in the past. And apparently he wasn't done yet. 2 weeks ago, Burke had gotten into a verbal altercation with a female desk employee who asked the Gwinnett County Police to remove him from the premises for trespassing. According to the police report, Burke was aggressive, yelling at the employees, and he was also talking to himself. They asked him to leave again, and that's when he really started acting out.
Get out of here.
I'm gonna kick the shit out of you. You do it now? Yeah. Take a shot, motherfucker.
Get out of here.
Yeah, I'm a fucking citizen, you fat shithead. You're a nigger. I got it. You're a fucking nigger. Yeah. Okay.
I was, excuse me. Welcome to Stanley versus the world. I was not expecting that. But funny enough, it sounds like one of my panels where I had the N-word from a white man. That is either JB or it is Mike123. You know, all them white men, they just have a fascination with the word. So in any case, everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. Please share out the channel if you are new and subscribe. And the Sovereign Beer Fund is open for business. Support the show by supporting the host. And I guess I should put my banner down there. So yes, CK, it has been a while since I played Professor Black Truth. He's been putting out stuff. You know, nothing's really grabbed my interest that much, but obviously this one does. And Sin, I had no clue that which one's your daddy? Which one's your daddy? Is it Be Brave or is it Galt? Let me know.
What are you gonna do? It's free speech. You fat, ugly shithead.
Sorry. Burke had left before the officers arrived, so a warrant was issued charging him with disorderly conduct. But he wasn't a fugitive for very long. Burke was arrested the next day after officers responded to another disturbance, this time at the Courtyard Marriott Hotel in Duluth. He was booked and produced the best mugshot since Donald Trump's. And just to show that this wasn't some one-off, there's actually video of Burke going off on another employee, this time at a gas station.
He was harassing the old lady and made the old lady at the gas station cry, so I trolled him.
I don't need this shit.
Shut up.
Don't tell me to shut up.
Athlete wearing that fake football ring. Oh, you come in my circumference.
This is a college ring. It's not a football ring.
It don't matter where it's from. You ain't earned it. Your family probably paid for that.
I bought it.
I know you did. Yo, I'm gonna knock your out. Go ahead. You're mad at the world. You mad as white divorce.
People stealing my goddamn money.
Look, it's a gas station, bro. They was gonna put your money back on your card, you head. How they gonna steal your money? Look, people in the world like him.
This man has been so rude to me.
Yeah, he's a rude person.
Now, I don't know if this is Burke from the Courtyard Marriott incident necessarily, but if it's not, then that means that this is likely the third incident involving this man. So this is definitely a habit for this guy. He got himself banned from a Social Security office. How do you get banned from a Social Security office? I mean, I know how, but of all the places where no one there should have the energy or inclination to be acting up, it ought to be the Social Security office. Part of the reason might be, according to the white media, he reportedly told police that he suffers from schizophrenia, paranoia, and has mental health disabilities. At last report, Burke has already been released on a $1,000 bond, so he's already back out on the loose, and no doubt making his next appointment at the Social Security office. And of course, you won't be surprised to learn that this isn't his first run-in with the law. A bench warrant had to be issued for him back in August 2024 after he failed to appear in court when he received a ticket for not having insurance. Now, while his criminal record won't surprise you, you probably will be surprised to learn that this friendly, outgoing man wrote a self-help book. I wish I was making this up. Well, I for one think that this is actually an accomplishment. I mean, he's the first person in human history to have written more books than he's read. His book is only 92 pages, though, and given his limited vocabulary, I think we can all agree that this could have easily been a pamphlet. But it seems he has plenty of free time on his hands, in between verbally assaulting elderly gas station cashiers and attempting to physically threaten people at the Social Security office. And when you read the description of his book, it gets more ironic. He writes that the book is about overcoming adversity and redemption. Overcoming adversity and redemption. I don't think that that was a grammatical error either. Given his behavior, that's probably how he sees himself. He's overcoming adversity and overcoming redemption. Either way, that conclusion would have been a tad premature because the book also says that he details his struggles off medication, which are clearly still ongoing. Then it says his book can help people realize that through proper medical treatment and medication management, they can lead normal lives. Well, I sure hope this isn't what he means by a normal life. Keep in mind, this book was published in 2022, which was before the bench warrant was issued. So only 18 months after this book was published, he was right back in trouble with the law. And about the only thing sadder than his book sales are the reviews, all 4 of them. And worse than that, all of these reviews are from trolls who showed up in the last couple of weeks just to post how much contempt they've got for him. It seems his viral antics are the only reason anyone knows that this waste of cellulose even exists. This book was allegedly published in paperback. That is astonishing to me, because I seriously can't imagine any publisher, other than probably Ben Shapiro, putting money into giving this a print run of any sort. And given his own behavior, I seriously doubt Burke has the money to even do a vanity press print run either, but apparently somehow he pulled it off. But you know, it probably shouldn't be that surprising. I mean, these white supremacists are usually on some form of government assistance. Most of the money that trash like Kyle Rittenhouse and others get from the maggots comes from them sitting in their little state mental health disability checks. Your tax dollars at work. We'll continue with the moment of truth in just a moment, but first, a word from the official sponsor of Black Empowerment, Power Tools. There's no telling when something's going to come up, so make sure you carry your power tools at all times. You never know when you're going to need to bring the hammer down, or when you'll have some trash that needs to be blown away, or some obstacle that requires cutting down. Don't get caught empty-handed. Keep your hammer close by. Keep that leaf blower at the ready, and always carry your steel. Power Tools, because no matter what your day job or side hustle may be, there's no excuse for not being ready to put in some work. Now, I'm sure that some of you might feel sympathetically towards this bigot. Some of you have loved ones who are living with mental illness. Perhaps you yourself may have been diagnosed. I don't condemn nor make light of his condition. In fact, I'm doing the opposite. I'm taking it dead seriously because I don't think schizophrenia makes people racist. In fact, most racist people aren't schizophrenics at all. So I don't want to hear that this guy has something to do with any mental health disorder. Yes, all racists do have a mental disease, but it's not schizophrenia. This man is a public menace. And were he black, he probably would have been gunned down by the cops when they found him. Though something else that needs to be asked, if this man is genuinely schizophrenic, we'll take him at his word. What are the authorities going to do to make sure this man is no longer a threat to the public? It's pretty obvious that if you put him on his medications, he'll just stop taking them. I'm not saying that throwing this goofball in a padded rubber room would help, but at the very least, the rubber walls would dampen the sound of all of his screaming. Now keep in mind, Jordan Neely was strangled to death by a punk named Daniel Penny simply because he was having a manic episode on a train. He had not struck anyone, he had not touched anyone, he hadn't spat on anybody or thrown anything at anyone. And yet, because he was black, it was completely and thoroughly acceptable for this white thug to strangle that man to death. And the reason why? Well, look what he was doing. He was being loud. He was making threats to people. Okay. And if that black security guard had decided to strangle Robert Burke to death, would the cops have allowed him to just stroll on home? Would the white media have concealed his identity? Would you have the white right and other assorted trash saying that, well, this guy was threatening people, so he deserved what he got? I've documented for you chapter and verse how every time a black person defends themselves from white assailants, whether it was Mr. John White in New York or Corey Pujols, who killed a white child rapist in Florida after that reprobate called him the N-word, black people are the ones who get prosecuted for legitimately defending themselves from white attackers. And nobody takes their side or otherwise tries to make some sort of folk hero out of them. Mr. John White went to prison for the crime of protecting his family, and the individual that Mr. White was accused of killing had actually attacked Mr. White's son at a so-called party with his bigoted pals. That's what actually happened there. But you didn't hear about that part. They buried it. So, had that black security guard killed this racist in the process of protecting that office? Do you think you'd see the white right saying, hey, he was just doing his job? Or would they be invoking Ashley Babbitt? You already know the answer, and that's the entire problem. The reason degenerates like Robert Burke feel emboldened to act out like this isn't because of schizophrenia. It's because of white privilege. That's a mental disease far worse than schizophrenia. He knows that he lives in a society where he can act out and make violent threats at people in public, and the police aren't going to harm him. He'll get some sort of penny misdemeanor at most, and the authorities, who are also from the same racial background as himself, will be bending over backwards to get rid of this case. He knows that he's protected, not by the First Amendment, but by white supremacy. And he knows that it encourages him to act like a brainless savage, to disrespect people, and then he gets to say freedom of speech. But in reality, what he's really saying is that he's white, which means that he can't be touched, certainly not for disrespecting and threatening a bunch of black people. Threatening people is not free speech. And were he black acting like this and threatening people at a Social Security office, if he wasn't killed, at the very least, he'd be looking at all kinds of felony charges related to that alone. But he knows the white authorities aren't looking for him to be punished. They're all on code. What he was saying and doing didn't come about in a day or even months or years. This was the end result of a society that told people like Robert Burke that he's a great person and that he's exceptional simply because of the color of his skin. He's internalized this delusion. Well, that calculus needs to change. As black people, we're under constant attack from people like him, and we have no obligation to sit on our hands while our safety and our lives are threatened. Whenever incidents like this happen, common sense says to assume that this guy's going to come back at some point armed next time. And we know there will be a next time because this creep was kicked out of that same office in the past, but kept coming back even after being trespassed. Well, I say, even though this incident didn't happen in Florida, none of the black people that this guy likes to threaten have any obligation to back down. He's the one who's out of line. He's the one disrespecting people. He's the one threatening people. And in the process of defending themselves, they also have the prerogative to educate this little worm, to make sure that he understands that if he thinks that he can pull this kind of stunt with black people and then just go on about his day, then he must be crazy. And that's this week's Friday Crime Report. Keep your eyes open and stay on alert, because there's a lot worse criminals out there than the ones the white corporate media chooses to show you. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. LaDane Hayden, Liban Gurhan.
All right. Well, that was entertaining, was it not? I see everybody's in high spirits. So I am actually honored that Zhang and Kelvin picked my show to announce their first date. Apparently, they think it's a gay bar. Don't know why, but hey, you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. Not that there's anything wrong with that. So let's see here. Let's get right into the news. And by the way, this won't be a horribly long show unless the spirit hits me. I have bread to make. Let's see. Sin is announcing something here. Financial affairs were left to my mother, and she divorced them by 3, but the property, house, and car have been legitimized. House is paid off and taxes have been paid. No idea what this means. Maybe you're not talking to me, Sin. Maybe you're talking to someone in the chat. So don't let me disturb your you're proving you're a high value woman. Someone in that chat that you're trying to catch the attention of, no doubt. So Democrats say deal reached with Trump to avert shutdown, immigration talks to continue, and then guess who put skid marks on that done deal? Senate shutdown deal stalls over Graham objection. Lindsey Graham, no doubt. So let's see. Senate race to avert a shutdown hit the skids late Thursday night as Senator Lindsey Graham placed a hold on the government funding package, forcing leaders to punt the vote. And by the way, any senator can block a vote. Just takes one. So senators had been hoping to vote on the minibus after leaders struck a deal earlier in the day, and President Trump endorsed it. Under the agreement, the Senate was set to vote on a package of five full-year funding bills and a stopgap measure funding the Department of Homeland Security for 2 weeks. But as lawmakers awaited word on the vote late Thursday, a fired-up Lindsey Graham emerged from Senate Majority Leader John Thune's office and declared, "We're not voting tonight." Graham pointed to language in the bill that would repeal a provision allowing senators to sue if their phone records were collected as part of former special counsel Jack Smith's probe. What senator wouldn't want notification that they're looking at your phone, he said. And his accent, I could actually do that Southern accent, but I won't. I fixed the problem that people had. I'm not going to ignore what happened. If you were abused, you think you were abused, your phone records were illegally seized, you should have your day in court, Graham said. Every senator should want to make sure this never happens again. Yeah. So if the government shuts down, blame the Republicans. So let's shift gears. Justice Department conducting inquiry into Preddy killing. Trump administration officials had originally said the investigation into the death of Alex Preddy, a Veterans Affairs nurse, was going to be a narrow use of force inquiry led by the Homeland Security Department. Well, guess what? They have said it will conduct a civil rights investigation into the death of Alex Preddy. I guess we'll find out why the shift of gears. But, I think it's just a feint. They're trying to just make it seem like they care. Nothing will come of that civil rights investigation. So Noam says her response to Preddy's shooting may have been wrong. The DHS chief dodged questions about her oversight of the agency following the killing of a Minneapolis man by immigration agents. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem has conceded she may have gotten some information wrong in her initial response to Border Patrol's killing of Alex Breddy. The Minneapolis ICU nurse she labeled a domestic terrorist. Of course she dodges questions. And you know what? In 2 weeks, they won't have done much of anything. But this is why DHS needs the funding. ICE buys warehouses for mass detention network, rattling locals. The Trump administration has moved to acquire industrial buildings in at least 8 states. DHS bought 2 this month, one in Maryland for $102 million and another in Arizona for $70 million. So this is your taxpayer money hard at work, folks. You're buying concentration camps with those tax dollars. Now, you could be, helping, I don't know, unemployed people or single mothers or Head Start or, funding for after school care. But no, MAGA has decided to buy concentration camps. These Trump voters are fucked up in the head. I can't believe it. So you have a problem with Head Start, but you're in the education department, but you don't have a problem with buying fucking concentration camps? And then these MAGA blacks get mad when MAGA gets compared to the Nazis. They're buying concentration camps. What in the fuck? Oh boy, America's heading down a dark path. So, hey, millions of pages of Epstein documents released. Ooh boy. You know what? After they're heavily redacted and the stuff that's going to implicate Trump has been shredded, cross-cut shredded, by the way. Documents in the government, they've got to be, there's a certain way you shred them. They've got to be cross-cut. Instead of getting ribbons of paper, you create like paper confetti, just to make sure that evidence can't be, put back or taped back together. So, as our friend and the person most likely to have an intervention on this channel has emailed me and hopped in the chat to let everyone know that Trump's DOJ arrests Don Lemon. I've had like 2 or 3 emails from this individual, and you know what? Now he's in the chat talking about Don Lemon's my twin. Yeah, the person most likely to have an intervention can't seem to recall that he's emailed me several times on this topic. So anyway, here is my favorite take on it.
I don't understand. Well, I do understand. This regime, it's a lawless regime. So they just ignore the laws of the Constitution, of the land, of the United States. What am I talking about? Well, I woke up this morning to this news. Don Lemon was arrested last night. Yeah, he was doing Grammy coverage. He was on the red carpet, and federal agents arrested Don Lemon. Why am I confused by this? This is why. Because a federal judge rejected the DOJ's request or emergency bid to arrest Don Lemon. This is in regards to that protest that took place out in Minneapolis at a church, where protesters found that one of the pastors of the church was an ICE agent or was working with ICE, and they went and protested at the church. Don Lemon got a tip, because Don Lemon is a journalist, that this protest was going to go down at the church, and why. And so Don Lemon and his crew went over to the church to do what journalists do: report the facts, what's happening on the ground. Yeah, and they tried, MAGA being they and Donald Trump and Pam Bondi, they tried to say that Don Lemon was a protester. He was not a protester. He was a journalist doing his job. He was interviewing people in the church. He was interviewing protesters. He was bringing information to the people. And the DOJ said, no, not on my watch. It's a violation of Don Lemon's First Amendment rights. He has freedom to the press. No, not on my watch. So yeah, I was a bit confused when we went from no, not on my watch because of freedom of the press and First Amendment rights, how we went from that to this. I'm confused, or I was confused, because yeah, Donald Trump's regime is a lawless regime. They don't respect the laws of this country. They don't respect the Constitution of the United States. Don Lemon's attorney put this statement out. Don Lemon was taken into custody by federal agents last night in Los Angeles, where he was covering the Grammy Awards. Don has been a journalist for 30 years, and his constitutionally protected work in Minneapolis and his constitutionally protected work in Minneapolis was no different than what he has always done. The First Amendment exists to protect journalists whose role it is to shine light on truth and hold those in power accountable. There is no more important time for people like Don to be doing this work. Instead of investigating the federal agents who killed 2 peaceful Minnesota protesters, the Trump Justice Department is devoting its time, attention, and resources to this arrest, and that is the real indictment of wrongdoing in this case. This unprecedented attack on the First Amendment and transparent attempt to distract attention from the many crises facing this administration will not stand. Don will fight these charges vigorously and thoroughly in court. Damn. Don Lemon was fired from CNN unjustly, sued CNN, and won for an unspecified amount. Don Lemon went into partnership with Elon Musk. Elon Musk canceled whatever partnership that was, which was a breach of contract. Don Lemon sued Elon Musk. I don't know if that case is still ongoing or if it's been resolved. And now it looks like Don Lemon is getting ready to get paid from Donald Trump and the U.S. government. Love you, Don Lemon. Keep doing what you're doing.
Now, I wonder, was she putting lemon in her tea? That's what I would ask. So much to the detriment of the country, Don Lemon getting thrown in jail. Apparently activism is a crime now. So untethered to the facts, federal judges say Trump administration has a credibility issue as it battles immigration cases. Look, Trump administration just has a credibility issue, and it's getting worse every goddamn week. So DEI supposedly was behind the crash at Reagan National, NTSB didn't say shit about DEI, but there were known issues and some technical issues. Nothing about DEI, but that has gone away, and the MAGA blacks and their MAGA masses, hey, they can barely remember last month, let alone a year ago. Nothing to do with DEI, but DEI is toast. It got demonized. Untethered to facts was what Donald Trump was in that case. So a VA nurse gets shot from behind, but he was a terrorist. Again, the Trump administration, untethered to facts. Dude, it does not matter if Kristi Noem admits to mistakes and all of a sudden there's civil rights investigations into what these ICE agents did, and the ICE agents who were the shooters are placed on administrative leave. They are untethered to facts. In 2 months from now, they'll have fucked up something else. But in the end, this needs to stop. The Trump administration is driving old Dixie down, to quote an old song. I cannot even remember who wrote the song, but when I was a kid, it was the night they drove old Dixie down. That's what the Trump administration, the MAGA blacks and their MAGA masses are doing weekly. They're going to fuck up America, and the fucking MAGA blacks are celebrating as if it is their liberation. MAGA blacks actually think the Donald Trump administration is their Canada. They have escaped the Democratic plantation and gone to Donald Trump's Canada. These dudes are fucked up. And speaking of the Civil War and the North and slavery and stuff like that, soil from Washington's ancestral home taken to U.S. A Tudor manor house in England with links to the first president of the United States is helping to mark the 250th anniversary of the American Declaration of Independence. George Washington's great-grandfather left Sulgrave Manor, Northamptonshire, the family's ancestral home, to settle in the colony of Virginia in the 1600s. Americans regard George Washington as the father of the nation, a pivotal figure who helped pave the way for the country to declare its independence from Britain in 1776. Soil from the grounds of Sulgrave Manor has now been placed in a time capsule that will be installed beneath one of America's most iconic landmarks. Now, this is the BBC, so they're asking, who was George Washington? Well, let me answer in a very succinct way. He was a slave hunter. He fucking was hunting slaves from the president's desk. But people like 12th Man and the MAGA blacks and the MAGA masses, they're all worshiping slaveholders. Hoo boy. The Democratic plantation, dude, y'all are worshiping slaveholders. MAGA blacks. So, in another loss for the Trump administration, and by the way, the Trump administration has taken the Justice Department and fucking just driven it into the ground. Luigi Mangione will not face death penalty, judge rules. Luigi Mangione will not face the death penalty for allegedly killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in December 2024, a federal district judge ruled. The decision is a loss for federal prosecutors who are adamant about pursuing the death penalty in the case. Dude, Trump's fucking Justice Department, they can't win a case. Oh, and by the way, they are defying a judge in arresting Don Lemon. A judge ruled that they had no reason to arrest him, but they've done it anyway. They can't win a fucking case in federal court, so they just have to ignore the rulings. So sad. So sad. Oh, look who's here. It is Unapologetic MAGA Black. Good to see you, man. Hit the link if you want. Oh, have I pinned the link? You know what? I bet I have not. Well, I'm getting close to the end of my news story, so let's go ahead and post the link in case any unapologetic MAGA Blacks want to come up and hang out and defend the Trump administration. So let's see. All right. Well, the link is dropped. Those who dare, come on up. And in another cock up, America's closest ally, as Trump upends alliances, Britain says it needs a more sophisticated relationship with China. Dude, this Trump dude is bad news. You know what? I cannot remember if I have an account. But anyway, y'all get the idea. So since I have just given up on the Trump administration and especially its Justice Department, Mike123 asked students about critical thinking, and since obviously the fucking Border Patrol agents who couldn't use critical thinking not to be murderers, or the ICE agents who shot a soccer mom as she was trying to pull her truck away, critical thinking is in short supply in the Donald Trump administration. And it's also in short supply with the MAGA Blacks. These MAGA Blacks could not think critically if an ICE agent was knocking on their door to deport them. They'd be too stupid to go, I'm an American citizen. They just go, let Donald Trump's will be done. So let's watch this. And maybe the MAGA Blacks in the chat will learn something. What's up, Queen Sunkissed? Let's see if we can educate some MAGA Blacks to actually think critically.
If you watch our videos on Social 118, you know that I'm trying not to impose my own belief system onto students. That what we're trying to do in this classroom, in this space right here, is to give students opportunities to think on their own terms and to understand the ways in which ideas and thoughts that come at them are often slanted in one direction or another. Our sponsor.
Oh, and let me briefly stop this. For those chat warriors who are afraid to come up to the panel, I will just ignore your chats. Snipe away all you want, but have some balls there, MAGA Blacks. hit the link.
Sponsor this semester, our very first sponsor is Ground News. It's the perfect sponsor for this class, and I'm really happy to endorse them, and I'm happy to get behind them. If you subscribe for Ground News using the code in the description, the link in the description, you get 40% off the Vantage plan. That's the plan that we use in here. And I can't say enough how important this is and how valuable it is to have a better understanding of the ways in which news is coming at you and the ideological perspectives that people are taking who are sharing the news. So sign up for Ground News. It's awesome. Like, I hope.
What's up, Unapologetic? You there?
What's good?
Oh,
Calm
nothing
down.
much. Just having some fun with your ilk.
Yeah, I understand, because you don't mean nothing you say, and you talk about the past too much, but you directly
Why?
talk about. Wait.
Why do you?
But
Whoa, no!
Oh my
You
God.
get to wait.
Oh
You
my God. Hurry up, bro.
you
Hurry up.
made a
Hurry up,
claim.
little IQ.
Yeah, I don't have time for this. Why do you think I talk about the past too much?
I was in the middle of my sentence.
Yeah, and I put you in the back so I could get out what I was saying. Now that I've said it, can you answer my question?
You didn't answer my question.
What was your question?
My question is, why, if you want to talk about the past 400 years ago, you really want to talk about the Dixiecrats? Do you really want to talk
I'm
about
sorry.
that?
What? Whoa.
Do you
So,
really want
wait,
to
hold
talk
it.
about
You're
the
asking more
Dixiecrats?
than one. What do the Dixiecrats have to do with 400 years ago?
I
What
told you,
do the Dixiecrats?
country ass, small town, 18 hours a day.
Yeah. Let me put you in the back again to help you organize your thoughts. What do the Dixiecrats have to do with 400 years ago? And I have not talked about anything from 400 years ago.
Sir,
Have you got your thoughts
why are you
organized
talking
now?
about? Why are you talking about George Washington? You think most black?
Well, was
so-called-
he not? Was he
why you
not
talking about-
the first president?
I'm pretty sure George Washington.
Let me help you out, because you will not allow me to answer a question. America is coming up on the 250th year of the Declaration of Independence. Well, Independence Day. Why would I not talk about the first president of the United States? Tell me why I should not.
Why would you put him into the frame of what's going on for the last at least 25 years?
Are we not celebrating the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence? No. It's the tell me the 250th again.
Stop the low IQ.
Tell me why I should not. The 250th anniversary is in the news almost daily. Why shouldn't I talk about it?
What news? Because I've been looking.
Okay, dude, the news.
CNN,
Everywhere you
CNN,
turn, Donald Trump had a whole. Donald Trump had a whole. Okay, once again.
Come on.
Okay. Donald Trump had a whole military parade last July 4th, and he's making big plans for the 250th this July 4th. Why can I not talk about the first president? I need you to answer this question.
I answered it. What is wrong with you?
I like history. I like history. Once again, you ask me a question and you don't allow me to answer it. Nothing's wrong with me. I like history. We're coming up on July the 4th, and I talked about the first president of these United States. Tell me what's wrong with that.
A radical feminist white woman, boy, I tell you.
Okay, so all of a sudden talking about George Washington makes me a radical feminist white woman?
If you believe that assumption that I just put in, and you're gonna say
what
that
assumption?
Yeah, that assumption that I believe that you're a radical feminist white woman because you're talking about George Washington.
Okay, well, wait,
You
hold it.
are
So
a
you
fake smarty arty.
you
You are a fake smarty
actually
arty.
believe that I am a woman?
Yes, absolutely. Your
Oh,
ideology.
you know what? You know what? I think I know.
Your
I think I know. I think I know where this is gonna go.
You are a
I
bitch.
understand.
I believe you are a
your
bitch.
MAGA black
You
feelings
are
are
a far
hurt.
left Democratic plantation member, nigga. You Democratic plantation bitch, nigga. And the Democrats ain't do shit for black folks, especially since I've been born. 45, 50 years, they ain't do shit for black folks. But you ready to vote for anybody, anyone that's Democrat. Just like the rest of you.
Right. So now I understand that you want to. I understand.
Wait. Why are you taking up a question?
I
Why
understand that you're
why are
upset.
you taking up for
I understand why you're upset.
Socialist,
I understand why you're
Why are you
upset.
taking up
Now
for
calm down. Can you calm down? Can you take a deep breath?
Question.
Can you take
Hurry up.
a deep breath?
I'm asking you a question. Hurry up, bitch.
You've been asking me questions, and whatever. What's your question?
Why do you take up for all this chaos that's what's going on for the last 6 years, 10 years actually, especially the last couple of months?
Can you be more specific?
Why do you take up for socialist, communist Democrats? And you supposed to be, are you a libertarian?
Do you want me to answer the question, or do you want to keep talking?
Are you a libertarian?
You want the answer to the question, or do you want to keep talking?
Give me the question. And don't be smart.
No, I don't have a question. I'm trying to answer your question. I'm trying to answer your question. Can I answer your question, please?
Can you hurry up?
I have all the time in the world. But the reason I take up for whatever you call them, socialist or whatever.
Oh, now whatever I
is to say,
no, it's a fact.
Okay. Yeah, I can't get my answer out for some reason. You defend fascists. You defend white supremacy. The reason I defend what I defend is I think it's superior to what you defend. MAGA is inferior to democratic socialism.
You got to be out your damn mind. You do live in Georgia. Yeah, I got it. I get it. You live in Georgia, you don't have no idea what's been going on in this area. In the Northeast,
why the
in
fuck?
The Midwest,
what is your area? Where do you live?
I just told you. You have no idea.
Georgia?
You have no idea.
Well,
what?
obviously, I know what's going on in Georgia. I may not know what's going on where you live, because want to know why I don't know? Because I don't live there. Because I don't live there.
Obviously.
Is where you are the center of the okay. Is where you live the center of the world? What kind of moronic bullshit is going on with you, MAGA Black?
Low IQ manipulation tactics. I said you don't know where I'm at.
And I don't care for that matter.
Okay.
Do you think I care?
I don't care about you either, bitch boy.
Good. So we've come to an understanding.
You are the self-hater. All you Democratic plantation members are the fucking self-haters. Y'all did nothing for the black community, especially you 60 and older ass motherfuckers. You never did and you never will, and we understand. It's bad,
and you know what? But let me say
we
this.
Got this.
Can I answer? Okay. Yeah. What is up with these fucking MAGA blacks in dude, the rage. Dude. But what can I say? This is what MAGA wants from MAGA masses, want that rage from the MAGA blacks. You come up here and you talk to your social and intellectual betters. Hey, hey, MAGA wants you to come up here and act the fool. And you delivered.
All of my students sign up for Ground News, actually. All right, let's introduce the three of you. We'll start with you. Just kind of the basics. Where are you from? Your first name, just first names. Where are you from? What do you study? And, you know,
Okay.
You have a Portuguese water dog.
Okay.
All right.
Hi, my name is Charlie. I'm from Maplewood, New Jersey, which is about 3.5 hours away. I'm studying ad PR, and I don't have a Portuguese water dog, but I have a Cavapoo, just another mutt poodle thing. But she's cute.
All right, that's cool. All right.
Hello, my name is Robin. My Korean name is Gyu Young. I'm from South Korea. I'm an economics major, and I have a poodle.
Well, you're from South Korea, but you lived for a long time in China. Right?
That is true.
Okay, good. So you're going to talk about both, actually. Okay.
Hi, my name is Elijah. I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina, and I'm a junior studying astronomy and astrophysics.
Astronomy and astrophysics?
One major.
It's one. Yo, when I was over the break, my wife and I went to Winnipeg. And don't ask me why we went to Winnipeg, by the way. We showed up at the airport in Winnipeg on the 24th, Christmas Eve. And the guy at the customs, you know, he said, why are you here in Winnipeg? And we said, we're on vacation. He said, no, seriously, why are you here in Winnipeg? We said, no, we're on vacation. He's like, nobody comes to Winnipeg ever for vacation. And he said, do you know somebody? We're like, no, man, we just came to Winnipeg. We like the name. So, but we went to a planetarium, and yeah, it was very cool, man, very cool. All right, so listen, today we're going to talk about critical thinking. And I should add, and I want to say this to the class,
Yeah, and I'm going to re-emphasize the reason that I'm actually interested in what, these college kids have to say about critical thinking is because the MAGA blacks can't think critically. And think of this as an educational mission for today's show, teaching MAGA blacks something about critical thinking. We just heard a unapologetic come up here and display the fact-free life that MAGA offers the black man. You don't need facts. All you got to do is be black. That's what we just witnessed. So this motherfucker escaped the Democratic plantation to live a fact-free life.
About all the topics that we discussed in here, I think are really interesting and valuable, and you will as well. But some topics are really much more edgy than other days. And so it just kind of depends on where things fall and what we do. But today I want to talk about critical thinking. So what one of you can start? What's critical thinking? When you hear that term, what is that to you? And again, this is one of those moments when we don't want the textbook definition of critical thinking. We want to know what it means to you in your own words. When you hear that, where's your mind go? And you should also know, Charlie and Elijah and Robin, that I don't necessarily expect, even though these are words that we throw around a lot, like your professors throw them around or people throw them around, but I don't necessarily think that it's often that the kinds of things that we talk about up here are things that everybody thinks about but doesn't think about. It's kind of like, do you ever watch like a stand-up comedian, and the stand-up comedian tells a joke and you're thinking, it's almost like you're thinking it right when they're saying it. Like, oh, I've thought of this before, but you haven't really, but you have. So anyway, that's where we're at. So critical thinking, what's that mean for you?
I would say it's putting like a bunch of problems together and then coming up with a solution.
putting problems together, coming up with some kind of solution.
I was thinking putting a bunch of solutions to solve
Hold
one
the
single
mic
problem.
closer.
I was thinking of putting multiple solutions to solve one single problem.
A lot of solutions to solve one single problem. Dude, okay, both of those. That's very cool. Okay, I like that. Yeah.
I was gonna say that when I think of at least what I try to do when I try to think critically about things is like putting biases aside and like feelings aside and trying to stay objective about things.
Okay.
And like drawing conclusions from that.
Okay. All right, that's cool. I like that. Biases aside. So what when you think about critical thinking in yourself, your own development and growth, what do you think? Like what comes to mind?
I was thinking like just putting up like a lot of your experiences in life, come up with that solution, use different perspectives from like what other people might think, what I would think, and then to solve that problem.
Charlie, how about, hey, when you heard him say, he was, so Robin said the opposite of what you said. What you said was very cool. What do you think about him, what he said?
I thought, to me, they sound the same. Like, I agree. Like, I feel like it's just putting a bunch of things together to come out with another, I don't like the word thing, but another thing. Like, you put together a bunch of stuff that's happening and then you come up with a better output. So either you're putting together a bunch of problems to create a better solution, or you're putting together a bunch of stuff to fix a problem.
So let me ask you this. How about, how often do you engage with other people in what you would consider to be critical thinking?
I would say definitely like in classes, like in college, I would say there's critical thinking when we're talking about hard discussions, but I would also say there's critical thinking when it comes to politics and religion and friendships, deciding whether to go get food or stay at home. Like, I think you can critical think kind of wherever.
So in your daily life,
yeah,
do you consider yourself a critical thinker?
I would say I weigh out the problems and I try to critically think, at least like not jump to conclusions fast.
Meaning that you are, before you jump into something, you take a step back and say, what?
Yeah.
What do you say to yourself?
Why am I doing this? For what am I doing this for? Pros and cons. I'm a big pro and con person. Just like before I step out the door, like, do I have all my stuff? Like, if I wasn't critically thinking, I would walk outside in a bathing suit, but it is 6 degrees out. So I critically thought and I put on a long coat.
You're taking data and you're putting the data together in the computer on top of your shoulders. And
Yeah.
You're saying like, okay.
Big computer in my brain.
Hey, Robin, how about you? Like, how often would you say you're practicing critical thinking?
Let's say constantly. I'm constantly critically thinking.
Yeah. What makes you say that?
Because even when I'm speaking right now, I am going through my brain step by step, thinking what I should think, when I should even breathe. Like, I would say that was critically thinking.
Okay. All right. Elijah, how about you?
When I think about critical thinking, I tend to think about more of like a discussion. So less like a daily task type of thing, but more like when I'm talking to people or reading something on the news or like that's when I feel, and other people tend to use critical thinking. And that's how I kind of perceive that.
So were you taught critical thinking? Like, first off, let me ask you this question. How much critical thinking was happening in your family? Let's say around the dinner table. Don't throw anyone under the bus, by the way.
I don't know that, at least I personally did. Like, I don't think I did a whole lot growing up. it was more of like a learned behavior kind of.
Where'd you learn
after it's hard to say. It wasn't like one event or something. It was more like I would say late high school. I'm starting to become an adult and everything, and I starting to pay attention more to things that I see on TV and in the news and everything. And so I used to just kind of agree with whatever my parents told me, because I trusted my parents and everything. They know what's best for me and all that.
Wait, but
and
now,
then
but hang on. Here's a question though. But if you're thinking critically, you would probably say, would you say my parents know what's best for me, or would you say?
I was saying that was like a reason I just kind of accepted what they told me. Like that's like then your parents know what's best for you type of thing.
Okay. And then you get to a point where you say, wait, hang on, I got to figure some stuff out on my own.
Yeah. And I say late high school because that's like kind of the point in your life when you start, gaining your own independence and everything, and stuff like that. So having the full picture of things is a lot more important. And so I just kind of started paying a lot more attention, and I was like, okay, but kind of back to that being objective about things. I sort of told myself, okay, when I hear something, I need to kind of just wait a minute and like try to get all the facts, try to compare everything to the best of my ability, and then make a decision from there.
Okay. Robin, I have a question for you, and use I statements here, right? Start with how often, first off, how many of your friends would you say, first, hang on, around the dinner table in your family, would you say, if I were watching, would I say, hey, these people are critical thinkers? Or would I say something else?
I think for my family personally, when we're at a dinner table, we don't really talk to each other. We're rather watching the TV. We're watching like people eat things on YouTube, cooking shows and stuff like that.
You mean like mukbang?
Yeah,
something?
and then like
wait, you're watching mukbang while you're eating?
Yeah, I think it's really appetizing. So
yeah. Well, it kind of is in a way, right? All right. Do you know what mukbang is, by the way? Yeah. Do you know what it is, Charlie? Can you tell people what it is?
So mukbang is kind of like a YouTube channel where like the YouTuber is eating like a lot of food, and like it just kind of makes you feel like satisfied in a way when you watch them eat that much food.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Hold the mic close. Okay. Hey, so here's a question. How many of your friends are critical thinkers?
I would say most of them are critical thinkers.
Yeah, and because
when we're engaging in conversation, they would respond after thinking what I said most of the time. So that would make them a critical thinker.
Okay. Hey, Charlie, wait, how about you, man? Because you're Jewish, right? So like critical thinking, part of Judaism is, a core part of Judaism is thinking critically and arguing. You argue with other people, you argue with God, you argue with everybody.
True. I would say growing up, I was really taught to critically think. I was taught to make my own decisions based off what was presented in front of me. So yeah, there is a lot of thinking, I would say, within my family. Well, my dad's Catholic, actually. So my mom and my dad, like they made the discussion, they chose to raise us Jewish, but it was ultimately a personal choice for us. Like, do you want to keep going with Hebrew school? Like, do you want to become a bat mitzvah? Like, do you want to do these things with your life? And ultimately, my twin brother and I were like, yes, we want to. And we kept going, and keeping going really helped me continue my thought and like come up with opinions that weren't forced upon me. I was able to make them myself.
You know, when I was being, I don't know if I would say this, converted into a Christian. I grew up United Methodist. By the way, I'm named after my mother's gynecologist.
Oh, that's
Jewish. His name was
nice.
Shmuel.
So Samuel.
Yeah. I mean, like, dude, my mom, I was the fifth child.
It's a very respectful thing, actually, to be named after someone in Judaism. So,
Holy, man, no, she really liked this
must
guy.
have been a good guy.
So, yeah, for me, it's a big thing. And I always, because I like to argue, and I'm like, I feel like I'm like 1% Jewish. You know what I mean?
Most people are. So,
yeah, at that level.
Yeah.
So, there's a term, la shem shemaya or something like that, where it's like you argue with God, you argue for heaven. You know what I mean, or something like that. It's pretty cool, but it's such a big part of Jewish culture to argue. This is the Talmud, the Torah. To argue, right?
Yeah, it's all about coming up with opinions, your own interpretations, and just like all around. So like I'm a Reformed Jew. There's obviously like other religions, there's tons of different sectors, and there's Orthodox Jews, there's conservative Judaism, there's all these types of Judaism. So Reformed Judaism is really about making your own opinions. So you take in the Torah, you take in the stuff, and then you come up with your own opinions.
Yeah. No, it's pretty cool. Well, that's where they come up with this idea. So you put like 3 Jews in a room, you have 100 opinions or whatever. I mean, there are many variations of that. But that's the way it should be, right? You put 3 students in a room, you have 50 or 100 opinions, right? This is the idea.
Yeah, in my opinion, I'd rather everyone have opinions than just stick to what everyone's saying and not come up with something of their own.
Yeah. No, this is the thing, right? This is critical thinking. You know, you argue and
yeah, I have to say that I'm enjoying the watching the chat. It's like I've never heard critical thinking about racial tropes. This is who knew? This is what passes for critical thinking in Trump's America, apparently. Oh no, her nose isn't Jewish. Yeah, that's critical thinking, all right.
In Judaism, right? You're arguing with God. So like, a lot of people would say, Muslims, other Christians would say, well, you can't argue with God. But, if you're Jewish, the whole point is to argue with God, and we should be arguing with God because, God creates this thing. My wife always says, it's crazy, right? We get put here and there's no operating instructions. And so for me, for example, I've had a lifetime of arguing with God. That's all I do is argue with God. And, she's like, sometimes I'm discussing, but a lot of times I'm arguing, and she's okay with it. It's good. She, by the way, God's got to be a she. Hey, so I have a question. How about critical thinking in Penn State? How much are you really engaging in critical thinking at Penn State?
I think when people walk on the sidewalk really slowly, they're not critically thinking.
How about, okay, that's one, but how about in your classes? How about think about most of what you do in your classes. How much of it is really critical thinking?
I would say not much.
And why would, what?
A lot, well, in my experience, a lot of coursework tends to be just kind of a professor giving a lecture and you taking notes on it or whatever. Sometimes you'll have like in my physics classes, we'll do like recitations where we kind of work through problems conceptually. So I would say that would be like in a group, that would be conceptual thinking or critical thinking. But a lot of the time, especially in like gen eds and stuff, it's just kind of, you're just kind of there.
Yeah, but every class, really. Yeah. You're just taking information.
You're just kind of,
You're putting it in notes and you memorize it for exams or whatever.
Yeah.
Robin, how about you, man? How much critical thinking are you doing?
I think in a lot of my classes, I am doing the critical thinking.
You're doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So like, for example, I'm an economics major. So when we're learning the theory and like the professor is doing their slides, that's when I'm not really critically thinking. But when they ask, like, if you apply it to this situation,
Yep.
like, for example, like a modern situation, like with like the tariffs or like trade and everything like that, then if you apply it, then you'll have to start critically thinking.
Are you doing critical think? Are you engaged with thinking critically because that's who you are, or more because it's demanded of you in college?
I think there is a mix of both, because I don't think every student in class would be critically thinking when the professor asks, like, if you apply it to current economics,
No.
if you would, like, how would you think what would happen in the future or things like that.
Yeah.
But then I would say, like, some students also do think like what would happen and things of that nature.
Okay. Charlie, how about you? How much critical thinking has happened here versus at, religious school, right?
I would say definitely with just like the gen eds I'm in right now, lack of critical thinking.
What's happening in your gen ed classes?
Not a lot. It's a lot of being talked to, and then you write the notes, and then most assignments are just off the notes that were in class or stuff you read. So not a lot of it's opinion based, which I think is a lot of critical thinking is opinions and stuff like that. Because
a lot of what passes as critical thinking is opinions.
Yeah.
What passes as? Because critical thinking is not.
It's like science and facts, I feel like, but.
Well, I mean, it's a lot of things. You're taking a lot of things and
putting a lot of things together. But for like some of my classes, there's more opinion work, and I think that's where critical thinking actually starts to show, and I get to do more of it.
Do people challenge other people's opinions? I mean, how often are you seeing people?
Most of my classes are probably 200 people. So the one class I had that was like 20 people, I guess we had a couple different opinions, but still, like, I'm in really big lectures. So you're not really challenging these unless I've had 2 labs for my classes. So I guess a class that really shows this was Bi-Sci 3, which a lot of people take. It's a pretty popular gen ed. And that's a class where you're meant to have opinions and you're meant to come up with stuff. And we have lab on Fridays or Thursdays. And that's...
You're meant to think outside the box.
You put your phone away, you come up with answers, you're honest, you're open. And I think that's where the critical thinking is. But I don't think it's in classes any more than 100 people.
Like, I'm just wondering, like, kind of how is that? Well, first off, y'all are paying a lot of money for your education. And unless you're kind of pushing it on your own, you're not, like you are, right? Like you guys are at some level. If you're not doing it on your own, you're just taking in information, spitting it back out, and getting your degree. And
I think it's really easy to be a body, like in this school. You can just be a person who goes to class, does their work, gets fine grades, but doesn't have an opinion and doesn't participate. And I think that's when you're not getting your money's worth unless you're participating in stuff the school has to offer. You're being a body in class. You're, I guess, volunteering, or you're actually looking up from your seats right now, and you're not dozing off and going on your phone.
So there's a lot of people in here, for example, like in an ideal world, what would be the ideal thing to have happen for people who are sitting in this room? We're talking about critical thinking.
They have a new idea at the end of class, and they have something that motivates them, or they simply got through an hour and a half of lecture and they're not bored.
No, yeah, okay. Okay, all right. Robin, how about you? Like, what if you were sitting out there? You're up here now, but you could have, if I hadn't chosen you today, you'd be sitting there. What would you be doing?
I would be thinking how I would be responding to these questions and how I might engage in this conversation.
How would you know that you're not just lying to yourself or just making something up? Because we all want to think we're smarter than we all think we're smarter than we are. You should know, this was actually really valuable, everybody, that when we ask people to rank themselves on different categories, like, so for example, how to compare yourself to all of your peers at Penn State, where do you rank yourself in terms of your ability to get along well with other people? Are you above average or below average?
In Penn State, I would
just say Penn State. Yeah.
I would say below average, to be honest.
Okay, all right. How about in the world?
I'd say average.
What would you say? For both? Yeah, just the world. Compared to your peers. How about this? Just compared to other people.
I think that I would get along well with other people, but I'm not sure if they would get along well with me.
Uh-huh.
I would say something very similar. I think I am able to get along with and coexist with people pretty well. I can't say the same for others, though.
Oh my God. This is actually pretty cool, y'all, by the way. And a part of this is because you have microphones. And one of the reasons I love doing a class like this is because when you have the microphone, you have to stop and think. Like, you really stop and think. The data are that 98% of anybody to whom we ask that question will say, I am above average. Not only am I above average, but something like 3 out of 4 people will say they're in the top 10% of the ability to get along well with people and engage other people because I'm just so wonderful, right? That's what we say. Things like recycling. Yeah, no, I recycle, but nobody else recycles. Well, virtually 100% of everybody says that. I care about the planet. I recycle. I take care of things. I make sure that, things work well and around me and all of that. And basically everybody says that. But other people, they don't do that. So this is why I'm asking you about critical thinking. Like, what would you be doing? And you're all saying, like, yeah, I think. Did I ask you? If you were in here, what would you be doing to ensure that you were thinking critically?
Well, to that, I was going to say that kind of building on what they said, at least like particularly with something like this, it takes some level of like, I guess the word would be passion. So like if you don't care at all about what's being lectured about, then you're not going to probably pay attention or enjoy it a lot.
Yeah, but okay, but let me push back on that. I think it's really easy to care about a lot of things, but you could be really passionate about many, many, many things, but you walk into a classroom and let's say we're going to talk about, I don't know, the future state of the planet. And, I come in the classroom, I'm like, oh my God. And here's these 3 instructors. They come up and they're going to teach, they're going to talk. We're going to talk about the future state of the planet. Man, bro, the planet, right? Ask this guy. This is a big deal. The planet. You got billions upon billions upon billions of planets, and we're going to talk about the future state of this one, which you're not even sure exists once you get into astrophysics, right? And so I walk in here, and I'm sitting in the class like, dude, we're going to talk about the future state of the world. And then you guys start droning. You put slides up. Okay, start taking notes. You start droning on. And like, the passion goes right out the window, man. And well, it should. And well, it should. Because woe be the person. Woe be the person. Does that make sense? Woe be the person. That sounds like a Jewish thing to say. Woe be the person, right?
I would say there's a lot of phrases. Yeah.
There's so many phrases. Yeah. I swear, I know I was a rabbi in a past life. Okay, so in a bad one.
Honestly?
Too.
Yeah.
Probably. No, and a bad one, because people argue with me all the time. That's why I had to come back now and be a teacher, because I had to try to
just imagine this is your congregation.
Except they'd be arguing. They'd all be ready to argue with me, So, and I'd want them to. That's the point. That's the point. So anyway, you come here. Imagine that you're not enraged. When you go, you pay a lot of money, especially, bro, you're an international student, man. You're paying a lot of money, and you're out of state, So, and you're not enraged at the fact that all you're being asked to do is get your notebook out and take notes. No critical thinking. if you're not enraged, it's almost like, oh my God, you've died already. Like you've died. Like you're dead. It's all over.
I also think that something that's special about this class in critical thinking is, well, I've wanted to check my phone probably 1,000 times since sitting up here. But what's special with this class is that you really enforce like the no phones. And I find that I'm on my phone all the time. We all are. And sitting today in econ, I'm on my phone and I'm like, I feel like I'm wasting away my money.
Yeah,
but
you should be. Because you are.
It's true, but then we all have the normal tendencies to be like, I have to go on my phone. I have to check this.
Yeah,
like,
well, why wouldn't you be on your phone? And there are any number of things on your phone that are far more interesting than taking notes in a class that you don't need. I mean, I encourage you, it's like, look, don't be on your phones because we're going to try to make this really interesting. If you get on your phones, then I lose my passion to try to make it more interesting than what's on your phones. And what is on your phones is the world, man. You know what I mean? Like you can watch videos about astrophysics, which are far more interesting than anything that I could talk about in this class. But okay, let me ask you this question. First off, do we have a question from the stream? I think we do. But the next question I'm going to this is my yeah. All right, go ahead. Wait. All right, wait. We don't have a question yet. So, is there one? All right, hang on. How often do you all find yourself saying to yourself, "God, that I really don't. I'm really lacking in my ability to think." Like I'm really lacking in my ability to think. How often are you saying that?
all the time.
Yeah, like what's sake?
I feel like
give me an example.
I feel like every day we make decisions that not that we regret, that if you could walk back 30 seconds, you would change your mind. And I feel like today, walking to this class, I'm really close. So I chose not to wear my long coat and I'm just wearing my regular coat. And I walked outside and it's 14 degrees out. And about 5 steps in, I was like, wow, I feel like I'm really lacking my ability to think about how cold I'm about to be. And I don't have my scarf and I'm not wearing my long coat. And that was just a 30-second thing that's really not that big of a deal, like in life.
Let me ask you this question. How about this? Tariffs.
Oh, God.
What do you know about tariffs?
They're taxes on imported goods.
Yeah, okay.
Is that right?
Well, yeah. Okay.
Ish.
What do you know? Are they good or bad? Trump raised all these.
Bad if you raise them.
Why are they bad? You know, you got
because
half
people don't like them.
You got.
It's bad for me. It's bad for my money spending.
It's not bad for you if you're
because my spending is more expensive.
Yeah, well, so
this is really bad.
Well, I miss the days when critically thinking about which coat to wear would be the biggest decision of the day. What's up, 12th man?
What's up, Stanley? I miss the days when cigarettes were 50 cents a pack. Those were the days.
Yep.
If you're buying things
get
that
real Budweiser beer.
Here's the point.
I'm sorry, you had more?
Yeah, you get a real 6-pack of Budweiser for like $1.99 or something. I mean, we all had better days.
Okay, well,
I'm not sure what the point is.
The point is, well, she talked. The show is about critical thinking, and she basically said she decided because she lives a short ways from this class,
right,
that she wore her regular coat instead of a heavier coat. And about 5 steps into the weather, which was at 14 degrees, she said, well, hey, I guess, her critical thinking failed her and that she didn't wear the heavier coat. And my response thinking back on the carefree college days, that gee, I missed the days when critically thinking about which coat to wear was the biggest decision you make in the day.
Well, you remember when we were younger, Stanley, like the cold didn't get to you as much anyway.
14 degrees is going to get to you even if you're young.
Yeah, eventually.
I just asked you a question that economists,
I'm sorry, what?
How cold did it get down there, Stanley, during the deep winter freeze y'all had?
It got down into the teens one night, and it's supposed to get cold again overnight, but made it all the way up to I think it made it up to close to 50 today. Yeah, it's right at 50 degrees now, but
oh wow, that's overnight, pretty nice.
I guess.
Shit, I'll take 50 degrees. That's like springtime in Alaska. Anyway, I didn't mean to sidetrack.
It's basically the temperature is going to keep dropping till basically it's going to keep dropping overnight, and it's going to keep dropping tomorrow. So it's another cold blast coming in, but you know, it'll be okay.
Is what it is. You've been through them before.
And have been arguing about forever.
Yep.
Okay. And I asked you the question, so you answered it. Right. Now, in an ideal world, now we can start going back and forth on it, but in an ideal world, thousands of books are written on things like tariffs. So in an ideal world, you...
How long ago, a dirty dude, I actually think that might have been true. If for some reason or another the disbursement guys on board didn't get the mail or something, but I had direct deposit, so I never. Yeah, now that I think of it, I guess they could pay you in cash, but even in the early 90s, there was direct deposit. You'd be crazy not to have it if you were, you know, if it's available in the Navy. That way you don't have to worry about it. What's up, dirty dude? What's up, Claris?
Almost, if you're truly practicing critical thinking, you wouldn't have an opinion about anything at all. Because be like, I don't. How can you have an opinion about something, dude?
Wow.
How can you have an opinion about something that you really know nothing about?
I think a lot of people do that. And
Okay.
that kind of hurts
Okay. Well,
society.
You just demonstrate because I pushed it for you. No,
I
hang
know
on.
a little bit.
Okay, no, hang on. I'm not critiquing you. I'm just using you right now. Like,
That's
see
okay.
how easy it is because I
signed
pushed
up.
you on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but it's good. How often? How about you guys? How often do you find yourself saying, "God, I'm really an idiot"? Like, oh my God. Like, I don't know. You're being asked to weigh in on something, and you don't know, and you weigh in, and when the words are coming out of your mouth, you're going like, "Oh God, I'm such an idiot."
To be honest, if I don't know something, I would just outright say that I don't know. But inside, I wouldn't be saying I'm an idiot because I'm sure that a lot of people in the world don't know either.
Yeah.
But also in some cases, like when I make stupid mistakes, like when I cook at home and I accidentally put like too much sugar in something, I would say, oh, well, yeah.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Tariffs. So you know how complicated the issue is, right?
Very complicated.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you, hey, what do you think about like Trump just right now, you know, threatening to raise tariffs on all the European countries? And what would be the best critical thinking response to that question?
Would say from my perspective, as a person who buys a lot of international goods in the US, I have noticed that the prices have slightly went up. And from my perspective, that's not a good thing because I'm spending more money.
Okay, so how is it a good thing from someone else's?
Did he just say he he buys a lot of international goods in the U.S. Now, how is that possible?
You
If
do
you're
know that
buying international goods, or
you do know that the U.S. import stuff. Like you can go to an Asian market or a German market,
right?
Or you can buy
So
a
he's buying them.
or you can buy a foreign car. I have a my food processor is it's either a Braun or a Bosch. I can't remember. It's imported. Yeah. Anything you might get from Walmart could very well be made in China. That's an import.
So is that what he's saying he does?
Well, I hope he does because we all do it. That's why
All
we
I'm
have
saying for
that's
a
why
living.
that's why we have a trade deficit. We tend to import more than we export.
Yeah, we had a pretty good GPA here recently, I think.
So the answer to your question is okay, he bought some imported shit. Could have been at an Asian market.
Yeah. Could you rewind that and then answer the question? Because
okay, I
that
already
make
answered.
very much
I've
sense.
already answered the question. You can go to your local Walmart and you're buying international goods, if you want to call them that.
So that's what he's saying.
A lot of
does.
a lot of the pharmaceuticals we get are from overseas. We tend to have a trade deficit. So I don't know, why are you finding it weird? Why are you finding it weird that he buys?
Well, he's saying he's in the international markets, but he buys everything. I don't know. Just seemed kind of weird.
Okay, have you ever been to the international aisle at your local grocery store?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so
All
why
the
is
time.
this unusual? Why do you find it odd that he's buying international stuff?
And can you go back to that girl? What is she talking about?
I'm sure she'll talk again.
Who?
Okay.
From someone else's
Carry on.
Like if a
Stanley, my
person
bad.
like wants to buy a lot of American goods, then they would be like, oh, then that like for example, someone who produces American goods, they would want.
Okay, so let me ask you this: at what point would you jump on Kaltalk or Naver or Facebook or something, right? You would jump on something, Weibo, and you would put your opinion out there about tariffs. At what point would you do that? Would you be like, okay, I'm confident enough, I know enough, I'm going to contribute to this conversation?
I don't think I would ever put my own opinion on any of those.
Yeah,
I would not. Because as an international student.
No, okay, but forget.
Like if I was in Korea.
Yeah.
I still wouldn't, because I wouldn't classify myself as an expert.
What makes an expert, though?
Like someone who has like a much higher degree than an undergraduate degree.
Yeah,
like,
well, hang on. That doesn't mean anything. Am I an expert?
Let's say in sociology, yes.
How could I be an expert, bro? Bro, can I tell you the question? This class is race, ethnicity, and culture. I have never once in my life read a book about or called race, ethnicity, and culture, ever in my life. Am I an expert?
Still say you aren't an expert.
But I don't know anything.
But
I really, honestly, in the realm of things there are to know, I know almost.
I thought that was the Stanley Cross show.
But in order to reach this profession,
I'm sorry,
you have
what?
to go through the specific steps.
Well, you want to talk about race, ethnicity, and culture, and he'd never heard of a book like that. And I'm like, well, that's the Stanley Cross show.
Well, it's a racist country. Why wouldn't I talk about race?
Well, the dude in the program you were just playing said he'd never heard of a book like that. And I'm like, well, there's Stanley Cross. He knows all about that shit.
Well, let me put it to you this way. As I said, it is literally the nature of this country. I've said many times, you literally have to work on not being a racist. It's almost, and it's just my opinion. I'm not a sociologist, but it seems to me that no one gets out alive when it comes to being exposed to racist behaviors, racism. I said yesterday that
or
white
tribalism or any of it.
people have fucked around and found out that racist behaviors and racism is killing white people now. And your daddy Trump has exposed the
Not
hard
my
truth.
daddy's Stanley.
Your daddy Trump has exposed white people
Fuck
to
that
some hard
shit.
truths that have been long time coming. Black people have known about America for quite some time. It can be a deadly place.
In order for the majority of the world to think that you are an expert, I would say.
You know what the steps were mostly? Can I, you know what first off, what do you think about that? And then I'm going to tell you what the steps were.
When do I think I would?
Hey, Stanley.
When do you know enough? You're a good enough critical thinker that you can weigh in on something. Like Trump's tariffs.
Is this the real
I think it's
Anton
hard.
Daniels? Oh wow. I'm sure you have heard many things about this channel and few of them good, but hey, we try
to quantify that.
I like him, Tom Daniels.
So for instance, I don't know a whole lot about tariffs. I've heard arguments, kind of good and bad, that they're good and bad. But I don't know a whole lot about the intricacies of everything. I think in order for me to, for example, make a public statement about them, there would have to be some amount of study or observation or
something would have to click in.
Something would have to, yeah.
So what are you thinking about when are you on Facebook?
Not really. No.
What do you look at? What's your social media feed? Reddit,
Instagram.
Okay, what do you think on Instagram when you see one person after another posting about tariffs and the U.S. administration and Greenland? Dude, how about this?
I don't give a
Greenland?
fuck.
Should we
That's
take it
what I
over?
think.
Good thing, bad thing.
I think it's very complicated. I don't necessarily.
Stop right there. All right, hang on. Stop right there. Good thing, bad thing.
Bad thing.
Dude, hang on. Well, are you an expert on Greenland suddenly?
No, I'm not.
Wait, well, how did you go from tariffs are complicated to Greenland is not complicated? Because by saying that, it's like it's not complicated.
But saying my own opinion
do you
on
need to
this
stop the video?
in this class is different.
Apparently, you have comments. Hello?
Well, Greenland can't be that complicated. Gotta be a lot like Alaska, right? It's the Arctic. It gets cold there, and they have spring and summer, which is very short. So, I mean, how complicated can it be? I mean, Denmark can protect it. Canada can protect it. And if we can use it to protect both the United States as well as NATO and the European Union and all that other shit, then why not?
You know what?
Why not?
I can because Denmark owns it is why not.
I'm like posting something
Oh.
like
Oh, all
on
right,
Instagram
okay.
and saying,
But even then, like,
They don't have a base there. They don't have a military base.
hang on.
You
I'm
know
gonna
who
practice
does have
something
a
here.
military base there? The United
Okay.
States.
Okay. You know what? This you should be listening very carefully to this video about critical thinking, because nothing, just because we have a military base, that means we are owed Greenland. What the fuck is wrong? What's wrong with that picture? We have a military base in Germany. Are we supposed to take over Germany? Oh boy.
I could find you enough really, really, really smart, thoughtful people, like this many people who are smart, thoughtful, who would be like, yeah, you know what? We should maybe moving into Greenland would be a really, really good thing. Yeah, a good thing for a wide range, and they would give you so many different reasons
ship
that
all
would
the
have nothing
Democrats
to
to
do with
Greenland.
like just
Oh my
the U-
Lord.
who knows, right? For the world,
Smoke
it
man.
would be a great thing. And then
You know, if you need me to stop the video, just let me know. But you talking over the video, really, the entertainment value is not there.
Well, why are they so interested
Okay,
in Greenland?
why are you talking over the video? You can just ask me to stop it if you have a comment.
Okay.
I could find you an equal number of people who would say like, ah, man, that's a really bad thing for all of these reasons over here. Okay? What's going to lead you?
Yeah, you know, as soon as America takes all over Greenland, assuming we take over Greenland, first thing is gonna be like gun violence. That's all America really has to offer Greenland, the Second Amendment. Nothing else. Just
Why do you
just
think
fucking
that,
gun
Stanley?
just fucking gun violence.
Why?
Why what?
Why do you think that would happen in Greenland?
Because
We've
currently
been there
they don't
since World War II, bro.
currently they don't have a Second Amendment. That's why I think that.
Mm.
As soon if America takes over, then all of a sudden there's a Second Amendment and it just becomes a shooting gallery.
I don't know about all that.
You know, then ICE comes up there and starts deporting Eskimos.
I think they have enough of their own ice in Greenland.
You know,
Stanley.
I think what's happening in Minnesota is definitely a deterrent. Nobody wants to be taken over by America because they're going to send the Second Amendment and ICE agents.
Vote to go more toward them or more toward them? What do you think it would be that would lead you to lean that way or lean this way?
I think that comes back to our subject of critical thinking. So like you weigh in on the opinions, you lean towards what you as yourself agree more to.
Yeah.
And that's how you decide on whether you agree that buying Greenland is a good thing or not.
So, okay, but we've already assessed that, but at what point, and at what point, when we go back to you, Charlie, at what point does your opinion, critical thinking, right? Does your opinion even matter when you got that many really smart people and you got going one way, you got that many really smart people going the other way? At what point could you have any confidence to weigh in on it one way or the other? When they could, by the way, think about the smartest rabbi you know, who could just argue anybody, just spin, and you're going to be like, yeah, I'm going to go in the middle of these rabbis over here, and I'm going to tell them they're wrong, because go with them. At what point is that, would you do that?
Well, I should not decide what Greenland gets to do, or we get to do with Greenland, because I am not there. On the genius side, probably more over there on the don't do it, because I know nothing about it. I guess it's when you decide you have your own enough opinions built up in yourself and enough knowledge that you've discovered and picked up on and enough research that you can make this own decision thoughtfully.
When does that happen?
I don't think you can classify.
When do you think it's going to happen for you?
Maybe when my prefrontal cortex develops.
Dude, when do you think it happened for me?
At 25.
Listen, man, I want to go back to you. You know what we do to get these advanced degrees? You know what you do? You sit in your classes and you take notes and you spit it back and you take exams and then you write papers and you give them to the professors. And in graduate school, and you're getting your master's and your PhDs, once they let you into the program, they already assume you're pretty smart because they let you in. So you're already starting elevated. So they assume you're smart. It's much easier than undergrad because you start with you have to prove that you're not very smart, and that's difficult to do, okay? If you're just average. And then you get through the whole thing and you take your exams and you do this and you do that, and then you get put out in the world as an expert. Which isn't much different than you all when you graduate. You're an expert. So when I hear you say that, like, oh no, Sam, you're an expert. It's like, on this subject matter, I think I'm not. I've been teaching it for 40 years. I don't know anything.
But if you're not an expert, why would Penn State allow you to teach for over 40 years?
Because they need someone to teach.
So why specifically you?
Because I'm the knucklehead who said I will teach this class. So I teach. You got to have someone do it. And then you have to vet somebody. So you vet, and then you put them in a role and they do what they do. But this is like critical thinking, like, hang on. We have a question. We have a question from the stream. So Stephen from England, does anyone believe that they're refraining from critical thinking? How often are you not, I want to flip this way. How often do you shut your mind down, your brains down? You dumb down, either to match people around you or to match what's going on in a class. How often does that happen?
I'm very bad at that.
You're not good at that?
Shutting my brain down?
How about just pretending that you're not as smart as you are, or just...
Oh, all the time.
Or how often are you in situations where you're just like...
I wouldn't say smart is the word.
Okay, but I'm bored out of my mind and I'm just going to like...
Oh, all the time.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, me too, all the time.
All the time? Elijah?
I would say that I definitely do it. When
I'm afraid that I wonder what you might think about me speaking slowly. I apparently speak slow, so maybe. I mean, you live in the South. I think Southerners tend to speak slow in any case.
And so,
but the thing is Mel is not from the South. I think she's from Chicago.
So frequently, people in my friend group or in my kind of social circle, things will happen and they'll be giving opinions, and a lot of times it'll be easier to just kind of not necessarily not critically think, but not contribute.
Yeah. Because if you contribute, it's just going to be as lame as everybody else. I get this question. Okay, here's another question. People in here who are not critical thinkers, not thinking, not really wanting, they don't want to grow to be really, really good thinkers, to be the best thinkers they can possibly be. The people who don't want to do that, why? What keeps them from?
The people who don't want to do that basically become MAGA blacks or MAGA masses. So, I mean, we know, that there's always a job available to a MAGA black.
From that, Robin, what do you think? Like, what keeps the people who are, let's say someone's here and she's like, yeah, I'm here to get a job, and like, I'm gonna, remember last class, I'm gonna pay my roommate to take my exams for me. I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. I don't care.
I think critically thinking is very exhausting, and it requires a lot of like physical and mental like strength to do it constantly.
So for you, it's exhausting.
Exactly. So like when I'm trying to relax, I'm not trying to critically think. Like if I put something on the TV, I'm not exactly trying to critically think. I'm just turning my brain off and just watching. So I think for people who not exactly aren't critical thinkers but don't want to do it, it's because...
Okay, well, look, I honestly think that this child is describing being neurotic. Critical thinking, you can turn it on and you can turn it off. I don't know whether that comes with practice, but it seems like he's describing being neurotic, and, because he does, oddly enough, remind me, at least in his mannerisms and, the things he seems to be concerned about, he kind of reminds me of Woody Allen, like a Woody Allen movie.
They can't really be bothered to.
Got you. Sam, and then Elijah, I want to ask you, how often do you feel like as though I just need to get to an answer? I don't effing care if I'm wrong. I just need an answer. Like, I gotta have an opinion. Tariffs are good, tariffs are bad. It doesn't matter which one it is. I just need an opinion. And so you just grab an opinion and you're like, fuck. How often is that happening to you? Yeah, to you. How often do you
A lot, I would say. I feel like I do pick up people's opinions just so I don't have to come up with my own.
Oh, damn. Okay, all right. How often do you think people around you are doing that?
I think everyone in this room does that.
We all do it. I do it oftentimes.
Hey, I look, I've had people pretty excuse me. Pretty much had people tell me things like this since I literally was in first grade. So, and sometimes I'm being condescending, sometimes I'm not. Hard to tell sometimes.
Nice. Usually I just pick up my wife's opinions because she's really smart. Or I have a couple of professorial friends. I have one who's standing in the back. I ask him a lot of times, like, dude, what are you thinking about this? And then he says, and I'm like, okay, I'll buy that opinion. How about you, man? When people here who are just, I'm happy to be down. By the way, people around the world, one of the critiques of Americans is that there is an element of, and I don't think this is true just of Americans, but it's a thing that people say. It's like we celebrate stupidity. It's like, yeah, I'm really stupid. I just like football.
Boy, howdy. Is that not true? We not only do we celebrate it, we have military parades in front of it.
And beer, yeah, fuck yeah, and it's like, whoa, oh my god, really, dude, seriously? Okay, how many? What do you think?
So, I think that not only is it exhausting to be a critical thinker, but I think it can also be uncomfortable. So,
yeah, what makes it uncomfortable?
People, I think. It's really hard to, even for me, like to accept that you're wrong about something. Like you were saying earlier, everyone's always like, oh, I recycle or I get along with people and the data shows otherwise.
Yeah.
So like people like to be right. People like to think they're right. And so a lot of times with critical thinking, you end up thinking, oh, I was kind of wrong about this, or I don't have the full truth.
You always come to that.
Yeah, most of the time, yeah.
No, always. because even the laws of physics
Yeah.
you study, right?
Yeah.
You in 100 years, man, we might find that gravity works 100% of the time, except that check out, watch light bend, or something.
Well, thank you, Sin.
What, Robin? What makes it hard to accept being wrong?
I think the fact that I think it's some sort of embarrassment that people feel when when majority of people say you're wrong, and you feel like, oh, like I think some sort of embarrassment happens inside your mind that makes you makes it hard to accept that you're wrong.
Can I tell you a story? Once I can tell you a story. Okay, 1991, spring of 1991. It was the spring semester of my first year teaching at Penn State. I was teaching a class on social institutions, I think it was. I don't know what it was. And I was at the chalkboard. Yeah. And I'm writing something on the chalkboard, and I misspelled a word. A simple word. I misspelled it. And I turned around, and someone said, hey, you misspelled that word. It was a very simple word, right? That anybody would spend. Probably not a single one of you would misspell it. But I really I didn't misspell it, make a mistake. I really thought it was spelled the way I wrote it. And I turned around, and I felt my face get really red with embarrassment. Okay? And I sat down. I pulled a chair out. My chair. I sat in my chair. There's about 25 of us in the room. And I said, I don't know why I'm really embarrassed over that. There's tens of thousands of words that I would misspell. Like, I don't know why I'm embarrassed over that. That's the craziest thing that's ever happened to me. I don't know why. And I went, huh. And after that, in that moment, as a teacher, I was never embarrassed again for making a mistake, because what I said to myself was, there's so much information in the world. Like, you're an idiot if you would be embarrassed toward anything, right? Like, oh my God. So anyway,
What?
All right. Ian from Kansas City says, do you
What is he
consider going
teaching
through
these
the
kids?
Socratic method when you think critically? The Socratic method, you just ask questions upon questions upon questions, which you do in religious school, man, Hebrew school, dog.
See the definition.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There you go. It's just asking. You're
Then
never
yes, yes. Never right. I don't know.
Well, eventually you are, but it doesn't matter because there's always some other rabbi who's arguing the opposite. So it's like you're never right. Ever.
Sure, let's ask all the questions always.
Always. So you just keep going. Do you?
I don't see the difference between that and playing devil's advocate.
Okay, it's similar. Just keep asking questions.
And you are asking if that's like critically thinking.
Yeah.
I'd say from the perspective of the person who's asking the questions, then they are critically thinking. And then for the person answering, it depends on if they're constantly repeating the same thing or if they're trying different angles to persuade the other person to agree on their opinion.
Okay, let me ask you this question then. People who don't like to engage in critical thinking or who don't really engage, speak right here to that camera right there. You can speak to that one. How would their lives be better? How would their lives improve if they said, you know what? Actually, critical thinking, Socratic method, arguing for the sake of heaven, your lives would improve if you engaged in this more.
Well, I think if you're always agreeing to other people's opinions, then what's the point of living if you're just going to be there and just constantly agreeing without your own opinion?
Hey, so you went to school in China. How was it in China going to school?
Well, I went to an international school.
Okay.
So like they actually promoted thinking in different angles, viewing things from different cultures.
And how are you different from your Chinese friends? Who didn't go to international school? Did you have any friends?
Not from like local Chinese school.
What was your gut feeling though for local Chinese?
I think, well, in first grade, I went to a local Chinese school, and like the education system there was really just like follow exactly what the teacher says.
Yeah,
and
that's probably how it was all the way through.
Yeah, I would guess that would be the case.
And what's wrong with that?
It kind of doesn't like studying isn't fun if you're just memorizing and answering like the test questions.
Wait, studying isn't fun. Hang on. So can you
just to answer a quick question here about the show title. The other night we were watching those two ladies. It's like who knows why I have interest in things like this, but hair care kind of, I wouldn't say it interests me, but the people who are interested in black hair care, curly hair, hair care, for some reason or another, they tend to fascinate me. So we were watching that channel, which by the way, I subscribe to, talking about, whatever they were talking about. And so they brought up, somebody in the chat said that Mike is the Knaps whisperer, like as in nappy head. So I wrote it down as a show title, and it finally made it to today's show title. So, it's kind of a nonsense title, but I thought it was funny at the time.
If you're just answering test questions, right? So for if that's yeah. Wait, hang on a second, Jamie. I got the same. But you need to know. So I have two earpieces that I wear. One is that I hear the microphones, because when you're up in the front, you can't hear really well. You hear much better in the back. And two, I have a team of people who are watching the stream. One is Julie in Colombia, Jamie in Maryland, Jeff in PA, and they're talking to me in my ear. So while I'm talking to you all, they're talking to me, right? And that question that I just fed to you, that came right from Jamie, who's is like pretty cool. So I think we've said that a lot of what happens at Penn State is what he just said was not very fun. So what advice would you have with your fellow students? And then we're going to take another question from the stream. What advice would you have?
For like advice for what? Like,
yeah, well, how do you do it? How do you make learning fun?
Well, I would say, and this kind of ties into the why, it's kind of following the leader might not always be the best thing. The reason I picked my major was
okay. I have to know more about this. Was it was it about role playing? Would you go there as the new girl in town, and your date would pretend to be like the local tough? I have to know more about this. And do you still do this, Sin? Tell us more.
Was because, well, one, I just found it really interesting, but I also like the whole motivation behind any field of science is to get at the truth, kind of no matter what it is. And I think there's a
get at the truth no matter what it is.
No matter what it. So like,
wait, hang on a second, right? So you identify as conservative. You're the only conservative in your family.
Yeah.
What happened to you?
No,
something good happened, because when you're the fish, when you're in a family and all the fish are swimming downstream, and you say like, you know what, I'm not going to follow everybody else. I'm going to swim upstream or on my own stream. So what happened to you? What cool thing?
I don't really know. I think it was just kind of like a little bit at a time, little things kind of drove me to where I am. Like I used to just kind of agree with whatever I saw,
Whatever
just,
people
well,
told you
whenever
to
people
agree
told
with.
me.
Yeah.
And I didn't like whenever I thought about things, I wouldn't be able to justify why I
Okay.
had that position. So then I was like, well, then why do I think that?
Yeah.
And so then I kind of, I would say that's kind of the start of when I kind of had that.
Really? Who is the uppity Oriental? Wow. Boy, this is quite the comment. They are the ones they are the ones setting the standards for all we second tier intellectual Americans. That's who. What's up, Dave?
Uh-oh, you see what he said? He said he's not a follower. He had a brain, he had a mind of his own. I like that guy. Yeah.
Well, Bobby thinks he's uppity.
Yeah, he would come off that way because he just ain't gonna do the normal shit. He's unpredictable. He's gonna think.
Okay, I don't have a problem with that.
But ask yourself, why do you think me as a black man whose family historically voted Democrat decided to up and change his political affiliation or who I support politically?
Do you honestly think I've put a lot of thought into that? Do you
And
want
I
me to-
honestly think that you and a couple people, you guys lean on this historical perspective as if you don't see what's going on today. Your ties and which
Okay,
you
well,
just know
let
better.
me help you out before you go too far down this insulting road of yours.
Are you insulted? Because I'm not trying to insult you.
No, I find history is a good way to approach today's politics.
Yeah.
So I see what's going on. And I disagree with how the far right in the MAGA blacks, I think y'all are wrong and I think you're wrong because you don't know American history. If you knew American history, or at least had a casual acquaintance with it, a lot of these people would be thinking a whole lot different. I mean, you put Donald Trump in a historical context. He's not a good person, let alone a good president.
Is it about Donald Trump or is it about me not knowing history? See, all this stuff blends together at a certain point because you're trying to get.
Let me help you
You're trying. You're trying to shoot the 8-ball in the corner pocket, but there's only one 8-ball on the table.
I think if you knew history, you wouldn't be that enthused about Donald Trump.
Well, I know history. I'm just living in the now. Like you live today and you see the outcome and the trends that you've like witnessed in the past couple of years. Sometimes that history, we might be on a different trajectory than what history has said.
Well, history doesn't necessarily tell you what the future is. It just gives you a way of kind of evaluating what's going on today. And I think we ain't seen nothing yet from Donald Trump. Did you see the story I did where DHS is purchasing industrial warehouses and industrial space, presumably for concentration camps? They need facilities to house the immigrants they're rounding up. So essentially your tax money is not going to Head Start or daycare for children so parents can work. It's going.
Hey, you know, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that.
Hold on.
Wait, you hold
Okay,
on.
well, if you were
I'm just
cool
playing.
with your if you're cool with your tax dollars not helping American citizens but being used to as a concentration is a Stalag 13, then you know that is a choice you've made, and I understand that choice.
It's not the first time, Stanley. Your long-legged Mac Daddy Obama also had him locked in cages.
Okay, once again,
let's not act like let's not forget so quickly.
Hold on. Once again,
It's actually more humane to get the warehouse and put them in it.
And you're criticizing me for taking a historical approach while you're talking
No, historically, it's already happened when he was on that side supporting.
Not president.
No, you're acting like it's something new that's happening. It's actually an improvement from something that happened when he was in office.
Once again,
so it is more humane. I thought y'all cared about the humane part. You don't. You're fucking hypocrites.
Once again, as soon as I start criticizing the current administration, all y'all want to do is talk about Obama and Biden.
You just cried about me not knowing history. So when I exhibit that I know the history on this, when I exhibited that I know the history on how they used to treat the migrants before they shipped them out, they had them in a cage.
Okay, it's whataboutism. It's not history.
You're so good at it, but you're allowed to do it. Nobody else.
Again, you don't know the difference between history and whataboutism.
I'm only asking you that you extend the courtesy that you know.
I don't.
You take liberally. That's all.
I don't need.
I mean, you
courtesy.
can't criticize me not knowing history when you seem to forget that Obama did the same thing.
Okay, well, let's talk. Let's talk about Obama then. Let's talk about Obama then. So you? Think
I'm just saying, be consistent, man. This is like a. It's embarrassing, man.
I am being consistent. You just aren't swift on the uptake. Do you think that do you think I'm saying what Obama did was right?
Oh my God. This is why I said you need to just stop talking about history and observe.
No,
you need to go outside. This is why I hear this conversation when people say you need to go outside, you need to touch grass, you need to have experiences with women, all this and that shit. It actually boils down to like having a fucking brain. Not just listening to what everybody tells you, just like this guy up here on the panel saying that he grew a mind of his fucking own, and that's why he did it. And you seem to forget too, also, Stanley, that the Republican side is the majority of the country right now. So why you could say that? Oh, Obama, Trump, all this Trump.
Let me know when you're done.
And all this bullshit.
Let me know when you're done. So
you seem to forget. You are over talking, but you seem to forget that you're talking shit about. You're over talking. You're over talking.
I want everyone to hear you.
No, you seem to forget that the majority of people voted for Trump. So why you're acting like, they're gonna get their,
once again.
We know that originated around the.
Not only do you not know history, you don't know math either. A majority of people did not vote for Trump. It was a plurality.
Well, your people didn't participate. They should have got out there to the polls.
Listen to what? Listen
Get your booty to the poll.
I need you.
No voting, no bucking.
I need you to concentrate.
Back that backs up. You guys are all. You got all the slogans, and y'all didn't show up. Oh, okay. All right, I got it.
You said a majority of people voted for Trump, and you would be wrong.
He won the popular vote. So those who participated.
Okay, that doesn't mean it was a majority of Americans or a majority of voters.
This is so stupid. People got to waste time trying to fight a stupid ass argument. That has nothing to do with what we're saying. We're talking about the people who participated. Your side lost, and you seem to forget that.
Oh, how can I forget it with people dying in the streets when ICE and Homeland Security are shooting them down like cattle?
And why are you crying about that, Stanley?
Oh, I'm not crying about it, but you should be.
Have we had our black fallen soldier out there? Because you seem to say that America's racist, so a random person in America, technically racist by your book, gets their head blown off or something happened to them. You over here crying. You can't have both.
Why I would be crying? I didn't vote for this shit. Why would I cry?
Oh my God.
Did I vote
Keep
for
getting
Trump?
Keep getting your political
Did
temperature
I
from Don Lemon.
vote for Trump?
Keep getting your political temperature from Don Lemon and the likes.
You know what?
And the likes.
Don Lemon is going to make a fool out of Trump's Justice Department, just like Letitia James, just like James Comey.
You act like they want to really burn this guy. They just want to treat him like a warm beer and put him on ice. That's it.
He is literally going to clown Trump's Justice Department. Trump can't even figure out how to appoint a fucking attorney, U.S. attorney.
Don't confuse sassy.
How many U.S. attorneys have just basically been like illegally appointed so far?
You think that his sassy ass is savvy? Don't get him confused. He's just sassy.
I think Don Lemon has a superstar lawyer, and he's gonna trash whoever his opponent is from the Justice Department because all the good lawyers left. They were either fired or resigned.
This is first offense. This isn't about sticking it to Don Lemon.
I'm saying. This is
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It is a political arrest, and he is going to beclown the Trump Justice Department.
He's still sitting down, and that's the whole point. You missed the point.
I'm actually glad they arrested him because it's going to be a shit show.
They're making an example out of him. That's all they wanted to do. Hey, sit your sassy ass down.
Exactly.
Sit your sassy. It's not about the charges we're gonna put on you. It's about you sitting your sassy ass down.
Hey,
and you look like an idiot.
All I have to say is thank you for admitting the truth. It's political, and all they want, they just want to rough him up a little bit.
Right, and that's how you get 34 felony charges as well. The little light shits. That's why y'all don't understand none of that.
All I have to say is you and the other MAGA blacks, y'all voted a corrupt motherfucker into office.
It's political theater on both sides.
Yes.
Why should we sit up here and fight about it? I'm just saying that, like, historically, you guys get used to pump up the vote. Now they're bringing in people that they don't need you no more after. If they can establish the people that they brought in, they don't need you no more. And you're sitting up here crying for
I have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
I would think that you'd be able to critically think.
Who is they? Who is they?
Your team.
My team?
Yeah, your team. You know, the political side of the owl that 80% of the people have been, ejaculated in.
You know what? I think that I think that Trump has ruined y'all. Unapologetic manhood came up here and flamed out. At least you have a little bit more heart in your argument than he does.
I remember you calling us all out earlier. I just wanted to come up and give you my piece. That's all.
Hey, I encourage any MAGA black who has the heart to come up here. Hit the link. It's pinned. So, speaking of critical thinking, let's get back to it.
Try to be objective about everything.
Okay, you start. Here, we're going to practice it. You ready? Okay, are you ready, Charlie?
Yeah.
There are a lot of Americans out there, a lot of people everywhere in the world, because I'm here, because I'm connected to people all over the world. I'm talking to them who think that this emboldening ICE and having ICE go and take people and find them and track them down and put them in detention and send them out of the country is it's a really good thing and it's a really important thing and we need to do it. Okay? Can you imagine for you, before you would weigh in on that? There are a lot of really smart people who think that, okay? really smart people who I'm like, whoa, man, I really respect the intellect of that person. How willing would you be to talk to them and say, hey, convince me that you're right? You being the liberal Jew that you are, this goes against everything you can imagine. How much would you be able to be like, how willing would you be to say like, okay, really try to convince me. I want you to convince me. This is like him. I said to Elijah, what good thing happened to you that you went a different direction than your family? Because whatever happens is going to be a good thing. You know, how willing would you be?
I would be willing to talk to them, but I'm not sure I would go in it with the mindset of I want to be convinced of your opinion.
Okay. Well, let me help you with something. Yeah. To do critical thinking correctly, to really engage, you have to want to change your mind. I don't care what the topic is, you have to want to change your mind. And there's always other people who are smarter than you, who know more than you, have different insight, different experiences than you, who, if you heard from them, they would change your mind. And that's the danger. And that's why we don't like to do it, because it's like, oh, shit, I don't want to do that. I don't really want to change my mind. That's what this class is, right? That's why it's so important, by the way, for those of you who have unconventional ideas. Like when we talk about ICE, for example, in here, because we will talk about ICE, we need a couple people sitting on this table up here who are like, no, I feel like this is really important and valuable. You need to be up here. Come on, man. Like, this is it. Do we have another question?
I want to be here for that.
Karen asks, how does holding a belief as part of your identity hinder critical thinking? Robin, wait, I should go back to you. How's holding that belief that I'm afraid the pro-ICE person might convince me? And what would that mean for me and all my friends and my family?
See, when I looked at that question, I was gonna like tie it into some like Judaism.
Okay.
Instead of answering that question.
Yeah, we'll just do this one real fast.
Okay. I mean, it would hinder my critical thinking because I'm not going in it with an open mindset.
Yeah, and you're not going into it with the desire to really transform who you are.
No.
Like, so, Robin, like you have to be aggressively wanting to transform your consciousness to be a good critical thinker. No, you have to be. Can you see that?
I wouldn't say aggressively trying to change my own opinion on things.
Well, you almost have to be aggressive, because what you don't realize is that we get stuck in quicksand and you don't even see it, and you gotta fight your way out of it, man. It's so powerful.
What if you're just open to having other opinions?
You're gonna fall back, man. You gotta be really hardcore. Yeah. All right, listen. Hey, can we have a round of applause? You guys are great. Awesome.
Okay, Fred, it's over now. You can relax. Let's see here. Why is that?
Ether.
Any comments on that particular show? I'm gonna be honest, I didn't get much out of it. Just based on my experience, I don't think taking college classes is gonna teach you necessarily how to think critically. Even though college is supposed to teach you how to think, my personal experience and opinion is that you really don't learn how to critically think until you have to think critically. You know, college is almost like an incubator. It may teach you, some things that'll be useful down the line. But I think Sin is kind of right when she says that, you know, age and having more practical experience where you actually have to solve real world problems, that's really how you hone it. I guess it's almost like I hate to use this example, but it's on my mind. You know, like making a sourdough starter. You know, you gotta, you know, it takes a few days to actually get a sourdough starter that's actually going to be functional or useful. You start with flour and water, and you just kind of go from there. You know, eventually you get something that's useful. So I kind of think of college and critical thinking that way. I think the only thing that, you know, the major thing for college is it does open you up to a wider scope of experiences, more experiences than say you'll have at home. It's almost like travel. You're going to meet so many different types of people and have so many, you know, newer experiences. And you're away from mommy and daddy. You know, they're not there to solve your everyday problems. Yes, definitely. That is true. That is definitely true. Let's play a game. Guess the puzzle. Really? So anyway, this is Malcolm Gladwell and Isaac. Damn it, I can't think of Isaacson. What is his name? He's a Walter Isaacson. I don't know if he's a historian. I know he's a journalist, but anyway, this is the Malcolm Gladwell, and he is talking about the question America is afraid to answer. And I watched a little bit of it. He has a very interesting take, and I'm not going to give it away, but I actually think he's really right. Malcolm Gladwell is an odd character in that he's been writing books. The first book I read by Malcolm Gladwell was back in I think it was 1991 or no, it's probably 92 or 93. He wrote a book called The Tipping Point. And it was actually a really, really good book. Talk about critical thinking. So, you know, I've kept up with him off and on over the decades, and apparently he has a new book out and an interesting take on American crime. So, I guess I should do the commercial. Everybody, please make sure you have hit the like button. And I see there's some folks who have not enjoyed the show so far. I'm so sorry to hear that, but you know, we do the best we can. Support the show by supporting the host. The Sovereign Beer Fund is open for the weekend. I guess I really ought to put up this banner, huh? That could help. So don't be afraid to support the host. There will be a Saturday show, and it is called Black Historian Day. I have several history historians who are going to talk about, you know, various things about, of course, American history. And this is going to be my contribution to Black History Month. There are Black historians and some very good Black historians, and I'm not sure that they get enough of a highlight during Black History Month. So I figured I'd just do it tomorrow. So, and then it might be boring, it might not be, but you know me. I have a thing for historians and history. So anyway, let's get on with this. The link is pinned. If anybody wants to come up, feel free to do it.
We don't have a crime problem. Our crime is actually kind of
I'm glad to hear that.
violence problem.
There's a wonderful concept in the book called the canopy, and it's about the overstory, but you use the forest canopy. How does that help explain things?
Will and Grace is the first time in television history, in mass cultural history, where a story was told for a mass audience about a gay man or a gay person. That person's gayness was incidental.
You have Rosabeth Cantor, right, in the book, and the question of tipping.
Oh, and by the way, Baldwin and Company, they've got a website or two, and I just discovered them totally by accident. Their YouTube page. It's a bookstore in New Orleans, and they host a bunch of these sorts of book talks. So shout out to Baldwin and Company.
Neighborhood.
The term tipping point, it was a term used by real estate agents in the 1950s and 60s to describe the phenomenon of how a neighborhood would turn from being largely white to largely black. If you're an NBA player and you have a white parent, you're black.
He's been named one of the 100 most influential people by Time magazine.
He's one of the best known and best-selling writers working today, the thoughtful and thought-provoking Malcolm Gladwell.
What does it mean to change someone's mind?
Carla Weinberg, advisory partner, Tulane University history professor, CNBC contributor, amazing writer, and all-around great.
Walter Isaacson has written biographies of Ben Franklin, Albert Einstein, and Steve Jobs. And this coming week, our sister company, Simon & Schuster, will publish his biography of Elon Musk.
Of all the things to get upset about, why wouldn't we start by getting upset about the fact that we're giving these massive preferences to fencers and rowers?
And in the book, you actually, which I hadn't thought of, is intentionally done by universities to keep the white Protestant population higher.
Joe McKenzie said to my mom, you could cut the racism in Atlanta with a knife. Prescribed a painkiller to make a copy of the prescription and send that copy to the state. So the state could monitor every time a painkiller was prescribed. There were roughly 6 or 7 American states that had that provision on the books. Purdue Pharmaceutical avoided the states that had those rules in place because they correctly realized that if a doctor thinks that he or she is being watched by state regulators, they don't prescribe painkillers. And if they don't think they're being watched, they will. And New York State, California, Texas, and Illinois all had rules in place that said you got to send in a copy to the state. And they were the ones who escaped the brunt of the opioid crisis.
But it does tie into one of the many themes in your book, which is sometimes things are very different. They vary locally, like even vaccinations.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it is. One of the things I really had fun with in the book was thinking about the extreme regionality of epidemics. When we think of an epidemic, we think of it as something that goes everywhere all at once. And in fact, that's not true. Epidemics have very, very particular localized signatures. So for example, if you think about the anti-vax, you mentioned that as an example, it is not the case that there is a widespread, consistent percentage of the population that doesn't want to vaccinate its kids. They're not everywhere, anti-vax people. What there are individual, very small, specific localities where nobody vaccinates their kids, and then other places where everybody does. It's like on or off. It's like, it's this strange. So, for example, in California, there are, if you look at elementary schools, they keep track of which elementary schools vaccinate their kids. Basically, if you take all the elementary schools of California and look at their vaccination rates, it looks like this: 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%. You'll go through like 30 elementary schools in a row that have 95 to 100% vaccination rates, and then you'll come across a Waldorf school, and it'll be 25.
And there are a lot of Waldorf schools,
schools,
not just random. Every one of them.
Waldorf schools are just pockets.
And why? It's in the book. I can tell you.
There's a number of reasons. it is the Waldorf. I don't know. I don't want to offend anyone who sends their kid to a Waldorf school, but there are lots of them right around where I live, and I'm familiar with the kind of people who send their kids there. It's the philosophy of the school is that it teaches kids and parents of kids to make decisions for themselves, which is a lovely thing in the main, but it breeds a kind of not distrust of authority, but indifference to authority. You're kind of taught to believe that you're as good as any expert in figuring out what's good for you. And I admire that sentiment in a little bit, but I'm also aware of the fact that that's like saying if something's wrong with your car, you should have the confidence to look under the hood yourself. Well, that's nonsense.
But it's a nonsense that's not just localized at Waldorf schools. It now seems to have pervaded our society.
There are also other pockets, but it's important to understand that it's not everywhere. It's very specific. It's in very specific places. And, that is also true, for example, of crime. One of the mistaken assumptions we have about violent crime is that it pervades everywhere. It doesn't. Nothing is more specific than violent crime. In fact, if you make maps of where murders happen in American cities, you will find that murders reliably happen. Something like 50 or 60% of violent crimes happen in the same 5% of city blocks. This is a law that is true of every single, not just American city, but cities around the world. Crime is specific to an incredibly small number of places, and those places remain consistent from year to year. I was talking to this criminologist in Chicago who did a study of the south side of Chicago where there are 50,000 people on the south side of Chicago. And he did this long, complicated analysis, and he figured out that at any given time, there are only 400 people on the south side of Chicago who are at risk for getting shot. So we think of the south side as being the Wild West, where if you set foot there, you're at risk for losing your life. Totally and completely false. The crime problem in the south side of Chicago is specific to 400 people. This is a common mistake we make over and over again when we understand contagious phenomenon. We forget their specificity.
This is not exactly in your book, but speaking of the crime phenomenon, crime has gone down quite a bit in the past, year, 2 years. New Orleans, everybody says, okay, we have a great police chief. Baltimore says, okay, we have a great police chief. Now, what are the reasons that crime goes in cycles like that?
Well, the cyclicality of violent crime in particular is diminished a little bit recently because COVID was just a weird thing, a spike. But we've seen a very, very consistent declines since the early 80s, more marked in some places than others. New York City being an example of a place that has had a much greater decline than other cities and continues to. A lot of it has to do with the fact that we didn't know anything. Criminology and the science of law enforcement has gone through a revolution in the last 25 years. It's not generally recognized by people outside of law enforcement. We didn't know anything about how to stop crime in the 1980s. If I had a panel discussion of the 5 police chiefs from the biggest cities in America in 1980, and I asked them what works against stopping homicides, they would have said nothing. They literally, and they wouldn't have said it privately. They were publicly saying this. The head of NYPD in the 1980s was on the record as saying nothing works. We're just basically there to mop up after the fact. There was a sense of fatalism about, and what happened over the last 30 years is that we began to figure out some really, really important lessons. One was the one I mentioned, was that we made huge strides against crime when we understood that crime wasn't everywhere. It was in really specific places. And so this was pioneered in New York, where they began to realize that you could identify 20 hotspots in New York City. And a hotspot is a street corner. It's a city block And that's where violent crime would be happening. And if you could identify those places and put extra resources there, you could make a massive inroad in violent crime. That's why you saw this astonishing decrease in New York. They just got smarter about how to deploy police resources.
Are there correlations, though, between epidemics like of crime and then, let me just pick, because we've been talking about it, drugs, where certain drugs become drugs of fashion, more crimes happen. Opioids, perhaps not, or marijuana, perhaps not. Is there some correlation there?
Well, we thought, for the longest time we thought so. Now we don't think as much. Now it looks like, so this is something actually I'm writing about right now, which is really fascinating thing about crime in America. America does not have a crime problem. So if you think about non-violent crimes, your chances of having your car stolen, your chances of being mugged, your chances of having your house broken into, your chances of, I'll add, although this is a violent crime, but I'll add rape to this. Your chances if you're a woman of being raped, all of those problems are, if you compare America to the other big cities in the developed world, those problems are, America's about in the middle. So you're way more likely to have your home broken into in London or Paris than New York or LA. You're way more likely to be raped in London than in New York. You are several times more likely to be beaten up in a bar in Berlin than you are in Los Angeles. I mean, so these things, we don't have a crime problem. Our crime is actually kind of, what we have is a violence problem. And it's really important to make that distinction. What is specific about America is that we have the kinds of things that lead to violent encounters, arguments among people.
Oh, by the way, this is critical thinking in progress. He's absolutely right when you think about this.
And basically, almost all homicide is arguments. Now, homicide, you don't get shot. People don't get killed over in robberies, or they get killed in arguments. Our arguments are more likely to end in death than everyone else's arguments. That is the sole difference between
correlated to guns.
It's basically guns. Yeah. That when in England, they have just as many arguments in bars between young men, but they're fist fights and they're knife fights, and people survive. In America, they pull a gun and they don't survive. That's the difference. And if anyone tells you anything else, they're lying. It is that specific. And don't let anyone ever say we have a crime problem. It's because we don't.
We have a violence and gun problem.
We have a violence problem. Yeah, a lethal violence problem.
There's a wonderful concept in the book called the canopy, and it's about the overstory, but you use the forest canopy. How does that help explain things?
Well, I was trying to understand why certain epidemics happen where they do. And so, for example, I have a chapter where I talk about why did America so quickly change its mind about gay marriage? It's a real puzzle. Nobody who was involved in the fight for gay marriage thought that the battle would be won as quickly as it did. In fact, there's a famous meeting of a lot of gay activists in the early aughts where they basically say, we're losing, we're doing really badly. This is going to be a 30, 40-year battle. We got to buckle down and have a multi-generational fight and prepare for the worst. And they are 100% wrong. It turns out the battle's won, in the next 5 years, and no one saw it coming. And the question is, why would the country, on an issue like this, which you would think would be really, really hard to change people's minds on, we're talking about issues that are fundamental and emotional and moral and deeply rooted and based in bias and prejudice. These aren't things, we've been fighting the race battle for 200 years and, making marginal changes. Everybody thought, oh, it's going to be like race. It's going to be like segregation, right? It's going to take forever and there's going to be 2 steps forward, 1 step back. It was not like segregation. It was totally different. It was just like basically they woke up one morning and they're like, oh my God, we won. Right. And so I'm trying to, the chapter is trying to figure out how would that happen? And you have to start thinking in terms of almost metaphysical terms about like, there has to be a kind of collective consciousness, something in the ether that affects the way we make up our mind about hard topics. And some of these things are very local, and some of these things can happen nationally. And we had a very abrupt change in that kind of shared consciousness somewhere around the early aughts. And I spent a lot of time talking about Will and Grace because I think Will and Grace is hugely important. It is, you cannot underestimate, because Will and Grace is the first time in television history, in mass cultural history, where a story was told for a mass audience about a gay man or a gay person in which that person's gayness was incidental. There's this incredible work that somebody did analyzing every story that Hollywood had ever told about a homosexual person. And what you find is that up through the end of the 1990s, every time you have a gay character, the character's gayness is a problem that the plot of the story has to solve. And the solution, quote unquote, to the problem inevitably is the gay person either gets killed, kills themselves, has some terrible thing happen to them, or is in some way exiled from the community. Like it never ends well. Will and Grace comes along and flips the switch. And all of a sudden, it's just Will's just like a normal neurotic New Yorker who just happens to like other men. And like, you cannot imagine how radical that was for people who had never even thought about this issue before, or had people in their lives who were out, right? They're suddenly watching a show on television and it's just matter of fact. The guy's gay. And he's like, and also more than that, he's gay and he is capable of love. That was the second step. That we had never had a public conversation about the idea that gay people were as capable of loving each other and committing to each other as straight people. And that's just revolution. And it's almost like for people who had never entertained that possibility, Will and Grace plants that seed and they can't get it out of their heads. It's like, oh, in this crucial respect of what it means to be human, gay people are exactly like me.
But we also had shows like that about race. Why didn't it work on race?
Why is race harder? That is a really...
Well, I can tell you, because it's literally in the fundament. It's in the Constitution. It's even, you could probably argue that, race is an irony in the Declaration of Independence. Laws for centuries were written about race. It's literally in the culture.
Really good question. And I don't know the answer. I've been puzzled by that one my entire life. And I think maybe it's because, the line about a race is America's original sin. It's been a problem we've been carrying for as long as we've been a country, whereas the problem of gay marriage was not a kind of, it wasn't a problem that was present at the founding.
Okay, hold on. I don't really think that this is the comparison makes sense, but if you must compare, gay marriage is not as accepted as people might think, especially with the threat of having it reversed. I doubt it'll get reversed, but people still rattle on about it. Um, interracial marriages had to go through the Supreme Court. Gay marriage had to go through the Supreme Court. At one point in time, at least in the South, slaves couldn't get married. They were just like, the plantation owners might say, "Hey, you marry my stud, and we'll split the children." But I don't think there's as much a distinction as these two would have you believe.
You know what I mean? It's
Well, let me tell you, if I may, just
Yeah.
a local story about my family and race that ties into what you have in your book, which is I'm from Broadmoor, grew up there, which is exactly where Mitch Landrieu, we're a block away, and LaToya Cantrell. It's sort of where Claiborne Avenue to Broad, Louisiana Avenue, that area. It was totally mixed neighborhood when I was growing up.
Yeah.
And then people start moving to Lakeview, or for that matter, Gentilly, or Pontchartrain Park, or even the East. And the city's starting to segregate some. But we don't want that to happen to Broadmoor. I shouldn't say we. I was about 9 years old. But my mother worked for a real estate firm run by a uptown racist woman named Gertrude Gardner.
I love that you call her out.
Yeah, who kept trying to tip neighborhoods. Say, you
Yeah.
got to sell because this will happen, this happen. By the way, tipping point, we're getting
Yeah.
to the book, don't worry. And there's a tipping point that happens in such neighborhoods. So my father and LaToya Cantrell, before she was mayor, before she was were co-chairs of the Broadmoor Association. And my mother quit the real estate agency and formed one called, with Martha Samuels and others, that specifically tried to keep neighborhoods integrated. And Broadmoor now is exactly as integrated as it was 50 years ago when I was growing up. You have Rosa Beth Cantor right in the book, and the question of tipping neighborhoods. Explain that to me and how we could maybe have some more Broadmoors where that doesn't happen.
Yeah, so I have a whole chapter that's about the dynamics. The term tipping point comes from exactly the period you're talking about. It was a term used by real estate agents in the 1950s and 60s to describe the phenomenon of a neighborhood, of how a neighborhood would turn from being largely white to largely black. And there was a particular moment. What happens is neighborhoods don't make that transition, or didn't in those years make that transition gradually over time. They made it all at once. And they made it when the number of black newcomers to a neighborhood reached a certain critical point, which was somewhere between, people identified it was somewhere between 25% and 30%. When you hit that critical tipping point, all the white people left, right? And so there were specific battles in that era about trying to keep the proportions fixed. You knew that if, like, I tell the story of a community in Northern California, in Palo Alto, which did a version of what you're talking about, which very deliberately set out to construct a neighborhood that would not tip, and they allocated a third of the houses to Asians, a third to white people, and a third to black people, and you were forbidden to sell your house to anyone who was not a member of your own racial group. Right now, of course, this is unthinkable today, but this is the 50s and 60s, and they were seeing all around them this kind of extraordinary turnover, racial turnover in neighborhoods. They didn't want that to happen, and so they enforced this principle, and they realized that people are willing to, in a racist period, even people who have serious problems with other races are willing to live alongside them, so long as the proportion of the problematic, in their eyes, the problematic group does not exceed a certain level, something around a quarter or a third. So you could, what you're describing in Broadmoor was an attempt to kind of forestall this tipping phenomenon, right? To keep, if you can keep people in place and not let this kind of catastrophic transition happen, you can maintain the stability of a neighborhood. And there were examples of this across the country. Not a lot of them, but there were neighborhoods in Philadelphia that maintained their integrated nature.
But Philadelphia is one of the most segregated cities I've ever been in, other than maybe Boston.
90% of the neighborhoods in Philadelphia.
Well, in New Orleans, I mean, I'm going to get some people pushing back on this, is far less segregated than a city like Boston or Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Not most neighborhoods, but a lot of New Orleans neighborhoods are more mixed than neighborhoods in other cities.
Well, but Walter, you are describing this is the embodiment of the phrase "the exception proves the rule." The New Orleans is completely atypical, but in
there's so many potholes you can't leave. Yeah,
10 different ways.
Yeah.
You know, I would hesitate to use New Orleans as an example of anything. But
fair enough. Yes, right. I think I think we've.
I could be wrong, but I would bet that as a proportion of total population, there were more mixed race people in New Orleans in 1960 than any other city in the United States. Right?
Sure.
Yeah. And that makes as a mixed race person myself, I'm very interested in this subject. Makes a huge difference if there's, that once you confuse the categories, when black people marry white people, it's confusing for everybody else, right? It creates a kind of category problem. What am I? You could make an argument that the collapse of apartheid in South Africa is caused by the large number of what they called coloreds. They didn't know what to do with you got like Trevor Noah. What do you do with Trevor Noah? Right? It's complicated. Like they want to, is he here or is he here? So you create a kind of third group, and it's and then my family's from Jamaica. Jamaica is like, it's so complicated that like not even Jamaicans can make sense of it. Like if you ask a Jamaican to do 23andMe, and it looks like it's crazy. Like everyone's got like 17 things going on. Like that's how you get to a happy jumble when categories start to break down.
Quick diversion, but those of us who've gone through hurricanes, we're thinking of Jamaica tonight too. So good luck. Historically, to get back to New Orleans for a moment, but you're here, you might as well. There used to not be a color line in the 1870s and 80s. Blacks could serve on juries. There were so many mixed race quadroons, octoroons. It was nicely confusing. More Italians got lynched in the 1890s than blacks or any other group. So it was violent city, but not that way. And then not too far from here, where are we? Maybe 18 blocks from here at the Press Street Station, Homer W. Plessy gets on the train, and he's a very light-skinned Creole of color, to test the segregation laws.
Plessy versus Ferguson is New Orleans?
Yeah, he was on that. Yeah. Right around, you can go to the Press Street Station.
I did not know.
And that's where Homer W. Plessy, who was, somebody correct me, but Treme in a very prominent family of Creoles of color, like many Supreme Court. You told me I'm right. Okay.
The congregant of St. Augustine.
St. Augustine, congregant, Catholic. And like many Supreme Court cases, people are sort of recruited to be the person. So he was recruited thinking, well, this will confuse.
Well, this is an odd statement. So Sin says she gets irked when she hears Loving v. Virginia used as a win for black peoples, especially black women, when the case was brought by Richard Loving, a white man. Why is it a win for black people? I'm kind of confused here. It was a no miscegenation law. And by the way, there's a whole documentary on Loving v. Virginia. uh, I'm not sure I get your point here. Do black women? Why is it a win for black people? I would say it's a win for it's a win for white people too, or whoever wants to marry outside their race. You know, it by the way, just so you know, that white man kept getting put in jail. So you know, he was the one with the charges against him. I don't think they had any charges against his wife, so that's why he was the one being charged with the crime that got appealed all the way up. I think that's why it's in his name. So
even the Supreme Court, but it didn't, and that's when New Orleans went through a really bad period. Is once they had to be forced to draw the color line. They even
yeah, I don't know that is actually yeah, that's kind of an odd thing to say, because if you've ever seen, I think her name was Edna. It was an old-fashioned name. I'd have to look it up, but she to be honest, she was extremely light-skinned. She was basically probably mixed race. They all lived in a section of Virginia where there was a lot of miscegenation. If you've ever lived up in Northern Virginia in places like Winchester, Front Royal, even on into actual Appalachia, there's quite a bit of miscegenation. So, yeah, I don't know that you could actually say it was black women who were the tip of the spear on that. That would be kind of a weird thing to say.
Bill right around the corner has to shut down.
Yeah. I did not know that.
I'm trying to pitch you on writing
No,
one
I'm
of your
pretty
next
sure she
chapters
was
in
black.
one of your next
She
books
had-
on New Orleans.
She was considered
leading
black.
with DJ
That's-
Johnson.
Let me put it to you this way. If she was actually full-blooded Native American, there would be no Loving v. Virginia. There was no law saying a white man couldn't marry a Native American, especially in Virginia. So I think you might want to reconsider that statement.
Why was the court explicit? Did the court address the kind of racial ambiguity of Plessy in that?
No, it didn't. And Edward Douglas, who was Chief Justice, was from New Orleans, and he knew it well. And he voted the wrong way in Plessy. So,
I see.
And he knew it quite well, the whole situation.
Yeah. It's still, by the way, this is something as someone of mixed race, it's always fascinated me. It's still confusing, although now in a kind of funny way. Like, if you're an NBA player and you have a white parent, you're black. You notice that? It's so no mixed race NBA player ever says they're white. They don't even say they're mixed. Like, it's like we have these very specific idiosyncratic rules about how people choose to identify themselves in certain contexts. Maybe it's because I don't know the kind of reason why that particular rule is in place, but athletes tend to identify with their black side, whereas in other contexts, people identify with their white side.
I'll wait to read the evidence on that. But yeah, I mean, it's just the Obamas. Yeah, I mean, I was going to say no, but I was going to say it's not just on the athletic side.
No, it's in many, but it is.
Good point.
It is. There's a I've been doing this book on Tom Bradley, the first black mayor of Los Angeles, and when Tom Bradley he goes to UCLA in the 1930s when there are very, very few black people at UCLA, and his a group of them, very small group of them. One of them is Jackie Robinson. Jackie Robinson and Tom Bradley are friends, at UCLA in the 30s. These two other guys who go on, one who goes on to be a very famous Hollywood actor, Woody Strode, and a guy named Kenny Washington, who was a great athlete. Anyway, they're like the only black guys on at UCLA, and they walk around in a group. And there's a fifth member of the group who is the most sort of important member of the group, but he's the one who can pass. It's super interesting. Like even in that sort of little, there's this dynamic, and he's the one he's like, there's five of them, but four, everyone thinks I was black, and the fifth one is this kind of ambiguous person who has a very different experience at UCLA as a result. But,
well, let me ask you a personal question that I hadn't been planning to ask, is how does that affect you?
Well, it's funny. I think that, now we're getting into the gradations of mixed raceness. There are all kinds of, there's a difference I'm half West Indian, and the West Indian experience is so different from the African American experience. That's one thing. It's an immigrant experience, and you're coming from a place where you were in the majority. So there isn't any of the same kind of history of the weight of racism. It just isn't there, right? So it's extremely different. It's like when you meet Nigerians, right, who come to America, who have a very different experience in America.
By the way, he is, I can't remember which parent. I think his mother was like Caribbean, West Indian, and his father was white. He's Canadian, or was born in Canada. By the way, I happen to have known a woman who was West Indian, but I think she was born in Canada. She was mixed race. She was actually really like beautiful. But anyway, I don't even know why I brought her up. I just thought about her when when I thought of the West Indies. These old men and their ramblings.
Even though they look like, but they're coming from Nigeria, and it's like.
And by the way, it's in your book, which surprised me. Something about their educational attainment. Nigerians are outdoing Asians.
Will tell you within the first 10 seconds of any kind of conversation, they have the highest rate of, I think.
Sin, you live in the South. The one drop rule literally was in effect during Jim Crow and basically throughout American history, and I argue it's still in effect. So if you could be what, a quarter black, but you'd still be considered black in places like Virginia. And I don't think Virginia was anywhere near as bad as the Deep South.
PhDs per capita of any ethnic group in America.
More than Asians.
More than Asians.
Yeah.
Yes. No. Nigerians are like, we need more Nigerians. I've said this on. It is my least controversial position. I feel like we could have a couple million more Nigerians, and everybody would be better off.
But okay, when we're talking about this and tipping points and stuff,
my buddy Charles over in Lagos, he and I actually got to talking one day, and it's funny that Malcolm Gladwell should say that. I literally think we should pay Nigerians to come over and teach K through 12. Our children would be a lot smarter across the board.
Happens with college admissions, and you go quite a bit into the poor people have to argue Fisher in front of the Supreme Court, which is to say we want a critical mass and we want this. Tell me about racially cognizant admissions and how that had to get changed.
Well, one of the things I couldn't get over in the book was the kind of hypocrisy of higher education when it comes to admissions preferences. So if you look at elite schools in this country, they have a longstanding policy in place where they give not trivial but huge advantages in admissions to people who play what I would call country club sports. Yeah. The kind of sports where you're only good if your parents have a lot of money. Tennis, fencing, rowing, golf, white people sports, right? If you're an excellent fencer or rower and you're applying to Harvard, they will give you like a break in admissions like this big. And if your father or mother went there, they'll give you an even bigger preference, right? So for years and years and years, they've been playing this game where everyone is not equal in admissions, and it's not a straightforward meritocracy. They have a massive cutout for people who spent their teenage years hitting backhands at tennis academies for and costing their parents $100,000 a year in training fees. Then affirmative action comes along, and basically affirmative action says, well, we could do the same thing for students who come from historically disadvantaged backgrounds. And all of a sudden the country's like, whoa, that's outrageous. What a violation of our norms of fairness in this country. This is something we have to investigate. Let's take it to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court says this is not consistent with America. My point is okay, well, if you don't think that's consistent with America, then why is it okay for white athletes to get a big break? Why would we of all the things to get upset about, why wouldn't we start by getting upset about the fact that we're giving these massive preferences to fencers and rowers?
And in the book, you actually, which I hadn't thought of, you say it was intentionally done by universities to keep the white Protestant population higher.
Oh, 100%. If you think about this, if you have reserve 30 spots in admissions for rowers, and you say, any rower, any person who's an elite rower who wants to apply to my elite school, I'm going to give them an admissions break that is basically, they can get in with it.
Not only did they get married in DC, at some point they wound up living in DC with her relatives because basically in Virginia, they basically, it was impossible to live in Virginia as a married couple. It was, basically they said, get out of town.
SAT score that's, let's say, 20% lower than everybody else, or 25% low. Huge break. What are you saying? Well, what you're saying is the kind of person who rose a lot in high school is the kind of person I want to admit. Well, who rose a lot in high school? People who went to white private schools. There aren't rowing programs in urban high schools in America. This is it's so plain what they're doing. There's no, if you say I'm going to have, and by the way, the thing that's genius of rowing is they have 3 different rowing teams and there's a lot of people at a rowing squad. It's not like basketball where you have 5 scholarship positions. You got 30 for rowing. I still don't know anyone who runs.
Tell me about the Harvard women's rugby team then.
Oh, yeah. I have a whole... The one I decided to pick on was women's rugby. Because if you ever wanted to dream up a sport that was guaranteed only to boost your numbers of rich white people, it's rugby. Who plays rugby? Rugby is and rugby, the thing about Harvard has built this formidable rugby team by recruiting people they go around the world. They travel to the furthest corners of New Zealand and Australia and whatever to find players who can play on their team. And for no reason other than the fact that it's just a really reliable way to stock up on white people. It's rich white people. It's totally obvious and naked. They don't even deny it. It's really clear. Because again, it's a brilliant way to segregate out people who have the resources to play really obscure country club sports, which is what rugby is, right?
But bodes well for the endowment. I'll just have one slight pushback, but if you talk about Caltech, which doesn't do any of that and is like, quote, merit. Now, I've never quite understood why acing an SAT test is called merit, whereas rowing a boat is not called merit, meaning...
Well, one is vaguely relevant to the task of being a good student, and
one is vaguely
relevant.
One is vaguely relevant to being a good team player in life, and one isn't.
Well, no,
and that's being a rower.
But I would here. Let me explain to you my bias. I'm not opposed to giving advantages, subtle advantages on admissions to people who are athletes. I think being a successful athlete is actually an indication if I was a runner of all kinds of, but I just don't think the sports you should be giving preferences to should be sports that are themselves economically segregated. So I'm a runner. Let in all the runners you want, because everybody can run.
Right.
There's no cross country running or like sprinting or like doing the high hurdles is not something that is confined to the children of the very wealthy. No, we can all do it. In that case, it's fine. Basketball's fine. Football's fine. I don't have a problem with those sports. I have a problem with sports that, by definition, can only be played at a high level if your parents are loaded. I did a calculation in the book about if you want to play even D3 tennis in this country, you have to play junior tennis. And you cannot be a success at junior tennis unless your parents are willing to make a minimum commitment of about $100,000 a year.
All right, one quick last question, then I want to go to the audience. But this is to keep your mind in New Orleans and to keep writing a book about New Orleans.
Yeah.
You did something fascinating, I think 2 pieces actually, on how you could get Dillard up the rankings in the U.S. News.
So I hung out with I went and
a little applause for Dillard. I heard it back there. Yeah.
I spent a lot of time with Dillard, and I was interested in the puzzle of why a very high quality educational institution that is beloved by its students and that turns out a disproportionately high number of STEM grads should have a low U.S. News ranking, right? If you can do all those things, then aren't you by definition a great college? And if you are a great college, then why would you be ranked as low? And Dillard is not ranked highly in the U.S. News rankings. And the answer is the U.S. News rankings are not measuring the things that we would ordinarily associate with being a good college. They're really measuring how much money the college has and Dillard is many things. It's not rich. How would it be rich, right? They're serving, generally speaking, people who are the first generation of their family to go to college. That's not a way to build your endowment, right? So I played a game with them. What's that?
No rugby team.
And there's no rugby team in Dillard. So I played a game with them where I got someone to we got the algorithm, the secret algorithm that U.S. News uses for the rankings. And then I sat down with the Dillard people and I did a podcast on this. And we figured out what would Dillard have to do in order to raise its U.S. News rankings. And basically it's like, let in a lot more rich white people. So I figured out how many white people would you have to let in? How rich would we have to be? How much more money would you have to spend on amenities? Because you got to spend, if you want to be high in a U.S. News ranking, you got to have the fancy dorms because they count that. They count how much money you're spending on things like dorms and like cafeteria food and all that stuff. So basically the only way for Dillard to be a top ranked school in America is if it would cease to be Dillard and would cease to do all the things that make Dillard a great school, which is so unbelievably paradoxical that we should use as our standard for measuring colleges a measure that actively discriminates colleges against colleges that actually do a good job of being colleges.
Precisely. We are what we measure, and when you get the measurement metrics wrong, you can screw things up, as we have. I don't know if they're mic runners or how we do this, but first raise a hand, and then we'll find out. There's a hand. We'll see if a mic appears. No, it doesn't. So yell it out. Up. DJ's coming with a microphone.
Thank you so much. Is it on? Thanks. Malcolm is a very humble person. He's always writing about other people. I don't hear too much about him. Maybe that's just me. and I hope that Walter someday writes his biography.
Sure.
And if he did, could you share maybe a story about yourself when you were younger that you think would come out in such a book?
Oh wow. What's a good story about when I was younger? Well, I tell the story often. It's a kind of
You know, that is about the most thoughtful question I think I've ever heard, at least in a excuse me, in a setting like this. Wow.
shout out to my mom. My mom I didn't like going to school when I was young, and my mother brilliantly decided that she shouldn't fight me on this, but rather co-opt my disobedience and participate in it, encourage it. She would give me she would write notes. Malcolm is to be excused from school, and she would leave the date blank, and I could just fill in the date. And so like it was this interesting situation where I was trying to rebel, but my mother had outsmarted me. And so I became the most compliant truant of my high school. I suppose that's one story. I don't know. I had a remarkably uneventful and stress-free childhood. Because I was growing up in Canada in the 70s. And in Canada in the 70s is a place where like nothing bad ever happened. It's I mean, it's kind of unbelievable. Like I wasn't aware of any kind of I remember once my mom used to have all these friends, these Jamaicans would come and they would visit her. And I would sit and I would listen, I would eavesdrop in her conversations. And I remember once a friend of my mom's from Jamaica who had been living in Atlanta comes and sits in our little living room in rural Ontario in Canada. And I remember this phrase. I was like 7 years old, and I remember this phrase to this day. So his name was Joe McKenzie. Joe McKenzie said to my mom, "You could cut the racism in Atlanta with a knife." And I remember hearing that, and I had no idea what that meant. Like, no clue. I didn't understand what she was talking about. It just was such a foreign concept. In this little town in Canada where we lived, I had no experience with that. My mom was basically the only Black person in town, and no, it was never an issue. I didn't learn about any of that stuff until I was much older. So like, I had in that way, an oddly sheltered upbringing.
Academic, so that people understand. Your father was a professor of
My
math.
father was a professor, a mathematician.
Mother
Mom
was
a writer and a therapist.
Yeah. I do have a theory in my biographies, which may be why I won't do Malcolm, which is that people with really troubled childhoods, whether you were
interesting.
Yeah, whether you're growing up in the village of Vinci, illegitimate and gay and everything else, or Jewish in Germany like Einstein, or in South Africa like Elon, that sort of instills demons, and you're devoid of demons.
No, I have no demons. Elon, your Elon autobiography, I thought like it should have been 2 books.
Spare me.
I said it only because the thing, him from 0 to 21 is so extraordinary and gripping and weird. And you're like, I'm surprised he's as normal as he is.
Well, all right. On that note, I'll wait for DJ to see if he ever invites me to speak on my books. Questions?
Is this?
Yeah, it's on, sort of. No, it's not on, actually.
Wait.
Here's.
In your work that I wish that there were a behind the scenes auction where you would explain how these stories came to be. Like, for example,
Well, you have to be careful though, Sin. I think that basically the civil rights inclusion of sex in the sex is a protected class, it basically gave women options. So, that's probably, maybe where some of these folks, if they have to be misogynistic, that's where they ought to go. Cause I think that's true. A woman who has options is not as dependent, or she doesn't have to settle basically. And personally, I don't see a problem with that. It's on the man to be attractive to a woman. And the other thing about, this thing about, will families stay together during Jim Crow? Well, of course, families stayed together. Where was the woman gonna go? Have you ever seen The Color Purple? Where is a woman gonna go? She's not gonna be able to, basically take care of her and her kids easily in the South, at least. So I guess I should have said bibliophobic, not bookophobic. Bibliophobic.
The Waldorf schools and the low vaccination rates. Like, were you looking for pockets of really low vaccination, or did you find Waldorf really interesting and you've had that like back pocket looking for a way to use it?
Well, the state of California has a database where they show you the vaccination rates of every elementary school in the state, and it's online. You just click on it, and it's hilarious because you'll be in. You look at LA, and you'll see every elementary school has 95 to 100% vaccination rates until you get to the Waldorf school of the West Side, and it's 25%. And then you just say, let's look at San Francisco, and the same thing. And you look at Sacramento, it's the same thing. And pretty soon you see a pattern. It's Waldorf all the way down. And then I happen to know there's a Waldorf school near my house, and so I have some personal experience in how strange that.
No, but there's an interesting question that underlies that, which is, do you have great theories and then you find wonderful tales that illustrate it, or do you stumble across wonderful tales or wonderful pieces of data and say, let me develop a theory?
It's usually the latter. I've been doing this recently. I have a podcast series that just
Bobby, I've had some in the house already. So it was just there waiting for me to open a can of it. And Deacon Dave, apparently me mentioning The Color Purple triggered you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I was using The Color Purple as an example of, a woman not having a whole lot of options during Jim Crow, especially in the South. That's why I brought it up. But sorry, mister. I didn't mean to trigger you.
aired a couple of weeks ago called The Alabama Murders, which is a true crime miniseries. And I think it's one of the best things that I've ever done. And it started because a friend of mine said, I have a friend whose name is Kate. You should meet her. She's got the most interesting job in America. And I said, all right. And I just started meeting with this woman who is a psychologist who treated trauma cases. And I met with her 5 times for 2.5 hours with no agenda. I just asked her about her life. And in the 4th visit, she told me about the case that haunted her to this day that she had, of all the many cases she'd been involved in. And that's where that thing came from. I spent hours with her before I learned why I was spending hours with her. And then I just sort of very kind of casually and without any plan just started investigating that. Okay, it all took place in a little town in Alabama, and me and my friend Ben just went there. And we went there for like 3 days, and we had one interview lined up and nothing else. And he was more nervous than I was. He's like, why are we going for 3 days? And I was like, I don't know. And we sat in a coffee shop, and some guy came up to me and said, introduced himself and said, why are you here? And I told him, and he said, you need to talk to my friend Grant. And I did. And that's where we got the whole story from. So there's a lot of serendipity. I mean, the older I get, the more I'm a believer in serendipity and reporting. Like, there's just so many stories out there. You just have to kind of be patient with people. So that's the process.
Wow.
This is the last question, so we got time for one more question.
There's one right up here. Oh, you have somebody there? Do you?
Good
I
evening.
have somebody in the front if there's no other question.
Good evening. Isabel Wilkerson wrote in her book Cast, The Origins of Our Discontent, that one of the solutions to race was interracial marriage and procreation. And you spoke about the confusion that occurs with mixed race. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I'm not going to make it a policy that everybody should do as my parents did. I think people should fall in love with whoever they want to fall in love with. I just am sort of struck by, on a personal level, by the kind of useful way. If people are going to be so stupid as to have racist attitudes that make no practical sense, I say mess with their heads.
Yay.
And make them deal every now and again with somebody who's right in the middle. Right? That's sort of my point. And I
like that attitude. Mess with their heads. Mess with the MAGA blacks. Mess with the MAGA masses. Mess with their heads. Twist their words.
I have been amused my whole life about how useful a strategy that is with dealing with the idiocy of racial prejudice.
But, okay, sorry, last one.
I thank you very much. I'm a big fan of yours, and so thank you very much for all your work. I have questions about how, in the current state of affairs that's happening in the country right now, have you considered how some of these different principles that you've been describing are being employed right now and how we can work with them to retroact it?
All right.
The difficulty hearing it.
The tipping point phenomenons are being deployed now.
Oh, I said,
yeah.
I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, one of the ideas in the book, which I spend a lot of time on, is the notion that we were just talking about earlier. A neighborhood tips not when outsiders make up 51%, but when outsiders hit 25%. Group dynamics are shifted by a minority, not by a majority, right? And that is a useful thing to remember now, because I don't think that the kind of MAGA movement, for example, in this country is a majority movement at all. I think it fits very classically in our understanding of tipping point dynamics, which is they are a minority. They are at best 25%, but they're doing what vocal, organized minorities have always been able to do, which is to fundamentally change the dynamics of the whole. But it's useful for those of us who are discomforted by conservative politics in this country to remind ourselves that's not what the majority of the population is. I strongly believe that. I do think it is confined to a vigorous and ambitious minority.
Malcolm, there are three people I know I love having evenings with because I always come away with new ideas. You'll not be surprised that the other two are New Orleanians. One's a friend of yours, Michael Lewis. The other is Nick Levin. And the third is Malcolm Gladwell. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, make that. Yeah, you know what? I would watch this, but it's long in the tooth, and I don't feel like doing politics. I've had enough of it, at least for the week up to now. So, how many of you actually watch is it an HBO series, The Gilded Age? I've actually watched both seasons, and I guess there's going to be a third season. And I happen to have lived in Newport, Rhode Island for a couple years. So the Newport Mansions, I guess, is a thing. Preservation Society of Newport County. Up there in cold ass Rhode Island. Well, this historian who teaches over at Emory, by the way, and we're going to watch one or two of her interviews tomorrow. She is interviewing one of the stars of The Gilded Age, and it's a really interesting show. You know, it's a period show, late 19th century, you know, robber barons, you know, the Vanderbilts, that sort of thing, the Astors. And it's kind of interesting because it's almost like an upstairs, downstairs sort of thing, except it tracks like New York white high society, but there's also a parallel, like out in Brooklyn or somewhere like that. There is a black high society that is somewhat a reflection of the white version. So that's why I find it fascinating. But anyway, it's an interview. It's a little longish. We'll check it out. If it's not interesting, you know, we'll move on. But I think this will be our wind up, our wind up of tonight's festivities. Unless somebody wants to come up, hit the panel, and make it interesting. Barring that, this will be the finale.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us tonight for a very special
Man, that volume's a
evening
bit
here at
low.
Rosecliff. We now turn to our formal program, the David B. Ford Lecture entitled Becoming Peggy Scott, the Creation of the Character on HBO's The Gilded Age. My name is David Ford Jr., and this annual lecture is named in honor of my father, who passed away in 2020.
Oh, by the way, one of the more interesting things about Narragansett Bay, which is that big body of water that splits Rhode Island into two, when you come out of Narragansett Bay and you hang a left, right there on the corner, right on the coast, is it's surrounded on two, maybe even three sides, but two sides by water. It's the Jacqueline Bouvier, Jackie Kennedy's, like, I think she was born there, or, you know, it's owned by the family. It's that sort of thing. It's really fascinating to pass that and hang a left heading heading out to the Atlantic.
He was a longtime student of Newport history and previously a board member of the Preservation Society. He would have loved to see you all here. Tonight, we will learn how the fictional life of a 19th century African-American from a wealthy Brooklyn family is brought to life on screen, and how collaboration ensured the historical and social accuracy of her portrayal in 2 seasons of HBO, now Max's, award-winning historical drama. It is my great pleasure to introduce you to one of our 2 guest speakers tonight. Danae Benton, who plays the role of Peggy Scott in the show, is a Tony Award nominated actress. She has been seen in the independent feature Our Friend alongside Dakota Johnson, Casey Affleck, and Jason Segel, which premiered at the 2019 Toronto International Film Festival. She previously starred as Ruby in the second season of Lifetime's acclaimed television series Unreal. She has starred on Broadway in the hit revival of Into the Woods as Cinderella, a role she originated in the City Center Encore's production, for which she garnered rave reviews. She also starred as Eliza in Broadway's Tony Award-winning musical Hamilton, and is well known for starring as Natasha in the Broadway production of Natasha, Pierre, and the Great Comet of 1812. For The Great Comet, Benton was nominated for the 2017 Tony Award, Drama League Distinguished Performance Award, Theater World Award, and Lilly Award. She had also previously played the role of Natasha at the American Repertory Theater and starred as Nabulungi in the West End and U.S. National Tour of the Book of Mormon.
I'll drop the link for you,
Benton is
Dawn.
also a graduate of Carnegie Mellon University. In short, she has an impressive background. All of us have watched the character of Peggy develop over 2 seasons of the show, highlighting the prejudices of 1880s America, as well as the progress and community organizing that pushes against it. Peggy brings us on a journey, sharing a deeper story about Black history in America through the personal story of her family, friendships, and career. We are so very glad to have her here with us here tonight to share more about the creation and portrayal of this impressive and inspiring character. I will now turn the podium over to, insert name, to my wife, Anne, to introduce our second speaker.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Ann Ford, and it is now my great pleasure to introduce our second special guest for the evening, Dr. Erica Armstrong Dunbar. And just as an aside, I've had the great pleasure of just talking with her for a few minutes, and we're both from the Philadelphia area, so really special place in my heart for Dr. Dunbar. Dr. Dunbar is a co-executive producer of the Gilded Age series and also serves as the historical consultant for the series. It is her scholarship that bases Peggy Scott's character within the historical context of the time period. In addition to her work across multiple television projects and feature films as a historical consultant and producer, she is also the Charles and Mary Beard Distinguished Professor of History at Rutgers University, where she specializes in African American women's studies.
By the way, she's a history professor at Emory currently.
She has written 2 acclaimed books. Her first book, A Fragile Freedom, African American Women and Emancipation in the Antebellum City, was published by Yale University Press in 2008. And her second book, Never Caught, The Washingtons' Relentless Pursuit of Their Runaway Slave, Ona Judge, was a 2017 finalist for the National Book Award in Nonfiction and the winner of the 2018 Frederick Douglass Book Award. Very impressive. On Dr. Dunbar's website, she writes, "My writing, teaching, and lecturing focus on the uncomfortable concepts of slavery, racial injustice, and gender inequality. While there is deep pain associated with these topics, I marvel at the incredible triumph of survival and the beautiful history of resistance. This is something that we all see clearly and admire in Peggy Scott's character and its portrayal on the screen." So thank you for that. Dr. Dunbar will guide the conversation with Danae tonight, and after the speaking portion is concluded, we'll have some time for questions. And this is the part of the evening that we've all been waiting for. So without further ado, please join me and give a warm welcome to our distinguished guest.
Thank you so much for being here and for all of the love you've given us tonight. I feel just so bolstered by all of it.
this is the fun part.
Yes.
This is what, now you realize this is like, you all have eaten, so we're going to do our best to keep your attention. Don't nod off because your bellies are full. But first, let me just thank everyone who made this evening possible, for bringing the two of us here. This was supposed to happen last year, but it couldn't, for good reason. So it's great that we were able to spend some time with you all this evening to talk a little bit about the creation and becoming Peggy Scott. But first, let me just start by saying there are many, many wonderful things that have happened being involved in this show, The Gilded Age. But one of the best things for me has been the friendship that we've developed. And you go into kind of experiences not necessarily thinking that you're going to become friends with your coworkers, but we are.
We are.
So it's great to be able to spend time with my friend this evening. And it's also, it makes a lot of sense that we're here because we just began filming season 3.
Yes, I was on set for 16 hours yesterday.
Yes, she's sleepy, but so we are, it feels like a very good moment for us to think about season 1, season 2 in anticipation for season 3. And now you're kind of back into the world of Peggy Scott. You know, we film these things, you know, months. How many months has it been since we were filming? Like
18.
Yeah.
Because of the strike.
Right. So now you're back in Peggy mode. So why don't you, can you kind of introduce us, let's back up a little bit and introduce us a little bit to your entry into acting.
Yeah, I think I was just always a very expressive child. My mom is here tonight, and apparently I'd be 2 and 3 years old just making up dances around the living room and writing stories. And I grew up singing in church, and then in school I would just do every school play that was possible. And it wasn't really until later in high school that I understood that I could really make it a career. I was obsessed with Brandy Whitney's Cinderella, and I was like, how do I get inside of it? And then I learned about acting conservatories, and I got into Carnegie Mellon University, and I got my BFA there in acting and musical theater. And that's really where I cut my teeth and learned about the professional track. But that's sort of the more mechanical sense. But on a spiritual side, I have just always learned about the arts as kind of a gift you're given, as like a tool, a gift from the divine that you get to use to hopefully make the world a little better. And so Peggy feels like a beautiful full circle moment to that kind of original love of feeling like the gift wasn't just for me,
No, it's a gift for, I think, for all of us, right? So let's move into Peggy. Give us a little bit of information on how you ended up on the cast of The Gilded Age and what that process was like. Because I think a lot of us, we watch television shows, unless you're in the entertainment industry, you don't know, so much about sort of the process of landing a part and knowing what that part's even going to look like and what it can mean for you as an actor. So maybe talk to us a little bit about your entry into the Gilded Age.
It's interesting. I have made a lot of my career in corsets. I kind of have spent a lot of my 20s in period dramas. And so, you have agents and there's casting directors, and Telsey is a very big theater casting director in New York. And Julian, because of the way his shows can sort of be heightened and stylized, wanted theater actors who could really embody just like how much style there really was in our show. And at the time I was in Hamilton playing Eliza, And I think my name came up for the role. I've really gotten to play a lot of characters that people didn't necessarily expect Black women to really, or really give us the opportunity to play. And a lot of my roles on stage have gotten to break through some of those doors in special ways. And it's interesting because when the audition came up, I actually had bronchitis and I was called out of my show. And I put it on tape, and then I got a call back while I was called out of work for Hamilton. So I had to go into Telsey's offices, and they were doing auditions for Hamilton right next door. And so all of my bosses for my current job were in the room next door. And I was like, well, I'm going to this callback. So I like took all my cold medicine and antibiotics and got there. And every time my bosses would come out of the Hamilton room, I would go hide in the bathroom until they called me into the Gilded Age room. And kind of from that moment, I remember in my audition with Michael, who's one of our directors and executive producers in the room, I immediately connected to Peggy. I was like, oh, this is who I would have been in the 1880s. She just almost felt like a spiritual ancestor. And but the scenes needed some work. There were some lines, some points of view that I was like, uh-oh. And in that moment, Michael in the audition asked me, well, what do you think about how this role is being developed as a Black woman? Like, what's your opinion? And he should have never asked me because we talked for about 30 minutes. And I was so honest that I was like, oh Lord, I'm not getting this part. I should have kept my mouth shut. And I think it actually ended up being maybe one of the things that made him feel like I was the right person for the job.
So tell us, what excited you about being Peggy, about playing Peggy?
I think honestly, I just really related to her point of view. I related to her being this daughter, being this young woman, being this young Black woman where everyone had these opinions about what she could and couldn't do. And she had this chip on her shoulder, like, back up off my business. Like, I can do this. And I think me, Danae, I've always felt that way. I've always sort of had a bit of a chip on my shoulder about what I imagined for myself, but, even if it didn't necessarily align with a lot of what the authority figures or my peers might have imagined for me. And so seeing someone so much like me live with that kind of tenacity, but in a time where it was even more dangerous for her to express that part of herself, I just sort of felt this kinship with her. And I felt like this is such an important story. Like, I was like, this doesn't happen very often. I haven't really seen a character like this on screen. And I just felt this sort of like immediate protection of her.
Yeah, I think, one of the sort of very powerful things about Peggy Scott and the Scott family is that it helps, I think, the popular imagination about Black life in the 1880s stretch a bit, right? That there's a narrative that we're kind of comfortable with, that we know a little bit more about Black life in the 1880s, typically kind of a sharecropping story, right? A Southern story, a kind of post-Civil War story. And one of the things that the Scott family and that Peggy get to do is to reshape that narrative, is to present something else to the largest of viewing audiences. And there's a little bit of a responsibility that I imagine you might feel with that as well. You want to talk a little bit about maybe feeling responsible, feeling connected to Peggy, but also what it means to play Peggy?
Yeah, I mean, as a young dreamer myself, I think of myself in middle school and high school and elementary school and how much I was shaped by what I saw on screen, what I saw on stage, and when I would see Audra McDonald or when I would see Brandy as Cinderella, like, it really helped me vision myself. And so when I got this opportunity, I felt this sense of responsibility. I felt voracious. I would like wake up at 3 a.m. being like, this scene's not right. It's not going to be good for Black America. We have to, I would feel this kind of, I think I was more afraid of it being a missed opportunity, more so than I think I was afraid of us getting something wrong or something perfect. I was just like, there's a real chance here. And it would grieve me, the idea of missing the chance to really turn them into three-dimensional, dynamic characters outside of the narrative that is mostly an imagination. You know, I even think of my own history books, and you learn about sharecropping, you learn about these things, and then there's like maybe one sentence of like, and there were some free blacks, and you don't really know anything else, you know? And so, and you know, I'm a descendant of sharecroppers, so there's no shame around that narrative. But when you have the opportunity to say something new, to say something more, it only adds to, it just only adds to the goodness of what storytelling can do.
So you've told us what excited you. And you've kind of hinted to what maybe some of your concerns were about playing Peggy Scott, about her role, her family in the Gilded Age. You want to talk a little bit more about concerns? Because I do think that there's, you know, one of the things I'll give Julian real credit for is that at least when I first met him, he was very invested in telling an authentic, as close to accurate as possible. It's a fictional world, but as close to accurate as possible story about the Gilded Age in New York. And when I first met him, he started talking about a book that he had read called Black Gotham. And he said, you know, I've read this book. I'm not going to imitate him. I've read this book called Black Gotham. Do you know it? And I said, yeah, my friend Carla Peterson wrote that book. And he said, really? Well, you know, and it was a story about, it's a family history in New York, 1880s, about really the descendants of one of the first Black pharmacists in New York. And it was a family history. And he was really invested in this idea of making helping to build that into the storyline as Peggy, as Arthur, as Dorothy, as they all were created. And so I give him great credit for that. But I do think that there were some opportunities for you, for me, to kind of help shape what Peggy's story would really be. And so maybe you can talk, and we also were doing this at a very specific kind of unique moment in time, which was 2020. March of 2020. We were to begin filming The Gilded Age. I think it was like March 18th or something like that, 2020. So y'all know we did not film, right? We didn't film for a long time until October. But that also gave us some time to rework and to rethink some things. So tell us a little bit about how and why, or the things that you wanted to help get right for Peggy's character.
Yeah, you know, I think a part of my connection to Peggy, when I look at it in a historical context, was Peggy's parents were, her father was he was enslaved and was emancipated in the course of his life. And then, so you're really at this place where she's the first generation to be born into this country with any type of sense of sovereignty, any type of sense of real legal sovereignty. And then when I fast forwarded to my parents' generation, me, Danae, my parents were born into the Jim Crow South, and legal segregation ended in their lifetime. And so I was sort of the first generation born into a new type of human rights within this country. And so I really related to the worlds that Peggy was moving between her family's history, what her parents' generational oppressions were, and then her also sort of having a different type of freedom, a different type of access to not only wealth, but to move into white spaces in a different way, the dangers that created, the opportunities that created. And
by the way, I'm actually glad that, you know, folks, at least a few of us, are interested in this. I find this fascinating. You know, mainly because I have watched the 2 seasons. So, you know, it is kind of interesting to see her, you know, outside of her character. But, you know, I think my main point is, hey, sorry, this is apparently not gonna get, you know, 100 people in the audience, but this is much more uplifting and quite frankly more interesting.
So I sort of felt this real sense of personal connection to, I know what Peggy's thinking. I know what Peggy's feeling. I know the complexity of the tightrope that she's walking. And so I think that while Julian had this real clear source material for there's going to be this Black daughter of the Black elite of that time. And me, Danae, I was sort of the Black daughter of this wealth mobility for the first time in my whole own family history. But then there were still some tropes we were falling into. You know, before being a secretary, she was sort of written to be Marion's maid. And so there.
This is actually an interesting point. I think white actors do have to pay attention, but for different reasons. You know, typecasting. You know, there are people, you know, actors throughout the years who have played a lot of villains or, you know, a leading man versus a character actor. But those are like professional decisions. So white actors and actresses may have to think about it, but not in the same context. You know, like Denzel, I think I heard somewhere where he would never play well, certain types of characters he wouldn't play. Mainly, you know, he wasn't going to do like, you know, roles where he was very subservient, that sort of thing.
Were these moments where I only had sort of 3 kind of wool plaid costumes, and the white woman in the show had these gorgeous silks and these, you know, jewel tones, and I was kind of like, well, her parents have some money, so where can I get some gold and yellow and some red and pink into this color palette? Like, we have a real opportunity here. And like, the audiences will respond. Black audiences will respond to seeing that kind of detail and care in her dignity. And so I kind of, I think you were maybe one of the first people I opened up to. I had opened up to my agents about it. And I think with Julian, while his intentions were good, he was sort of blocked by his own sense of possibility, his own sense of, well, I haven't seen those images. Is that inaccurate? And
by the way, the Julian she's talking about is Julian Fellows. He's the same guy who was executive producer of Downton Abbey. And then there's another one. He's done actually a few of these types of period pieces. There's actually a comedy that he actually did years before Downton Abbey. It was called damn it, I can't. It was set in Scotland. I can't think of the name of it, but I watched like all 5 seasons or something of it. It was actually really good. But anyway, so the producer who did Downton Abbey is the producer of The Gilded Age.
so I think while I got to come at it from an artistic perspective of what I visioned, I got to have like my Dr. Dunbar cohort who was able to point to real historical context and be like, no, there's proof. No, this is the imagery. No, these are the opportunities. Peggy is a writer. Why can't she use her clerical skills and be a secretary? Why can't we just got to open up what visioning really looked like? Okay, she's a writer. Why can't she get into journalism? The New York Globe existed. And so Dr. Dunbar really gave us the opportunity to open up the world to T. Thomas Fortune and really be like, well, can Peggy's parents have a bigger role? Can we have these opportunities? Everything's sort of right there in front of us. If we can just have the humility to understand where our blind spots are. And I think where I feel the most pride is more than getting to a place of pitching ideas and pitching costumes and all of these things. I got to really have these moments with the creative team and with HBO and be like, we need to have Black women on the creative team. We need to have people that are in power and that have agency to make these creative decisions, so that me as the actor is not always in this kind of strange power dynamic with the people who are writing my checks being like, this doesn't work, you know? And so I think one of the big gifts at that, the blessing in disguise that the work stoppage gave us, is we had time, because I think there were a lot of these concerns we had since I got cast in October of 2019, but there just wasn't time. You know, you're trying to get the show off the ground. There's so much money going into it. And so by March, we had made some changes, but not quite enough. And then that sort of 5 months we really got to go back to the drawing board and just reimagine and be like, let's really take this chance to fully birth a Black world and not just sort of have this token moving through these white spaces. But what if Peggy is her own ecosystem? And I'm really thankful. It would not have happened without her.
I think, sometimes we have these moments of, definitely 2020 was a traumatic moment for many reasons. And working during that moment, actually, we started filming, I guess, in October of 2020. And, this is before any kind of vaccine or what have you. And I will sort of applaud HBO that, no one got sick on set. At least
We
for
were
season
in
one.
plastic tents. We had our own masks. We looked like these weird post-apocalyptic dolls in our 19th century plastic tents talking to each other through, but it worked.
And we were getting tested, that's when they were like checking brain matter with the tests, like every, I don't remember how many hours it was, but it's sort of a reminder of how careful I think HBO really was. And I think that's applicable to some of the things you've just mentioned, that HBO, that Julian, that the creative team were really invested in getting it right and making certain that all of our viewing audience would fall in love with Peggy and her family and her trauma, right? And that's one of the things we get to know later on and towards the end of season one, that Peggy's lived through something, right? And I think like our viewers relate to it, if not her specific story, but the story, the idea that you overcome some kind of terrible things and you're still working hard, you're still trying to find a life for yourself, you're still pushing forward. Do people stop you on the street and ask you, like, call you Peggy, or expect that you're sort of the same person as Peggy?
I honestly feel like one of my big hopes and one of my big fears going into our show was that I didn't know if Black audiences would care or feel invested in a period drama that was like about the white elite. And so I felt this real connection to Peggy, and I was like, I want them to be proud. And when I live in Brooklyn, and I am shocked that most of the people that I get stopped by are Black women of all ages that are like, oh my God, Peggy. And then they talk to me about the shoe episode with Marion, and they talk to me about my relationship to my parents, and they talk to me, there's just this real sense of recognition. It almost brings me to tears every time, because I'm like, that's what I was fighting for, because I just knew that there was like a real chance to bring that type of energy to life. And that's what makes me feel successful, is that that's the feedback. Like, you can't really fake that authenticity and that type of connection. I lost what was the question before that?
It was if people approached you and expected you to basically be Peggy.
No, I kind of joke. I say I sort of feel like I'm Black America's niece, because everyone's just so proud. And I feel like especially like elders, I get like a lot of love. We're just so proud of you, girl, and you're doing it. And I sort of feel this.
it's something I relate to in my own family because I come from a huge extended family. Mom's one of 8 and my dad's one of 13. And so it's a role that I understand well, and it sort of feels like it's just expanded to our viewing audience. And, and it's also, but it's all races and it's all ages. People really connect to, I think all of us in our journey through life all kind of have to go through claiming this sovereignty of ourselves when we realize that it's really our life. And some of us, our families are obstacle, societies are obstacle, our resources are obstacle, but we all kind of, I think, know what that moment feels like when you talk about her trauma of, it's her trauma, but it's also like the kind of blood sacrifice she had to make to reclaim herself. And I think that is maybe the heartbeat that people are really connecting to of what we all go through when we kind of really realize, okay, this is my one life that I get, and I really have to find my version of living it. And I think that's special.
Did you? Yeah, I think that's. What did you do to prepare? Did you read? Did you sort of think about texts or other Black women writers from that period? How did you kind of prepare to become Peggy?
Yeah, I did a lot of reading. I read Black Gotham. You also, and Michael gave me a book of a collection of writings from Black women writers from the 19th century, which was incredible. It was everything from poetry to political speeches to to articles. And I read a lot of Ida B. Wells. I read a lot of, and I think I was just really shocked at how similar the conversations were. It sounded like sometimes like a group thread between me and my friends talking about an issue or not understanding or the different perspectives of how to tackle an issue and the classism within, different communities being like, well, they don't speak the right way, so they shouldn't get to speak. And then some people being like, we're the people you're actually fighting for, so how are you going to keep us out? And it really brought everyone to life for me because I was like, oh, this isn't history. Like, this is really, these are living, breathing ideas that we're all still really working through.
So do you have a favorite scene?
I did really love my mom just said shoe. She loves the shoe scene. It's I did love filming that scene. Poor Louisa was like melting under.
Can you set the stage for those who haven't seen that episode, that scene that you're talking about?
How many of you have seen the scene? Do you know the scene? Okay. There's this scene where, Marion and I, who's played by my lovely friend Louisa Jacobson, her and Peggy have been making this friendship. And we talked a lot about, okay, how do we make an authentic friendship between this Black woman and this white woman at this time who really had no real reason to cross paths? And they did. And we were like, but there has to be a rift. Like, Marion can't just be this like angel woman who was like untouched by racial bias. We have to have this moment. And so she follows Peggy home one day when Peggy is really like, I don't want you to know about my business. And she follows Peggy home and she brings these shoes thinking that Peggy is sort of going to be in this destitute situation. And she shows up and she sees this gorgeous brownstone and thinks she's at the wrong address. And then she rings the doorbell and their housemaid answers the door. And then Arthur is like, who is this white girl in my house? And Marion is like, goes pale. And I'm there like, what are you doing here? And then Dorothy's like, what's in the bag? And then she opens the bag and Dorothy's like, did you think we'd need your cast off shoes? And then Marion and Peggy have this really big fight in the street. And I was like, we really fought for this moment because I think Julian was afraid that it would make Marion unlikable. And I was like, they can only build real trust if we see them repair from this fracture. How does Marion repair her harm? How does she repair her flaw? We can't just show this fantasy. We need to really show that she would have tripped over herself. She would have made a harmful assumption. And we need to see Peggy have the agency to put her in her place. And it's from there that I think they build a true friendship, that we really get to see them be two equals. And I just think that Louisa was kind of a champion through that shooting day, because you do not want to be down the barrel of Audra and John Douglas Thompson's disgusted gaze. It is, and even acting, it was chilling.
Even I'm thinking of the woman who played Ellen, the maid,
Yes.
who was, the 19th century version of Florence from the Jeffersons, who just, shaded her, just looked at her like, that whole scene, which when I talk to people, they always remember that scene. And I think you raise a good point that while it was a little cringy, for Louisa, for Marion, because we were exposing a blind spot, right? She made an assumption about class based on race. And while Marion and Peggy had kind of created this relationship almost out of necessity, right? It was, and I want to give sort of full credit also to Sonia Warfield, who's our other writer. It's just Sonia and Julian are the only writers on the show, which is unlike much of television, where you have many others who are weighing in. They are really the writers, and it was really Sonia who, from very early on, when the characters meet, thought it's really important here to have Peggy help Marion at first. And for those of you who remember, Marion was kind of, she was down and out. She had no money. Her father had kind of left her penniless. She was on her way to New York, kind of devastated, having to go live with her aunts, who she wasn't happy about. And she had no money. Her purse got stolen. And Peggy is the one who saves her, who says, basically, who gives her train fare. And she has to ride in the colored car with Peggy, right?
Oh yeah, that's one of my favorite lines. She's like, "I gave you train
I gave
fare.
you train
Where
fare.
do you think I got it from?"
Exactly. But you assumed I was poor,
And
Go ahead.
I think one of my other favorite scenes, though, is when we go down to Tuskegee, because we have which we'll get into a little bit in season 3, around the classism that also existed within the Black community, because it's also really easy to have this kind of talented 10th narrative of who are the Black people that deserve respect and who are the ones who don't. And I think it was really amazing to get to see Peggy go into a space where she also got to see her own privilege and got to see the spaces where she also got different types of protections than the working class Black folks in the South. And to see Booker T and T. Thomas have that back and forth around their different ideologies around liberation, I thought was just such an important nuance that we got to add into season 2, that it's not necessarily about this hierarchy of who's the right, the good, the good kind of Negro, right. But instead, where do we all deserve humanity, and where can we see how we can all be people who assume who doesn't deserve it.
Yeah, and I'm so glad that was like the perfect segue to talk about season 2, where we get an opportunity to learn a little more about Peggy and her flaws, to be very honest. Season 1, as we're getting ready, we're figuring out all of our characters in season 1, right? You're learning about all of them. And there really wasn't anything wrong with Peggy with season 1. She was kind of not perfect, but there wasn't very much wrong. And there was something very beautiful about season 2, where we got to see Peggy wrestling with what, I'm the mother of a 20-year-old, and 20-year-olds think they know everything, but they don't know a thing, right? And we see that with Peggy and her assumptions in particular about how she can move and walk into the South. in the 1880s, in 15 years following the end of the Civil War. And I thought maybe we could talk a little bit about what it meant to play. I'm thinking specifically about this scene with Peggy and Dorothy, when Dorothy is warning her about how to act, how to live, how different it is in the South. It gave us an opportunity to see a side of Peggy that was naive, and that was, full of kind of youthful, I won't call it stupidity. I used to say that with my kid, but arrogance. Take us there. Talk us about that scene in particular where Dorothy was telling Peggy how to live, how to walk, how to breathe.
Yeah, I think Peggy is sort of seeing it as she has this exciting journalist assignment, and she's going to get to go sort of have this anthropological experience. And she's like, Mom, I got this assignment, and we're going to Tuskegee, and yada, yada, yada. And you see Dorothy's face kind of go blank, and there's a panic stricken, and she's like, where are you going? And I think that Peggy was raised in a space with a lot of dignity, and it was like, especially because the Black elite community was pretty insular. And so I think she was around other Black folks who had means and knew, New York wasn't safe for Black people, but there was more agency within her community. And I think that going down to Tuskegee, there's this line where she's like, so you want me to be subservient? Like, it's sort of the opposite of everything that her parents had taught her about how to move through the world. And there's this real moment where, Dorothy is like, this is life and death. This isn't really about your ego. This is really about a moment of survival. And I think that even T. Thomas Fortune has this moment, because in real life, he also was born into slavery and was emancipated, I think, in his teens before he got into journalism in Florida. And he also has this moment of, it's different for me and you. You don't necessarily know how it feels. And I think we get to see Peggy's own ignorance. My grandma's favorite scene, I grew up in the South, and from people who lived a lot of time on farms, and she loved seeing me milk the cow, because Peggy is like a city girl who's like never really touched an animal like that, and the people in Tuskegee are sort of laughing at her. And I just thought it was a really special moment to see her grapple with being slapped in the face with that reality, and then feeling this sense of responsibility to bring the story back to New York and to kind of create this connective tissue between sort of leave no man behind. And, her dad was like, I don't want you telling stories like this. And I think Peggy is like, no, I actually think I have to use my privilege to shine a light on folks who actually can't.
Was there a scene that was particularly difficult to film?
Honestly, I think the scene where Sullivan and I were huddling in the barn, and, we actually did film that at like 2:00 in the morning. It was the last scene of the day. And all of the white actors were in character. And so there were all the torches, and there was like the real energy of like hiding from this sort of terrorist organization that was like terrorizing people through the South. And I think those are the moments. And then even the scene with Audra, there are moments that really strike as still so alive. I think in the United States, we sort of see the tiki torches reemerge every 5 to 10 years, and every generation kind of has our own sobering moment of realizing that we're not away from that history. And I think those are the moments where what we're doing also feels really sacred and prescient. To like not really back away from those realities, I think is important.
So how do you, when you come after you do a difficult scene like the one, and I will give credit to, I remember you and I talked the night before we were to film, and you talked about some of your just not necessarily concern, but your feelings about what you knew we were going to shoot. And I remember Michael was directing that episode. And I remember that before we shot that scene, he offered some words. We had a conversation about, I don't know if you remember this, but we had a conversation. And this is why it's really important to have multiple kinds of producers on the set at the same time, where I could go to Michael and say, Michael, we need to make certain that the set that day is sober, and that people understand there shouldn't be any laughing. The crew can't be joking around. It's hot, but we have to remember what we're filming right now and how difficult that is for the actors and maybe for some of the crew. And Michael agreed, and he gave words before you all started filming, and it's sort of a reminder. Go ahead. Were you going to jump in?
Because I think that, there's some actors in this story get to, tell stories about spoons. And then some of us are having to reach into the deepest parts of our ancestral trauma. And I think to be able to create the kind of reverence that requires, and, not have it be about grabbing a Diet Coke, but being like, there are people who are being asked to carry a really big load right now. For the sake of the collective. And I think that having people that I could share that with, and not necessarily feeling like I had to explain it, but that it was understood as an actor, was just it made me feel very held.
Well, I do think that I think there are a lot of people who care deeply about it's one of the great things I think about the creators of the creative team of the show, is that they work to produce art. But you all, I think as actors, especially you, and you've been very involved and vocal, and I just want to say that not all actors feel free enough to speak their truth, their concerns, because, hey, people need to pay bills, right? People need jobs. And there's always a concern that if you suggest that perhaps a line isn't right, or perhaps this doesn't feel authentic, that it could be problematic for you as a working actor. And so we're grateful to you for not being shy or reserved, and for being courageous, and for speaking your truth. So we're thankful for that. I think what I'd like to do before, I think we've got to think about Q&A sometime soon. I'm looking for, yes, okay, I'm getting a thumb. Maybe you can talk a little bit as we sort of think about moving into season 3 we're not telling y'all anything about season 3. So let me just tell you that right now. Sorry, tune in. But maybe you can talk a little bit about what this series has done for you in terms of your profession, and in terms of what you'd like to do next.
I think it's sort of changed my life. It also felt like the answer to so many things. I think since I was a kid, I've always sort of accidentally had an issue with speaking my mind in a way that sometimes got me into trouble and sometimes didn't. And I was certainly afraid of retaliation. I think we're always afraid of that when we have to disagree out loud. And I think that being in a place where I understood that my intentions were coming from such a pure place really fortified me. And I think I was like, well, Peggy is also risking so much to speak her truth. I think I felt fortified by her, and having it turn out so successfully, I think has bolstered my courage even more deeply, and has given me a different sense of my own agency and my own possibilities as one day getting to produce and tell my own stories. I feel like it ended up being this incredible blessing in disguise to get to see behind the curtain a bit more in ways that actors don't often get to see. Unless, you know, you're at a certain place in your career. And so I think it, fortified that I'm like, oh, I think I would like to have leadership positions in my career and get to open doors for other people as well. And so I'm thankful we get a season 3. I'm thankful that Peggy gets to reach even more people. And I hope that I sort of get to keep walking in this path of playing these kind of freedom fighters. Even, you know, I look at Eliza, I look at Natasha, there's sort of this real consistency with Peggy of these women fighting for their own sovereignty. And I think that with myself, I feel like it's an important connecting point in a time where our freedoms are always being challenged. And I think that being able to practice what it looks like to have that live inside of yourself is really sacred. So I want to keep doing that.
Well, we know you're going to keep doing it, and we're all going to watch season 3 once we're done shooting it. And of course, there'll be a campaign for season 4 and 5 that you all will lead for
Tweet,
us.
have your children
right?
tweet at HBO.
Yes.
Make sure we keep going.
Make sure we keep going. But I do think it's time for us to turn to Q&A. And there's the microphone that's, I think, going to move around.
I am the microphone. First question over here.
Excellent presentation. Do you have any the scene where you go to the house, the druggist, the successful black druggist, are there actual people that you could point to? Is that really?
Was it a real family? Or
Was there a family like that? Was there Peggy Scott? Is it based on some actual history?
Yeah, in that book, Black Gotham, that we spoke of, the White family, Philip White, he was a black pharmacist.
Here, let me, so many pithy comments coming from the MAGA blacks. So that's a Ghanaian forehead. You do realize that a lot of Ghanaians have ancestral roots back to the United States? And what kind of forehead do you have, Deacon Dave? I'm curious to know. Surely a MAGA black is, don't they all get like 23andMe tests done to, they have like competitions to see who has the most European heritage? Y'all get together at the MAGA rallies and compare your 23andMe results?
In Brooklyn at that time. And so Peggy, the book sort of starts with her coming out ball in their home. And so a lot of our story, the Scott family, is sort of loosely based on that history.
So there could have been a person just like Peggy Scott.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
And I think that that's an extremely, extremely important message that's overlooked. And it's very encouraging, quite frankly.
And I have to say, now, here is a very good-looking woman. And the best you can say is she's a tether? Damn, Dave, what has the black manosphere done to y'all? You literally can't recognize a good-looking young woman? Holy cow. Apparently all the MAGA blacks are fucking emasculated somehow. Is it a sin to say, hey, this young black woman is pretty? Has the manosphere just decided that no black woman is good looking? Dave, I'm curious to know. I'm curious to know. Hit the link there, Dave. Hey, Dawn, not only has America refused to portray black women as objects of affection, the MAGA blacks, the manosphere, the MAGA black manosphere has also refused to have affection for black women. Oh, these poor fellows.
Okay, give me 1 second to move across the room here. Apologies. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Didn't see you behind me.
Yeah, poor Deacon Dave. Poor Deacon Dave. Like, you do know that many black Americans have African heritage. Did you know that? apparently they don't teach history at the MAGA Black Academy.
Hi, I just want to say first, thank you for telling these stories.
Oh, well,
because I
look
think
who
these
is
stories
here. It's the MAGA Black drum circle drummer.
Hey, Stanley, how you doing?
Oh, I'm having fun now.
It's provocative. It gets the people going. She could have a Ghanaian forehead.
Your comment?
Excuse me?
Your comment is supposed to get the
we know that there's Ghanaian people here.
Right, but even if she's half Ghanaian, I mean, like Arami, for instance, his father was Ghanaian, but his mother is from South Carolina.
That's a
I don't
good
know
example.
why does it even matter?
She has the irony forehead. What's the big deal? Who
Okay,
cares?
all I have to say is I wish I could kiss her forehead. How
Stanley,
about that?
you got to go outside. There are women who would love to have a cross on top of them.
I'm sure. The MAGA, you like that one, huh, Don? The MAGA Black Academy. It's kind of like the Black Hogwarts. It's all these. it's like the. You know
Well,
what?
mind you give
I'm gonna
that
have to-
label out to everybody who disagrees with you. But I like it.
I'm gonna have to name a show after that. MAGA Black Academy, the Black Hogwarts.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, she's beautiful. Sure. That don't mean she don't got a Ghanaian forehead. It's okay.
You know what? You must be a fun first date.
I am. I talk a little shit. I don't neg. I just talk shit. It's all about having a good time.
I never would have thought this woman is so good looking to me. I don't really care about any of that. I just like, damn, I wish I knew her. That's really all I'm thinking.
Who is that put in the chat that she don't got a dunk? So that eliminates her Ghanaian side. We got.
She doesn't have a what?
You don't know what a donk is?
A gadon, what is it? A badonk? That's from Housewives of Atlanta, right? Real Housewives of Atlanta.
I don't know exactly where it's from, but a donk.
I seem to remember the
donkey,
little short lawyer talking about having a, what did she call it? A donkey butt or something like that. They were real ignorant.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't watch stuff like that.
I used to back in the day because I found it hilarious, and I'm from Georgia, so of course I'm going to watch Real Housewives of Atlanta.
Yeah, I'm curious. Do you ever see those people out when you're out and about? When you hit 5 Point Station, when you go downtown Atlanta?
I live way outside of Atlanta. You'd have to ask my son.
Oh, I just imagine like you'd be out shopping and then damn, there goes Tyler Perry.
Dude,
You know.
I literally, why would I travel 40 or 50 miles to go shopping?
Apparently, it's got a nice romantic section where there's outdoor walking and shopping and eateries
Oh
and
yeah, right around Phipps Plaza. Buckhead's pretty nice. Midtown's pretty nice.
I hear they got a lot of single ladies up that way. They just hang out waiting on a
And
gentleman caller.
none of them are even close to my age.
What do you mean?
I have to have an age appropriate woman. I really have no interest in,
That's what I was
someone
going
that
to ask you. You ever walk up to a woman that's with her daughter out and about and just be like, damn, I
I
really
would
like
never
her.
do that. Why would
What?
I walk up to a woman and her daughter?
Why not? Why you don't think women your age would enjoy some excitement?
There are better ways to meet women, not when they're at the mall or something with their daughter.
That's the perfect time. Well, do you walk up to them at a grocery store?
No, not really. I mean, I haven't been to the grocery store in years.
When's the last time you approached a woman? Just said anything. It don't matter. You no intentions.
Oh, I
Just
don't
hey,
know.
make some small
Probably
talk.
it's my son's 19, probably 11 years ago.
God, hold on, wait. You've never had not somebody who's helping you check out, but just seeing somebody who you thought was attractive
No,
and just fucked
hey,
up.
every now and again there would be some school event or picnic or something like that. So yeah, I mean, there were other mothers at the bus stop and stuff like that. Yeah.
Oh, so you have done it.
I wouldn't know approach. I've actually, probably had an offer or two, but I'm not dating I just prefer not dating someone with small kids. And at the time,
No, her
like I
daughter
said,
could be 20-ish.
I meet these
30.
women I would meet these women at the bus stop, and I know they have little kids, and I'm not dating. Look, I'm not dating, some guy's divorced wife. It's just not my cup of tea. I wouldn't have a problem meeting some woman at the supermarket, but it would definitely be like at the deli counter, and I might make a comment on, on something she bought.
Yeah, like you never walked up to a woman with a cart full of groceries and be like, "What you cooking me?"
Nope.
That's a great
That would
pickup line.
that
You
would
just
that
be
would
like, "What
not
time is
that
dinner?"
would not that dude, that would not be me.
What?
You must be out of your mind.
Dude,
Why
you
would
gotta
I
put
do
yourself out
I
there.
let me tell you something. I have pride.
Yeah, pride. Just accepting any old narrative on your panel is worse than you walking up to a woman just trying to
Okay,
introduce
I
yourself.
don't have manosphere sensibilities.
You need it.
No, I don't.
If anybody, you need it. You need a
Dude,
dating
that would
coach.
be like an organ transplant.
Look,
If I can keep my own parts, I'm going to do it as long as I can. And I appreciate your interest. That is so nice of you. But look, I'll meet someone when I meet someone. And if I don't, I don't.
I understand. Do you still get butterflies? You don't think of doing nothing like that? Like you
No,
just
hold on. Sin, no, I do not have the idea that at my age, most of the women I'd run into have been married, or widowed or divorced. But most of all, they're mostly going to have grown children who are out of the house. I'm not, if you are a mother, your commitment is to your kids, not to me.
see you're missing one element. The daughter could be grown, not living at home, but she wants her
Right.
mother to get out and meet somebody like you.
Well, then you know what? That they wouldn't be walking through the mall more than likely.
You know, the daughter has a mind
You
who
know,
thinks
she wants
that
her
where
mother to
she
meet
meets
somebody. And she
Yeah,
wants
but
to know that
the
it meets
daughter has a
somebody.
mind thinking that where she meets men, her mother could also meet men. At least
Oh
she's
my
out spending
God.
money.
You know what?
I
I
know it
hope
sounds
not.
crazy.
It does
Look,
sound crazy.
they wrote a book for women. Think like a
As
man,
a
act
matter of
like a
fact,
lady.
at my
You
age,
gotta be a man and think like a
let
woman
me
if you want to meet
completely
one.
answer. Let me completely answer Sin's point here. If I meet a woman who, I don't know, the never be married part, I don't even know where you're getting at. Widow, yeah. But the point is the kids. I'm not raising kids. I'm done. My parenting days are over. And even if you're a stepfather, there's gonna be a time when you might have to fill in with some parent thing. And I'm too old for that.
Oh, come on, man. You're good. There's nothing wrong with you being meeting a nice woman.
No,
The kids couldn't
no,
be
no,
too
no, no,
young.
no, 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 no. No. I have, as you might imagine, as a parent, I am very demanding. Just ask my son. Even now at his age, if he's here, I have standards. And look, I'm good. I am the best arbiter of, when and if. I'm not going out and finding, a gum popper.
All right, hey, give me a second. I gotta run and grab keys. My son's gonna be screaming, so I'm gonna go on mute for a
Okay.
minute. I gotta move
All right.
cars around. All right, I'll be right back.
Could you talk a little bit more about the responsibility it took personally, from both of you actually, about carrying those stories? Because those are different stories than we've seen. So could you talk about what that felt like, having to carry those stories for all of us to be able to learn from?
Well, I'll go first. When I came on to work on the Gilded Age, they brought me on in part because I'm a historian, and also because there was a strong storyline around an African American woman in the 19th century. Well, I do African American women in the 19th century. And kudos to HBO for wanting very much to have an expert or a scholar in the room. But what that also did was, I had a job. So, they could fire me and I was still going to get a paycheck. And, 2 weeks later, I'm a scholar. And my first concern and priority is to always make certain that the representation of African American life is authentic, and that we treat it with an ethic of care. And so I could say the things that I think maybe other producers.
Oh, and one other thing, Sin, while I'm thinking about it, look, I'm not making a hard and fast rule. I'm perfectly willing for the right person to make exceptions. I am a never say never sort of person, at least when it comes to relationships. However, she'd have to be extraordinary for me to kind of bypass some of my quote interlocks, bypassing the safeties. She would have to be, she'd have to get my attention. That's for sure. Yeah, well, I mean, but when I was talking about the divorcees, I may be belaboring the point, but most of the kids, like I'd go to, I don't know, just wherever kids go, school functions and that sort of thing. All these women had kids that were my son's age, and a lot of them were divorced. And I'm just not, I'm just not up to that. Now it's nuts. I don't know. I'm one of these people. When you have kids, it's hard to describe without sounding like an asshole. But I wasn't emotionally ready in any case. I would honestly say I probably didn't even get over, you know, my wife until my son was in high school. And you know what? That's okay. Do not get into a relationship. And one of the problems I would have is, I don't know, I'm probably less likely now, but I know when my son was younger, um, I it just wouldn't have been a fit. So, you know, it is what it is. Sometimes you have to sacrifice for your kids, and I'm not sorry I did it. Other than the random MAGA black, you know, ridicule. But you know what? Every decision you make may have consequences, and MAGA black ridicule seems to be the consequence of my decisions.
There's people who are solely in the world of entertainment might not be able to say, might
That
not
is
feel
true, Nidish.
comfortable, because I had the privilege of having another
Good
job.
to see you.
And of at that point, you know, sort of throwing caution to the wind. So I did make some very uncomfortable
See, Nidish knows what I'm
calls
talking about.
and comments. And I think that's one of the
No.
beautiful things about the creative
No,
process,
no,
that
no,
you
no.
need to have a space and tables where those conversations can happen to try and get it right. And so I give, you know, the other members of the creative team a lot of respect for listening and for attempting to make certain that we did get it right. And, you know, I think, you know, to the comment the gentleman just made about the fact that Peggy is a story that could be true and that's overlooked. I beg to differ a little bit, because I think that the assumption is that it is true, that it was true, that here's Peggy standing, and part of the reason it's framed the way it is, interacting with someone like T. Thomas Fortune, who was a real person, who was the editor of the Globe and later on the New York Age. While it's a fictional show and it allows us to do a little more with Peggy's character, she's very much rooted in the tradition of 19th century Black women journalists. At that time, a few years later, Ida B. Wells is writing for the New York Age for T. Thomas Fortune about the lynching of her friends in Memphis. And so in many ways, what we're seeing with someone like a Peggy, sort of a precursor to an Ida B. Wells, but to someone who was young, who was of a different generation, who was post-Civil War, post-emancipation, breaking through barriers of gender, of race, and attempting also to simply live her life and to look for love and to find happiness too. And so bringing all of those things together, it's been an honor, but also responsibility for me as a scholar first, because I'll always be a scholar first, producer second, right? But it's important for me to make certain that that message, that narrative,
Oh, wow. I didn't realize
is
she's
as
a
close
producer.
to authentic and powerful and as possible.
She's making some bucks.
And I think for me, it was really from an emotional place. I think I had a really hard time when I would feel that nudging, and I would feel this anxiety or this feeling of sadness at a missed opportunity, or even a feeling of embarrassment of like, oh my God, I can't say that. I can't say that. It's so different from what I believe. And I think there was sort of this internal system, and my mom got a lot of phone calls. And I think for me, not being alone, I think at a time it was me and there were 4 white men on the creative team who I was really
Hey,
having
Stanley.
these conversations with. And as willing as they were
Yes,
to
sir.
hear me, there were just these barriers of
I haven't seen this show. This show is just about that time from what, 1880
Well,
to.
it's about the Gilded Age. It's the late, like, say, 1880s, 1890s. on the white side of the show, and it is a bifurcation, which makes it so interesting.
It shows the white perspective and then the black perspective, and then it switches back and forth.
Not necessarily about the same things, though. They
Oh,
are
yeah, but
basically
yeah.
they're basically concurrent stories, but they're intersections. And this lady plays the intersection. She is like the kind of she's working as a secretary for a woman who is like, it's a made up family, but they are like in the same social circle as the Astors, the Vanderbilts, that sort of thing. These are like robber baron types, like their across the street neighbor is basically trying to buy mines and railroads and stuff. And then on the black side, the Brooklyn set, they are, you could almost say they were kind of like a Cosby analog. They live in a brownstone in Brooklyn. The character that this lady plays, her father owns a pharmacy. He's a former slave, by the way, but he owns a pharmacy. They're well off. I think she may even be college educated. They're like a talented 10th sort of thing. So it's an interesting show, but I like period pieces.
No, okay. Well, how accurate is it?
Hold on one sec. By the way, the guy who's like the executive producer of the show is also the executive producer of Julian Fellows, the same guy who was responsible for Downton Abbey. So it's kind of in that vein.
Is it an accurate show? Would you consider like the historical perspective accurate, or
you know what? I don't. There's some intersections. I don't watch these shows, looking exactly at the history. It's a period piece. There's some events, like there may be, some historical event, but the actual lies, I'm sure they're based on, you know how these period pieces work. They just try and make the characters, the fiction. It's like historical fiction. Okay, have you ever read like a historical fiction novel? That's kind of what this is. Yeah, Jack and Jill. I was actually in something called Tots and Teens, which was like probably a step down. I don't know why my mother did not like Jack and Jill. I don't know whether it was some people she just didn't like, but we joined an equivalent to it, which who knows, might have been a step down, a second tier Jack and Jill, but I never enjoyed it.
No, I'm trying to. I'm just. Go ahead.
No, I don't. I'm familiar with it. That Jack and Jill set, I never found a use for it, to be honest.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out: is it something I could sit down and actually watch, or is it, what should I be looking for? Certain things.
I think you could actually watch it. You may not enjoy it.
I might not.
Did you like Downton? Did you like Downton Abbey?
Not familiar.
You don't know what Downton Abbey is?
No, I'm not familiar.
Okay, well, I don't know whether you would enjoy it or not. I would recommend you watch it. It's right on HBO Max. Or if you have Amazon Prime, you could probably watch like the first episode for free. So I mean, you tell me whether you'll like it or not.
I don't know. I was supposed to watch the Three Kingdom, the Chinese dynasty. I gotta finish that first, but I want to see something that's gonna
look. It's out on cable. it's not going away anytime soon.
Oh, okay. So as long as it'll be there, I could just put it in the queue.
Yeah. If you have
All right.
HBO or HBO Max, you'll be able to watch it. So since I've watched this particular program, this came into my algorithm, and I actually subscribe to a channel called Royal Black and Elite History and Culture, and this is titled "The Black Elite During the Gilded Age versus Today's Black Elite." Roughly
Before
10
you do
and a half
that,
minutes.
I want to know when night it's going live. When's he gonna fire that thing up, blow
Is
the
he
dust
still in the
off?
chat?
I heard you mention his name. I just want to know
Yeah,
if
he was
if
here.
he's out there. If he's
Yeah,
out there,
he's
you're
in
gonna
the
go
chat.
live anytime soon, so I can look out for it. Because the mornings be rough. If Big J's not on, entertaining the hell out of me, I'll be wanting to go up there sometimes.
Mostly women watch Downton Abbey? Really? Well, I you know what? I don't know how to respond to that other than I'm not a woman. And you never disappoint me, Sin.
Brian, I'm not watching it either.
Yeah, well, hey, look, I admit that, but I watch fishing shows, I watch hunting shows, I have a lot of interests. So, Royal Black and Elite, let's watch this. Now, this is more focused on, historical footage.
Great day. Thanks for taking a little time out for Royal Black and Elite. I'm excited about today's episode. I'm Lady Trinette Wilson. I'm a social historian and etiquette expert, and it's just an honor to be in your presence. I want to say this before I get started, though. Thank you all. We have reached almost 2,000 subscribers and like 107,000 views, all talking about Black history.
Damn.
And it's because of you. So I want to thank
I need to contact her and find out her secret. Actually, she's at 50,000 subscribers, so she's doing well. By the way, did I tell you, Dave? I actually have a couple shorts that got like 1,000 views.
Oh shoot! There you go.
Yeah, but you know what? No one subscribed.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Just keep putting those shorts out. Be consistent with whatever's working.
Well, yeah,
The live
I've been
thing is
doing it. I have enough clips because I've been using StreamYard to clip up these shows. So I've been releasing one a day.
There you go,
Actually,
Stanley.
I forgot to do it today. Need to do that. I'll
Well,
do it before I go to sleep.
We'll save the live for we'll say it's like us in the backyard around the grill just talking shit.
Hey, by the way, I think it was probably like a false account. Anton Daniels, an account that calls himself Anton Daniels AD.
Yeah, I went over there. He had one sub. I was like, it's always somebody.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But then I've heard Anton Daniels has like 20 accounts or something like that.
Yeah, then you never know. Keep hope alive.
Well, he wouldn't.
He
wouldn't.
wasn't on his radar
when I
like
start
that.
calling people MAGA blacks, he probably wouldn't like that.
No. I would love to hear him screaming at you, though.
You know what? He would never do some shit like that because
I can imagine.
It's my show. And if you can't take a joke, that's on you. What's lasagna killer? Where the hell have you been?
My dude. Lasagna killer, my dude.
What's up, Stanley? What's up, Deacon Dave?
What's up, man?
I don't really remember
just-
you, Deacon. I
just-
remember Stanley, but I don't really.
I don't be up here on panels much, man. I
No,
just kick
no,
it
no.
with Stanley.
You two have talked before.
I don't remember
Was
that.
it a good conversation or was it a bad one? Because I don't remember.
He's
I
a
don't-
big fan of yours, so I imagine it was a good one.
I don't really get on people's bad side, just Stanley's, man. I'm a neutral party.
You're not on my bad side. So what's been going on with you?
I mean, I'm just Mola. I'm just there's a lot of things that like have that's happened. You know what I mean? Like, what's your
Oh,
opinion
really?
on the
Good things, bad things?
bad, horrible things? What's
Whoa,
your
wait,
opinion
wait.
on the?
Anton's in the chat. We got a celebrity in the house. My bad. Sorry.
Well, he's welcome to hit the link. It's pinned if you want to come up.
What's your opinion on that shooting, like the Alex shooting?
I think that ICE is out of control, and well, let me put it to you this way: they supposedly the Trump administration has the Justice Department doing a civil rights investigation, so that's a little bit of an escalation. However, I don't think it's going to amount to anything. I think ICE needs to be abolished. They're out of control.
Yeah, this is why I like you, because you have a good head on your shoulders, Stanley. You're not like
Well, I don't know that everyone would agree with that, but here's the thing: when you get like a rogue agency, and even if for a little while they were kind of given carte blanche, you can't put that genie back in the bottle.
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
This is look, I don't have any evidence, but I was in the military. And I do know you get a bunch of new recruits on the job. You tell a unit that they have carte blanche, we have your back. You're going to get a bunch of rogues out there. There's some people that you give a gun and a badge and carte blanche. Once they go, once they get that mindset that, hey, you know what, anything
What's
to
carte
make
blanche?
sure
Is
the
that
job gets done.
what's carte blanche? Is that like immunity?
Well, it technically means like you can do anything. It's like a get out of jail free card, basically.
So like immunity.
Yeah. Well, you heard. Yeah, you're right, but it's not always immunity. It just basically means, hey, you know what? I'm above the law.
Did you hear they
But
just
I
arrested Don
want to.
Lemon?
But hold on one sec. Hold on one sec. If you heard JD Vance basically attempt to say that the
Hey, what's up,
president's
man?
immunity is trickled down, because the president's immunity that the Supreme Court says he is due, it's not trickled down. It doesn't work that way. It works for the office of president, and it's not like trickle down economics. His immunity is not gonna make all boats immune to sinking. What's up, JB?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Good.
Yeah, I'm good too, man. I'm feeling good.
Excellent. I see you got I see you're full of main character syndrome moonshine.
Well, I wouldn't call it that, man. You want to know what it is? I had mixed some moonshine with some of that Don Julius. Mix some of that with that, and now I'm
Right.
feeling good.
So our celebrity of the hour is Lasagna Killer, who I haven't seen in months. So
Oh, he's a celebrity.
continue.
What type of celebrity is he?
He's an old friend. Let's just call him that, okay?
Well, yeah, Lasagna. How you doing, man?
So what else has been going on with you? Hopefully nothing too traumatic there, Lasagna.
Well, I mean, Stanley, like I live in California. Like, what's happening right now? It's like it's so terrible, so horrible. It's like, it just like boils the blood. You know what I mean? It makes you want to like do things, and you know what I mean. It's
Well,
horrible what's happening
yes
right now.
and no. I mean, when you do things,
Well, no
make
offense to
sure
you,
it's
Stanley. You've already gone through life. You're right. You're kind of an older guy. So
so apparently you think I'm now. I will admit I'm on the downward slope of life, but damn, I'm not down and out yet.
when the war comes,
But
Stanley,
I know what you mean. But
you won't be
look,
a fighter. Yeah, I know. You know what I mean. It's like when the war comes, Stanley, you'll be more of like uh in the back end. You don't really need to fight. You
well,
were
let me put it to you this way: when the war comes, they better look out because you remember the old DC Comics Superman trope, Brawn versus Brain. It was a whole
I'm not
thing.
familiar, Stanley. I'm not.
Well, there was a whole thing about, the young Superman would use brawn, he beat it out of you. Whereas the older Superman had learned that, hey, sometimes using your head will save some effort.
Yeah,
You
so
don't have
what
to
made
beat
you
it out
name
of them. You have
yourself
to
lasagna,
outsmart
man?
it out of them. I'm
And
sorry, I didn't
that's,
hear you, JB.
I said, what made him name himself lasagna? That must be his favorite food or something.
I've never asked him. Why don't you ask him?
That motherfucker hear me.
Well, damn, you've never met the man, and all of a sudden he's an MF.
A motherfucker. You gotta say it
He's a
right,
guest.
man.
He's a guest in our house, JB. Why are you treating him like that?
Well, I don't know. He need to get some act right and answer the question.
Wait, JB. I'll answer the question. Just so Stanley, what's your opinion on Don Lemon getting arrested? Do you have any opinions?
Well,
on
he's
that?
been released, by the way.
Hey, because
I
he
don't
posted
know.
bail.
Right. I think, let me put it to you this way, and it's funny you mention it because I made a comment earlier in the show. Trump has turned the Justice Department into a laughing stock. He can't even get states attorneys, whatever they're called, the U.S. attorneys at the state level. He can't even successfully nominate a state's a U.S. attorney. Okay, they lose cases constantly. I've listened to a few Supreme Court cases. He has hired the third string into his Justice Department. I forget the name of Don Lemon's lawyer, but it's a high profile Abby something or another. They're gonna get their asses handed to them. And by the way, there was a court order telling the Justice Department hands off. They're going to get their asses handed to them is what's going to happen. But it's harassment essentially, and they just want Don Lemon to be harassed, cowed, like what they've done with CBS and the other networks. Don Lemon's going to wind up spending a lot of money. However, he'll set up like a GoFundMe, and people will fund his defense.
Did you see Alex Perry's GoFundMe? It must be at like a 2 mil now.
Yeah, it's like it was last I checked, it was 1.5 million.
Hey, it's okay if I ask the question real quick.
If it's respectful.
Well, yeah, it's about me, man. I was wondering, how do you supposed to get rid of crabs, man?
You mean like crabs you catch in a basket?
Hell no, crabs that you catch through mixing with.
Well, this is the wrong channel for that one.
Oh, well,
you need to go to one of those one of those Black Manosphere channels. They'll help you out.
Oh, I'm gonna shut up then, man.
That's where your best bet is gonna be. They'll probably have whatever powder, or they'll help you out. So what do you think about Don Lemon lasagna? And then we'll go to Deacon Dave because I definitely want to hear what he has to say.
I mean, I agree with you. Stanley. It's obviously it's like a power move. It's like they're trying to kind of flex her power, kind of trying to tell the general population like if you go against the regime, we can arrest you. The thing with Don Lemon is like he has a shit ton of money, so it's like, but I do think they're sending a message. It's like, okay, you know.
Well, that's why I'm not, in a way, the Democrats, them doing, the Senate Democrats, they just wound up actually passing the bill. First, they had a deal, then Lindsey Graham had a problem, so there was no deal. And because I get news alerts on my phone. All of a sudden the Senate has a deal, but there's going to be a partial shutdown anyway because it's so late.
Stanley, let me guess. Are you like an Android guy?
Yeah. I love my.
No, get on the iPhone, Stanley.
You know what? It's so funny you mentioned that. My son has an iPhone 13. He's graduated to whatever he's got now, but he left his old iPhone. It's like the full-sized iPhone 13 that his grandpa
like the bigger
bought
one,
him.
like the Max.
Yeah, well, it's been sitting on a bookshelf in his room. So I asked him, well, you know what? Does it still work? He's like, yeah. I'll probably have to go in and erase everything on the hard drive and rebuild it. But I need a new phone eventually, and I may go iPhone because I'm too cheap to buy a new.
You can
phone.
FaceTime your son, man. Like, come on.
Why would I FaceTime my son?
Just like, okay, FaceTime him when you're like fucking the bitches. Like mid like if you're clapping it.
You sound like Deacon Dave
Stanley.
now.
No, Stanley, it'd be so funny if you're like clapping a chick's cheeks and then like you FaceTime your son mid clap.
I don't know. I am so thrilled that y'all think I'm living the swinging bachelor life. Dude, I've got sourdough rising in the kitchen. That's the life I'm leading. It's very monastic. I'm going back to my Benedictine monastic sensibilities.
But I can tell you still have it in you, Stanley.
I'm sure I do.
Yeah,
I have my interests. I'm not dead yet. So, Deacon
Stanley,
Dave,
you know what they say: if you're not living, you're dying. So I think,
yeah, that's what they say.
I think
So
every
answer my
man.
question, lasagna man.
Go ahead.
So is that
well,
your favorite
JB
food or
is
what?
our local on-panel troll, so you'll have to deal with him, and feel free. Hey, weapons free, lasagna. Don't be shy.
Yeah, because I'm gonna go off on you in a minute.
I don't think he will.
Okay, what was
But
the question though?
before
Like,
you
what was
ask the question, JB, Deacon Dave, what do you think about Don Lemon? Other than he's pretty.
No, I think he's an idiot. I think once he lost his job and nobody writes his content, he tries to make content and you find out that he's stupid as fuck.
No.
Looked at
Deacon,
his
he
YouTube
has a
channel?
very
He's
he
got a
has a
big
very
YouTube channel.
No, he does. He has a huge YouTube channel. He's making a
How much
lot of money.
do you happen to know how many subscribers? Last I checked, he was like 2 or 3 months in and had a couple 100,000.
He's like at 1 million now, I think.
Is he really?
Yeah. That's where most leftists get their information from, Don Lemon. And you guys are asking about him.
Deacon
I'm
Dave,
trying to
where
tell
do
you.
you get your as opposed to where you get your information from? From
He
Fox
makes it up.
News or like
No,
Trump
actually, I don't
right?
watch TV. I get mine from observable reality.
Okay,
Yeah.
do you know?
that
okay,
means
Yeah.
that means
Yeah.
he goes
That's
to
what I do.
YouTube panels.
No, I touch grass. I touch ass. I touch grass, and I
do
go outside.
you honestly think that we don't see through that bullshit?
That's fine.
You are living that MAGA black fact-free life. You just make shit up as you go along.
Yeah, it's fun. You should try it.
Hey, you know what? I wouldn't be able to sleep at night.
You probably do have some type of responsibility to come on here at least tell half truths. I just won't. I won't do that.
Is that how you see it?
It's like when they say doesn't contain milk or something like that on the food. It has milk. It just has under the amount that you have to report.
I think Deacon. Let me answer a question. Like, I think Stanley's a solid guy. In my opinion, it's like he could be a good friend to you. It's like, have you had good friends in your life? Like the way you're talking, I just feel like you don't have any solid connections or relationships IRL.
No, I had to cut most niggas off.
That's not good though. I mean,
oh yeah, forgive me for saying that, Stanley.
No, I'm not. When I say that, I'm saying that's not good in the sense of like, yeah, I understand if like you might be introspective, but you know, to be someone of like, if you want to be.
Are you asking me if I'm a people pleaser?
No, I'm not asking.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to see where you're going.
I mean, okay.
I mean, if you're gonna start a line of question, it should have a purpose.
I just think you're kind of sad and like kind of don't want to be sad.
Hold the phone. Dirty weather. What's up, man?
What's up, man?
Well, as
Hey,
I
what's up,
live and breathe, there's celebrity in the house.
Oh man, I don't need all of that. I just come from a place where their goal is to minimize you because they know who you are.
God damn,
So-
how many celebrities help here?
So I don't
We're all
need
celebrities but you, JB.
Well, I'm
You're the
a
only
pimp,
one who's
so
not.
I'm a pimp.
Go ahead, Dirty.
Yeah, man. I just, sometimes you got to jump outside the pond that you in, especially when they don't see you for you. And you always somebody that saw the real. And we had real conversations. Somebody said earlier about like 67 seconds ago, like Stanley don't got real friends or people that,
Hey, they
that's
don't
all it
know.
is.
I just let
Stanley got
let
real.
'em-
Like Stanley has taken the time to really get to, or I could say it a nice way. Yeah, I volunteered to be psychoanalyzed by Stanley, and I guess I passed the test.
Well, no, it wasn't exactly that. But look, I have all kinds of interests, and people just look. People make all kinds of assumptions sometimes. They don't know me. But
Man. Hey, look, you are the epitome of paradigm shift.
Really?
What do you mean?
Why do you
mean
say
by
that?
Because at first they think you're a white guy. then they think you're like, then I promise you, they got these pictures in their mind of who you are and what you look like until you finally show yourself. And they're like, dang, that ain't nothing like I thought he was.
Wait,
well, that's because there's a lot of judgmental ass motherfuckers in this world. And and that right there is what we use to control you.
No, wait, whether I always knew Stanley was black, but he's like Stanley is honest, and he's like he's close to like God and all that, right? He's
sound like a dick rider, man.
I don't even think we want to hear that. Hey, but watch this, man. Watch this. Stanley went through the fire to create his own world where he is God. He can click you off the screen with a click of a button. I mean, shit. He can make you happy. He can make you mad. I mean, it's his world. He went through it to design it. And that comes from another YouTuber that did the same thing. And the first thing you got to do is not give a fuck about what everybody think about you, your opinions, your experiences, and all of that. And that breaks it down to the bottom of the motherfucking foundation. and then you can build from there. And if you want to come on the foundation, you already know what's coming with it.
Okay,
You better
so Dirty
be.
Weather. Can I ask you a question? So
Hey,
in
look,
your
I'm an open book.
in your opinion, like
Lasagna, I think you kind of gay, man.
okay.
You
I
asking
really
some
don't.
weird
I don't know
questions.
what to say to that. What am I supposed to say to that?
Because you asked some weird questions, man. Well, if you gay, that's on you, man.
I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with being gay. I mean, if someone's gay, I'm not going to judge them for being gay.
The questions you asking coming off kind of gayish.
I haven't asked him the question yet.
Yeah, because you was talking to Dave like you want to take him out on a date or something.
Who's Dave?
Deacon Dave, you asshole.
All right. Well, JB, this panel is not going to be all about you. Do you have a question or anything productive before we go back to Dirty Weather?
Giving my opinion.
He's an old friend. I don't get to talk to him. How's Adrena, by the way?
Today is her birthday.
Oh, damn it. I had no clue. Well, tell her happy
I think
birthday.
she went to a spa treatment and thought that I was
Good for her.
gonna.
Good for her.
She thought I was gonna go in there while she was getting the pamper treatment, and that's what's not gonna happen.
You know, years ago, I was probably 28, 29. And I had a girlfriend who was also in the Navy, by the way. So Charlottesville, Virginia, she goes and I don't know. It's like she needed her weekly pedicure, manicure. So, I'm gonna pay for it. She's my girlfriend. So she's like, well, why don't you come in and get a manicure? And I'm like, nah, I'm gonna sit in the car and read a book or something. Today I would probably do it. But
You know what?
I was Navy. I wasn't about to go into a place and get a manicure.
Hey, look, hey, I'm secure, Stan. I'm secure, right? I ain't gonna lie. Out of 1,100 and manicure mani pedis that I paid for between my ex and my woman now, like there was a time where I was like, you know what? Let me see what this shit is all about. I got a hangnail. They might be able to get that motherfucker.
You know what? Like I said, today I do it. Okay. You know what? It's a pain in the ass clipping my toes.
Hey, but be honest, it don't last. I'm a man. That shit didn't last but like 2 days or something. My shit. As soon as I got up under the hood, it was over.
Yeah, you sound gay too, man. I'm just
Hey, JB, let me help you out here because I've been trying to be subtle about it.
What's that, baby girl?
I will bounce you quicker than a basketball if you keep this shit up. Don't.
Oh, I'm gonna shut up,
I say DW is an old friend. You be respectful. Period. There shall be that's your one strike.
Hey, and I could be a chicken shit ass nigga and be like, yeah, Stanley, you told him, fuck him, and just to show how much I fuck with you, but I fall back respectfully, like, cause he don't know me.
Yeah, well, see, he doesn't know me either. That's the problem.
Oh shit, Stanley, you gotta tell me the scoreboard then. Shit.
No, you know what? I actually every now and again, probably maybe once or twice a week, I'll hop into Shalana's show just to kind of keep up with the old friends. So yeah, I keep up. And,
the old friends is on the old bullshit though.
Yeah, I noticed.
Hey, look, Stanley, you did right. Separation for elevation. How the fuck that shit go? You separated for elevation.
It wasn't really it. I just kind of drifted away because I'm always, if I can do politics and news and stuff like that, I just wound up doing that. It really wasn't like I need to get away. it was just kind of a
Well,
natural
I can debunk that.
No, you
I
can't.
can debunk that. Do you know how it feels to have to stand in a circle of idiots and you know that you have a lot more to offer than this, and it's just repeatedly day in and day out? Somebody do something. That's what it really boils down to. And
Wait,
sometimes
Stanley, can I ask him a question when he says that?
When
Like,
he's
this is
done.
my opinion
When
on
he's
that.
done.
So this is really a story about, I got this thing, right, where I say life is like a hallway, and the goal is, you want to really kind of look in all these doors, because you learn it every time you open a door. But the goal is to not let the door close behind you.
Right.
And Stanley did not
burn a
let
bridge.
that door close behind him. And what he left behind is a whole bunch of turmoil and miserable ass people that he had nothing to do with to start with. So Stanley is a classic example of somebody that had a bigger dream. And you guys are all a part of it. Thank you for being a part of Stan's world.
Wow. I'm definitely going to have to clip this. That is a testimonial.
Nah, man, I'm always somebody that I've been hated my whole life. I done so much stuff in my life that just doesn't sound believable, to the point where I just stopped talking about it, because when you look at my rapping is a little rough. It looks like, hell no, ain't no way you could have did that. Ain't no way you came across this country panhandling with a 2-gallon gas can from Georgia to California. That's impossible. Like, ain't no way you was on TV 3 times. Ain't no way you was on the Mexican news on top of being on regular news 3 times. Ain't no way that you did 20 years in prison and you out here and you standing tall like this. Ain't no way. So,
well, not only that, you got a nice house, a nice family.
Man, I moved from that house. I live in the country now. I got one neighbor.
Really? Oh, wow.
I got one neighbor.
Oh, that sounds like heaven.
See, watch this. Watch this, Stan. You could process this. I wrote a rap in 2005 where I said, thoughts of catching my fresh red snapper personally. I said that in 2005, right? And I'm not on here trying to sound like a narcissist or nothing, but we all got parts of that. And so when you got the real parts of you and you want to share the real parts, I just hope y'all listen. But listen, the motherfuckers that live next to me, they own a fishery. And they be getting the shit straight from the ocean. People from my hood, where I'm from, they have never, ever, ever seen a fresh red snapper. They don't even know what the fuck it look like. They just know it's in the restaurants. Give me some red snapper.
Do you ever watch fishing shows?
I love fishing shows.
I mean, no. There's a show. There's a YouTube channel called Fishing in the Hood.
The guy with the dreads. The guy with the dreads?
No. This is an older couple, the husband and the wife fish, and they'll do part of the show cleaning the fish and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Let me see if I find that channel right quick, because I subscribe and I haven't seen anything from them in a while. Look, I had no clue there were all these, black fishing shows, and I love watching them.
Man, I love fishing, man, and I watched the rise of them, because I've been a YouTuber now. Damn near, like, I just got my thing set. Congratulations, you've been a YouTuber 14 years. So,
damn,
I'm a person with ideas all the time. So, and unfortunately, a lot of ideas I have, eventually, if you don't use them, somebody else will. And the fishing, that was one of the ideas I had, man. And I love to see fishing. I just realized when I finally came home that I really don't know how to fish.
Really? What? You mean, what do you mean you don't know how to fish?
Like, I have a passion for it, but when I came home as an adult, man, there's all type of shit that goes along with fishing that I had no idea about. I thought
especially saltwater fishing.
I thought bait the hook, throw it in, and pull in the bluegill. That's what I thought. But truth of the matter is,
let me tell you something. I fished as a kid, and then I didn't for quite some time, and I took it up in my early 30s. But I had a fishing buddy that I worked with. So, he got me back into it.
yeah,
And most of the fishing, even though I'm from Savannah, most of the fishing I'd done had been freshwater. Saltwater fishing is just, it is, dude. If I had it to do all over again, I would have probably just, I would become a fishing guide or something. I love being out on the water. And
I
saltwater fishing is just the best.
I can't sit here and say that I've ever done that though. I'm a city boy, so I can't say I ever went saltwater fishing, but I thought about it. I wanted to do it. Never did though. But I will say this. I knew how to appreciate real red snapper with the eyes bulging and how to cook it. I appreciated that. Hold on, let me mute my mic so I don't get your channel stuff. I'm in Stanley 7-Eleven.
Okay. Hey Chris, fishing is the one thing that I know more than you. Don't even I know that your little white soul is hurt, but I simply know more. Motherfucker, I even know how to fly fish. So you need to just stop being so butthurt about a black man knowing more than your dumb ass. So by the way, folks, thank you to Mike123 for supporting the show. I will blame tomorrow's show on him. Thank you for supporting the show, Mike123. Salute to you. And go ahead and hit the link if you want, Mike. Dirty Dude, that's Dirty Weather up here.
Dirty Dude know who it is. Okay.
Yeah, Dirty Dude. Yeah,
I paved the way for the Dirties. That's my guy.
Well, I think you were in the chat. Adrena came up once.
Yeah.
For a little while. So, dude, y'all don't know how much I love the both of you. Y'all are my peeps.
Man, hey, look, when you come in on a real page and you don't allow outside opinions to dictate what you see, oh man, you're able to see a lot of jewels in life.
Right.
Stanley, you're not about to pick my brain and milk me like you always do.
Well, no, I don't know if you can see the screen. Fishing in the Hood. Let's see, when's the last time? They don't really do a lot of lives, but they do a lot of videos. And these are, they live in Georgia. They lived in Florida, and then I think they've moved to South Georgia somewhere. And they do cooking. And look, these are down home folks. And you know what? One of these days, who knows? Maybe I'll hang out with them, but they are fisher people. And I think they're awesome.
Do you ever watch hood fishing vlogs?
Yes. I know who you're talking about. Yep, I do.
That's a pure sign of like when you come with something original, how people will hate you and try to tear you down. And when you're able to withstand that attack and stand tall, you get to see them diamonds. Don't matter how old you are. Hey, watch this, Stanley. And I really don't like to be on your panel talking about myself. I don't, but I will. But I will for you. So
No,
I got
go ahead. Look, it's extending the show. It all of a sudden the show is interesting now that you're here. What's up, Mike?
What's up, G?
Dirty DW, this is Mike123. He's
Hey, I can
he has
introduce
supported
myself.
the show today.
I can introduce myself. I don't need no special introduction.
You don't.
Shout out to Mike123. Support Donald Trump. Send your money to Trump.
So yeah, okay. Okay.
Hey, watch this. If that's your takeoff, and that's what you want to be judged by.
Well, no, Mike is a character around here, so he supported the show. He paid the campaign donation to Stanley to have his little say about his daddy Trump.
You know what? I can go either way with it. And so I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna speak on the good things that I think about Trump.
Get out your
And I'm
feelings
gonna
first.
I'm gonna speak. Say what?
I said get out your feelings first, G.
What feelings? I have none.
Keep going.
And my name's not G. It's Dirty, and I can hold my own. Hey, Stanley, step aside. I got this. All right. What's your what? What's
okay?
See, this
Go ahead,
first
what
of
you
all,
pausing for? You
see,
got a lot to say. What you
first of
pausing
all,
for?
you fucking up. First of all, you fucking up because you're taking off on somebody you know. So that tells me something about you. You're on here trying to fit in on YouTube, and you're taking off with Donald Trump, one of the
All
most
that
hated
ABC.
people. One of the most hated people. So that obviously says that that's where you fit in. You like to be
Nobody hate
hated.
him but
So
you
by
and
being
Stanley.
hated, you get accepted because you want to go against the norm, right? I think somebody like
Nobody.
me needs a hug because you come on here in character form, and this ain't the real you. Stanley
So
already said
why
it.
you come
It's
on
not the
here with
real
all this
you.
queer
You
shit? Why
paid
you
your
come on here
way.
with
You
all this?
paid your way to be fake. Let's talk about it. You paid your way to be fake.
So Mike123 is fake.
You listen, you paid your way to be fake. You paid your way to talk about Donald Trump. You might as well put on an ICE motherfucking uniform and go be one of the good old boys that ran
Oh
in the
shit, I
Capitol
will.
and now
I
they're
will.
employed. You might as well
I
be one
will.
of them. You ain't
I
even getting
will.
paid to voice your opinion and support him.
Just
You know
like
how
you didn't get
stupid you
paid.
look?
Just like you didn't get paid to support Obama and cackling Kamala.
You ain't even got no dog in the fight. You ain't even got Stanley. These the type of people you got around. Well, fuck it. He paid you. He
Yeah,
paid you, Stanley.
well,
He paid you.
they are my comic relief.
I
I
get
get
it.
to beat up on them.
I get it. I
Why is
get it.
panties so Stanley? Why is his
DW,
panties
you
in a
might
bunch?
not be quite old enough to remember, but back in the day when I was a kid in the 70s, for Christmas you would get this this kind of I forget what they called them, but it was a plastic toy. It was a full-size plastic toy with a weight at the bottom. It's usually sand or water or something, and you could punch them and they would bounce back up. I forget what they were called. That's
Rock 'em, sock 'em. Rock 'em, sock
something like that. But the thing is that's what I call them MAGA blacks. So they're important.
Call it what you want.
Hey,
It
look,
don't-
hey,
it don't-
hey,
neither
Stanley.
one of you
What?
fools, neither one of you fools is gonna make me any money. Shout out to Trump.
Well, you know what? I got a different pair of goggles on. I got Stanley goggles on. So you're a supporter, and you got to keep on supporting. And so I understand where you're coming from,
No,
man.
keep wearing the same goggles you had before you put Stanley shit on.
Nah, cause watch this.
Don't
You know how
sidestep.
quick.
Stand on
You
your
know
word,
how
G.
quick. Watch this. Unlike you know how quick I can step on a real page and look
Stand
at
on your word.
reality. And
Stand on your word, G.
reality is I don't know you. I don't give a fuck about Trump or Obama. So what's now with all that out the way? What do we have?
It ain't that the way. You need to stand on your word.
No, I stand on me.
So now I know who you are. You're a flip flopper.
No. I stand on me. You took off with what was important to you.
Flip-flopping. See, let me step in right quick. This is what the MAGA blacks do. They will literally put words in your mouth and then pretend that you actually said something like they are claiming.
So
It's
the
crazy, ain't it?
literally what
the
MAGA does.
Democrat blacks
They just
don't do
make
that.
shit up and pretend it's the truth. Facts.
It's their
living.
agenda. It's their agenda. So all you gotta do is just listen to them ramble, and then you'll hear what their agenda is. They're gonna slip it in every time.
Well, I think Mike's agenda is just to be able to come up on this panel and go,
I can go to any
I
panel I
love
please,
Trump.
Stanley.
I love
Okay.
Trump.
Just because y'all hate them, don't mean I gotta hate them.
Hey, why would
Who
I
said I
hate
hate him?
someone I've never met? See, this is the other thing
And
that
Trump gave all you
that,
fools
that
stimulus checks
this is the
a few
other thing
times,
that
and
the
then
MAGA black dude. How could I hate someone I've never met?
For real.
You
why keep
love
talking about
someone.
somebody you
See,
don't
now,
like or don't agree with?
and this is how it works. The MAGA blacks love a man they've never met. They have no clue what they're talking about. You love someone you never met. That's a cult.
Y'all didn't even know who y'all president was last year.
That's
crazy.
a cult. You are a cultist.
Y'all had an auto pen as y'all president.
I think he's stuck in his own beliefs or
Yeah,
something.
well, that's the other thing I've noticed about these MAGA blacks. As soon as you start it's almost like Steven at Candyland. As soon as
Yeah.
you start, analyzing or talking about massa, all of a sudden they want to talk about something that happened 10 years ago.
It was just a year ago, Stanley.
Okay, Obama was not president a year ago.
I didn't say Obama. I said you had auto pen as your president last year.
Okay, I don't
what's your
remember
blood
a
alcohol
president
level
called
right now?
Autopen. Who
Yeah,
was
that's
the
his own
president?
personal nickname in his own world. He probably got a
Well,
lot of
by the
names
way,
for people in his world.
just so everybody understands, do you know who actually invented the auto pen? You'll never guess. Take a
Well,
guess.
we know
Mike.
it wasn't you, Stanley.
It was Thomas Jefferson, believe that or not. So presidents have been using the auto pen forever.
Yeah, not to
And
do crooked shit like
the
Biden
little
did.
MAGA blacks and MAGA massa talking about something that presidents have used for like 150 years. You would understand that your point makes no sense if any of the MAGA blacks had ever read a book.
Man. We're talking before.
Yeah, sound like books raised you, Stanley. You didn't get raised
You
by
know
your
what?
parents.
You
You
know
got
what?
raised from a book.
Books raised me to know that the auto pen argument is bullshit. Presidents have been using it since Jefferson.
Yeah, but they didn't use it on no shady shit. If they used it.
Yeah. I can't defeat the point. Jefferson literally invented
For the people that don't know, can y'all please explain auto pen?
Oh, it's been explained already. You seen
No,
it just happened. You seen
smart
it
ass.
just happened.
No.
Just happened.
Talk to me like a fifth grader since you're so smart. Go ahead.
You just happened. Just happened. You just seen it.
Well,
Come on, no. I'm asking you. For the people that don't know, can you
asking
please
so somebody
explain?
can tell you,
And
so you can learn what it is.
choose to take the arrogant route and think that you're better than everybody else. So that's the problem with you.
I never
You
said
don't
I was
understand.
better.
You don't know how to communicate when it's time to communicate.
You don't even
You
know how to spell
communicate only
communicate.
what you know and only what you learned.
You don't even know how
And
to spell
the shit that
communicate.
you learned, a lot of that shit is bullshit because you still trapped in a motherfucking barrel. You don't know how to talk about nothing else outside of what you talking about. Let's talk about it.
So I don't. That's what you think?
No, you don't, because you come
Okay.
on here
So
in character
why
mode.
do you
You come on here in
keep
character
engaging
mode.
in a conversation with somebody that don't know what they talk about?
Oh, because I love sniffing out people and genuine people like you. I love it.
See,
You like fish food.
this channel
You
is
like fish
becoming
food.
a queer show, and Mike123 not gonna be involved in this too much longer.
So what happens when you discover that you done met a formidable opponent? You start to attack his sexuality,
You ain't
his
no fucking
family,
opponent.
his
You
friends, and
you a
all of that,
puppy.
because
You a
they
little
said what
puppy.
you said wasn't making sense.
You a little puppy.
That's the thing about narcissists. They don't like to be called on their shit.
Well,
You's
At
a
least
puppy.
at least be a good
You's
one.
a little puppy. I don't
hold
have nothing to
on,
explain to you.
hold
Shout out to
on.
Trump.
Now,
You hold
see,
on. Stand down.
this is what the MAGA blacks fear. They fear a black man who knows shit. The auto pen is a mechanical device designed to replicate a person's signature, developed to
And
meet
just for the record,
the high demand for signatures from public figures. Its origins trace back to 1803 when British American inventor John Isaac Hawkins patented a device called the polygraph, which used link pens to simultaneously copy handwriting. Jefferson, you know what? I thought he invented it. My bad. Jefferson used this device extensively to duplicate his correspondence, making him one of the earliest known users of the signature replication technology. I got the part wrong. I thought he invented it. But again, Jefferson was the third president. Presidents have been using it to sign signatures since what, early 1800s. So that Biden is doing it, he's just upholding a long tradition since the third president. Y'all are dumb. This auto pen bullshit is bullshit.
It's not bullshit.
It is bullshit. Presidents have been doing it for 200 and some years. Admit it. Biden isn't the first to do it. And by the way, Trump does it too.
So this is used to swing the vote.
Trump ain't did no shit like that. Trump didn't use it.
Trump
didn't
literally has used the auto pen.
And wait. This is used to swing the vote?
Yeah. Yeah. These guys, look, the MAGA blacks don't read books. I might have been raised by books. I might have been raised by books, but you were orphaned by those same books, Mike123.
Call it what you want. You ain't getting nowhere with this.
I've already gotten to the destination, sir.
Well, first of all, you lied and said somebody created it and it didn't create it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got
You
the
spoke
history
misinformation.
wrong. Dude, do you know how long I've known about this? Sorry,
Well,
I got it wrong.
if you
And
knew
by
about
the
it
way,
so long ago,
by
you would know the
the
correct person
way,
who goddamn wrote it.
okay. See, this is what these little MAGA
You would
bitches do.
You would know
They
who invented
quibble.
it if you knew
They
about it so long
quibble.
ago.
They quibble. I'm sorry, but did Thomas Jefferson use the auto pen, sir? I got that part of the history right.
You didn't get nothing right, Stanley. Just move on.
Now that
Admit
I've
your
totally
defeat. Admit
humiliated
the defeat.
another, how many MAGA blacks have I humiliated tonight? I count 3.
If that's what you think, Stanley, something is wrong with
It's
you.
what I know. I literally will.
Shout
I
out to
literally
Donald
will
Trump.
clip it. I will clip it,
Shout out to
and I'm
Donald
going to
Trump.
call
Fuck the
those
haters.
clips. I'm going to call those clips. I humiliated 3 MAGA blacks, and then part 1, part 2, and part 3.
So you're gonna clip the part that your
MAGA
puppy.
blacks.
You're gonna
I've
clip the part with your
humiliated
puppy.
MAGA blacks.
He gonna clip the part. He gonna clip the part where you came in with that bullshit and got stomped out.
See, you two fucking idiots. You two fucking idiots. Isn't that what you
Oh,
are?
now we're fucking idiots?
Well,
Yeah,
that's what
you two are
happened.
fucking idiots.
That's what
You two are
happened. I
fucking
mean,
idiots.
shit.
And you don't know shit. You don't know shit. All y'all can do is call names when you know you're lost and that you think you
No,
won
no,
because
no,
you can
no.
call
It's
somebody
an
a name.
affectionate name.
But I
When
can
I
call
call
you.
you
I
a
can call
MAGA
you a fucking
black,
name. But
when I
you're just
call you
mad
a
because you
MAGA
didn't have
black,
a president, a real president.
Mike,
Trump
calm
is the real
down.
president.
Calm down, Mike. When I call you a MAGA black, it's like a kick in your pants, but it's meant with love.
I don't need your fucking love, dude.
You don't need a
I'm a,
hug, Mike.
I'm a grown ass man, and I don't need shit from you, Stanley.
Hold on, Stanley. I'll be right back.
Okay,
Yeah,
but I
he needs to
need
go get another
I
beer.
need something. I need something from y'all.
So
I'm about to
like I
go
Everybody,
said,
grab
please.
it. I'm about to go
Every
grab it right now.
all right, shut the
okay.
fuck up. We'll wait. Well, Stanley
Everybody,
will wait till you come
please
back.
make sure that you hit the like button. And if you're new to the show, yeah, it is total mayhem at some points, but we mean well. So if you're new to the show, please subscribe.
I just don't
Please share
understand
out
why
the
your panties
show.
so far in the
Please
front.
share out the show.
I just don't understand why you got your panties so high in a bunch just because I'm supporting my president.
I don't wear panties.
Well, I don't know what the fuck you wear. It
Men
sound like you do.
men don't wear panties, at least.
Well,
Now maybe
what
the
you
men you date wear panties, but I don't.
just mad because we got a real president that's
I
standing
am
on business.
mad that
That's
you
what's
think
wrong.
men
That's what's
wear
wrong.
panties. Okay, do
Trump
you
stand
wear
on
panties,
business,
Mike?
and Biden
Mike,
he
men
fooled
don't wear
y'all.
panties.
Biden stole the election from us.
Why are you doing this, Mike?
Well, if
You're
you shut the hell
embarrassing
up,
yourself. You are embarrassing yourself. Now, dude, men don't wear panties. If the men you date do, there's nothing wrong with that.
see, it's always something queer with you two fucks, and the rest
Yeah,
of you fucks.
yeah. You're the one who brought up panties, sir.
Yeah, because you so caught up. You so caught up in fucking.
No, sir.
You so fucking caught up in Trump,
I'm just
Stanley,
caught
that
up. I'm just
you
caught
you
up
wanted
in
to.
your
You probably did
depravity.
support Trump. You probably voted for Trump. You probably voted for
See,
Trump, but you come on here and you play your little role. You know, it's all good.
all I have to
You
say,
just
Mike,
not man enough to
all
come
I
out
have
and
to
say,
say,
"Hey, I
Mike,
voted for Trump."
all I have to say, Mike, is only the men you date wear panties.
See, this some shit. Some shit ain't worth responding to because Stanley,
Yeah,
you just trying to
motherfucker, then mute. Then
you.
mute.
I don't need
Then
to.
I
You just trying
encourage
to
your
you
dumb
trying to
ass to
cover up.
mute.
You trying to
Mute,
cover up the
bitch,
truth.
mute.
You trying to
Mute,
cover up the
bitch,
fucking truth.
mute.
What you
Mute,
trying to cover
bitch,
up the
mute.
motherfucking truth, and you know it's the
You
truth.
literally just said
You
some
just
things
had
aren't.
you.
Look, you literally said some things aren't worth responding, and then you're fucking responding. So
I'm moved on, but I'm telling
obviously
you
this
what
is
you're doing.
something
You
worth your
covering up.
time to respond to.
You just covering up. You covering up, Stanley, by throwing these ad homs like you love to do. You
Oh
know,
wait,
you
hold
twisted.
it. Hold on. Can I explain this? Ad
No, you can
hominems
wait. You can.
are literally a part of every argument. Anytime you want to come up here and talk foolishness, I'm liable to pull out an ad hominem. Again, to remind everybody, I twist your words, I mangle your logic, and then laugh when I do it and think you're dumb.
And see, I think the military fucked you up, Stanley, is what I think. If you went there, well, I don't really know if you went there or not, but I think the Navy it fucked you up, and you know the word on the street, the people
Well,
who
let me
join the
put it to
Navy
you this way. We
always
didn't
come.
wear
Well, shut up.
panties.
Can I
We
talk?
didn't
Can I
wear
finish getting it
panties.
out?
We did
Can I
not
finish
wear
getting it out?
panties on the ship.
Can I finish getting it out?
Nah, I think I'm bored.
Well, okay, you bored, but I'm still talking. Just all you got to do is mute until I'm done talking. But like I said, I think the military fucked you up. They broke you down, Stanley, and they made you crooked. They made you weave. You weaved in and out. You weave. You don't walk a straight line. Your line is crooked. So I think that your mistake was if you went to the military, it fucked you all the way up. They built you up how they wanted you to be, and all these years later, you still depend on a fucking book to raise you. What did you learn in the military, Stanley? What the fuck did you learn in the goddamn Navy, Stanley? And you a so-called Navy officer. You're a Navy officer. Usually officers make a career, if I'm not mistaken. Officers usually stay in and make a career out of it. But you served 4.5.
Well, sir, you are absolutely mistaken as usual. What I
Well, you
learned in the
claim you
Navy,
served 5 years, whatever the fuck you served.
what I learned in the Navy is that men don't wear panties except the ones you date.
See, Stanley. Now you talk all this stupid shit, Stanley. Like, why do you talk to another man like that?
Dude, I didn't bring up panties. You did.
I did. I said, why is your panties in a bunch? If you want to be exact.
Motherfucker, I hence my point in a very
Because you didn't
valid
have
point.
you got
A very valid point. You brought up panties. I did not. The only men who wear panties are the ones you date. And obviously you're lonely tonight.
Well, first of all, Stanley, I came up here and I said, hey, shout out to Trump, and you got all uptight, like you do with everybody else who
No,
supports
actually
Trump.
I didn't.
Yeah, you
I'm
did.
used
You
to
and
you.
your puppy.
I'm used to
Your
you
puppy that
doing
ran.
silly stuff like
You
that.
and your puppy that ran. You did.
Hey,
So,
he's got things to do.
nah, don't use that bullshit. He didn't have things to do before Mike came up on the panel, did he?
Hey, he just literally came up to say hello. He's an old
I was
friend.
listening before I joined. So
Okay,
he
let
was up here
me
all that
help
fucking
you
time.
out. You don't have old
He
friends.
was up here all that.
You don't have old friends. I do. And we're just kind of saying, hey, and your raggedy MAGA block ass came up here talking about panties, and you made it weird. He's probably running away from you.
To be clear, I didn't come up here talking about panties. It came later.
Yes, of course it came up, probably accidentally. Now we know
No, it
more
wasn't an
about
accident.
you. Now we know more
I know
about
exactly what the
you.
fuck I said.
Now we
So-
know more about you.
So, like I was asking you that you're trying to skirt around. What the fuck? You still never answered it. What the fuck did you learn in the Navy?
I learned that men don't wear panties.
And after all these years, you learned that, and you still wear them.
And you brought them up. So anyway, let's
like I was getting to the bigger point.
Hold
I
it.
was getting
Hold
to.
it.
No,
Let's,
Stanley, stand down. Stand down.
Yes.
So the bigger point I was getting to is Stanley, I don't take none of the shit you say serious, but I still support you, it ain't no big deal. But I think you need to lay off of reading all these goddamn books, Stanley. It's driving you nuts.
Thank you for the suggestion, Mike. Any other
Maybe
advice
find you
got
another
for me there?
hobby to do. Maybe go try to play some handicap golf or something.
Yeah, okay, Mike.
Maybe go be a door greeter at Walmart or something. It's a lot of stuff you could do. Books is not the end all be all, Stanley.
Spoken like a true MAGA black.
But let me get back to your sick ass real quick too. On another note, let me get back to your sick ass too from what you did yesterday. With your
wait, what did I do yesterday, Mike?
Well, you had your little girl up here that comes up here, the little ghetto lady.
What?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
The little ghetto lady?
Yeah, everybody knows the ghetto lady.
I have no idea who you're talking about. And
Well, I'm talking
apparently
about some kids.
apparently
Talking about.
Who?
I was trying not to say her name, but I told you who I was talking about. No, ain't no shame in Mike123 game.
Oh, I think there is, Mike.
But the bigger point of all this at the end of the day is, Stanley, I think you need to reevaluate yourself. Take a break from this YouTube shit and get your mind right. Find you a goddamn job and stop depending on the goddamn government. And why the fuck didn't you? You
But
still never answered it.
Mike.
What's up, G?
What are you talking about?
Well, you still never
The
answered the
government.
question.
What's the question?
Well, the question I asked you, why didn't you make a career at you as a Navy officer? You wasted all that time just to go for 4 years.
5 years.
Well, 5 years. You wasted all that time just to go for 5 years, and you flaked out. You couldn't
But
take the
why
heat
do you
no more.
assume
What?
it's a waste?
Well, it's a waste because you wasted. Well, let me get this clear. Let me start
Were
from the
you in
bottom.
the Navy?
I didn't. I don't serve the white man's military.
Okay,
I don't
so
need to
how
be
can you
screamed
say
at.
it's how can you say it's a waste when you have no clue?
Well, I think people who go to the military are weak, and
Okay,
they
motherfucker,
have to be
nobody
forced.
cares. Nobody cares what you think.
They go to the military to be.
Okay,
They have to
listen
be
to what
forced
I'm
to be a
saying,
part of
Mike,
society.
because no one cares what you think.
Well, I'm
You
giving you.
you think men wear panties.
Yeah, people like you and Stanley. Yeah, but what I was getting at before I lose my train of thought, I think people who go to the military is weak, and they can't go out there and get it on their own. They got to go and let a white man scream and spit in their face, and you got to be forced to do something to be a part of society. Then you come out here. Not everybody who go to the military go to combat. You do understand that, don't you?
Yeah.
And then y'all come out here, y'all fucking talk all this shit like you just did something for everybody. You ain't did shit, but you have to be forced to do what you should have already been raised to do.
Can I ask you a question though?
Ask away.
Do you think anybody who has spent time in the Navy or the military gives a fuck what you think?
I really don't, and just like I don't give a fuck
Okay,
what you think.
no. Just answer the question, yes or no.
I answered it.
Do you think anyone who's been in the military gives a fuck what Mike123 thinks?
No, and they shouldn't. They shouldn't, but you
Okay,
should
then
listen.
bitch, the conversation is over.
You should listen at the end of the day.
We know what you think now, and we don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I think anybody. Let me say it again.
Any other dumb viewpoints you want to put out?
Yeah, yep. There, and you call it dumb, but I don't think it's dumb.
Okay, I literally just told you. I need you to produce anyone in the military who gives a fuck about your opinion. Just one.
And I have family members in the military, and I tell them the same shit all the time, and they agree with me.
All I need you to do
They
is
agree with
go
me.
out on YouTube or out in the real world.
I won't get my information from YouTube.
Produce me a veteran with a DD-214 who gives a fuck what you think.
The DD-214 was forced on
Motherfucker,
you.
ask a veteran what it is. You wouldn't know. That's why we don't give a fuck what you think.
That's fine. That's fine.
You
I told you
have a lack of information, and we don't give a fuck about your fucking panty waist, non-serving civilian ass. We don't give a fuck what Mike123's opinion is. And I speak for all veterans. I'm just going to take the liberty.
Okay, that's fine, Stanley. You know, have your little
Any
fun,
other
you know,
dumb shit, son?
Call it what you want, Stanley.
Any other dumb shit, son?
You know what the
Are
fuck
you
I'm
sure?
saying.
I need you. Let's take a test right quick just to make sure if it's stuck. Do you,
What is this, an IQ
Mike,
test, or
do
what
you,
type of test is this?
Mike123,
What type of test is it?
do you, Mike123, think that anybody who's been in the military or the Navy give a fuck about your opinion?
Some do and some don't.
Zero care.
So you speak for everybody that's in there.
I think I'm comfortable in saying I speak for the vast majority, probably 99% don't give a fuck what you think, Mike.
Well, I think a good well, I ain't gonna say 99, but I think a good 96 agree with what I said.
All right. Well, let's get back to the video, which I thought would be interesting.
Yeah, and
It's
if I
called the
have any
Black.
if I have any questions further, I will interject.
And I'm sure we won't give a fuck even then. The Black Elite during the Gilded Age versus today's Black Elite is the title of this video.
Already sounds stupid.
Thank you for liking, sharing, and subscribing. And we've been in this series kind of discussing the election and what happened and the money that was spent. So we found out like Meg Thee Stallion was given $5 million, Beyonce given $10 million. Oprah first, they said she got $1 million. Then we find out $2.5 million somewhere in there. And even though Al Sharpton even got paid, his National Action Network got paid. Even though he talks about Donald Trump in a very negative way, we see pictures with them hanging out with them. So, okay. And then look at Roland smiling all hard. This is Roland Martin, everyone. And he is a person who does black media, and he was even paid $500,000, his organization.
With the silly
so
ascot.
when we look at these people who Kamala depended on as the black elite, I thought it a great episode to talk about who are the black elite and when did it start, how did it start, and where do we go from here with these titles of black elite. So let's get started. Thank you for joining me, and let's talk about the Gilded Age. I mentioned the Gilded Age before on HBO, great show, but in practical terms, the Gilded Age was a time between
Real quick,
1880.
let me shout out to everybody who support Mike123. All the real supporters, shout out to y'all. Fuck everybody else.
Just so everyone knows, the video before this video, there was one of the producers of the show The Gilded Age, who happens to be a PhD historian who teaches at Emory, was talking to one of the stars of The Gilded Age. And they were talking about the black elite, etc. And this is just a continuation of that video / discussion. And Chris, how about you support the show? You talk a lot of shit in the fucking chat. How about contribute to
supporting the show by commenting, Stanley?
Bitch. How about support the show and your bullshit in my chat with some sovereign beer fund investment?
You gotta stop. You gotta
in
stop
the
that.
1920s.
I don't have
when
to do
great
shit,
wealth and growth happened in the United States, and this spurred much innovation, much wealth for mostly the white community. But during that time, let me look at the houses, the elegance that how they
Stanley,
lived
real
was
quick, can
just
you pause
wow.
it? Because
So
this,
mostly
I
white
gotta
people
say this. I'm
received the
sorry.
wealth, but there was a contingency of black.
I don't understand, Stanley. Why do you watch and listen to shit that you don't like? Why do you spend so much time talking about it if you think people are so stupid and dumb or whatever you want to call it?
I just think
Why?
you're dumb. I don't think people are dumb, just you, Mike.
Okay.
Any other questions? Wow, I've
Carry
got
on.
this paused.
Carry on.
Blacks, and they were called the black elite. Now, you found these people mostly in the North, and they were in places like New York and Rhode Island. And as you can see, just beautiful men and women who were African American that had great wealth during that time. Now, during this time, the black elite was a stark contrast from the people who were in the South and who were not as wealthy. But even blacks in the North faced great poverty. Though during this time, we were in the middle of the Industrial Revolution and great technology being developed, black people, even in the North, lived in slums, in housing tenements, in places that were just really not even good enough to live. They also faced great discrimination and segregation in the North. So even though it was better than in the South as far as discrimination and, racism, it was still bad. Even in the health care system, it was bad. And so blacks faced great poverty at that time, but there were also great black people emerging, like Vertner Tandy, who was the founder of the Alpha fraternity and the first black architect in New York, great author, Ida B. Wells. So there was a contingency of black wealthy people who were coming into the forefront, who were running parallel lives with white people. So basically, whatever the white people had, these black elites had. The things that I'm talking about are things like debutante balls and social clubs, all those kinds of things they had in the white community. The black people had them as well. And it was also during this time the black people built an insulated community, and they were made up of doctors, lawyers, real estate magnates, restaurateurs, and politicians. Much of the work that was done actually during the Civil War and even after came from the money of the...
I'm sorry, what's bullshit?
Everything she just mentioned.
Do you even remember?
Well, she said it was made up of doctors and lawyers and all this bullshit.
So there were no black doctors back in the late 19th century?
There probably was, but if there was, they didn't know what the fuck they were doing.
No. Don't skip away like the Scaloria schlunk.
To answer your question direct, no.
Okay, no. You answer mine first.
I just answered it. I said to answer your question
there
direct,
were no black doctors?
Nope, I don't think it was. I don't think it was.
Well, then motherfucker, then you and Byron Donalds are in disagreement. According to your MAGA black buddies, blacks were great. Families were good. They were making money. You need to y'all MAGA blacks need to fucking make up your mind. Either black people were doing well or they weren't. Which is it, MAGA black?
They weren't doing well, Stanley. We
Now
all know
you're
that.
starting to piss me off.
Well,
okay, you and Byron Donalds and
all
all these dumb fucks can't get on the same page of music?
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
You don't fucking know shit, Mike. That's why you can't agree.
How the fuck do you know what?
Bitch, you know nothing. Yet you feel comfortable talking. I don't like MAGA blacks who don't know shit but feel real comfy saying, nah, you're lying. You're full of shit, Mike. How about shut the fuck up and learn something? That's why I'm showing this video. Maybe you'll learn something.
There's nothing to learn. It's all propaganda.
Okay, motherfucker.
Who often were part of the Underground Railroad during the Civil Rights movement. I mean, before, during slavery and after slavery. So they played a big part in the blacks moving forward in life. And even though they lived lavishly, I mean, they traveled to Europe, they lived in mansions.
And just so we're clear, I don't hate black people, Stanley.
Between the black people who were in the South.
I'm not the one who wrote the comment,
but they didn't
Mike.
realize.
Well, to whoever wrote it,
black people didn't realize
dirty
that it was
dude.
these blacks.
I don't hate black people, dude. I'm half black, dude.
Who were paying to get them
I got
out
black
of this
family.
struggle, or should I say? Even then, also the politicians of that time they were black and they were Republicans. And so
You
the
just gotta call it how
of the
you
black
see it.
elite was very exclusive. They had a social register, similar to those in the white community. They had 400 families during the Gilded Age that they considered elite.
The problem is how you're seeing it is half blind.
So what makes it so wrong the way I see it and you so
Because
right the way
it's
you
ahistorical. It's ahistorical, and it just highlights your ignorance about
it's all
American
propaganda,
history.
Stanley.
It
But you can continue,
literally,
man.
you are literally putting your worst foot forward.
That's fine. That's fine.
And these registries were the sole purpose of trying to bring these wealthy people together. They had social clubs, like a place called the Social Circle, and then business ownership. So they were all leveling up, going to college, and changing life. But there was a caste system based on color and wealth during that time as well. So even though they would help the poor little black people,
That's just
they
like
didn't
I
want
don't
to be
believe
around.
slavery
You know
existed.
what? Even though they didn't want to be around poor black people, the poorest of white people didn't want to be around the richest of black people. So there was a real gulf within the society at that time. And black people stayed in their world and white people stayed in theirs. Now, as you can imagine, not just anybody could be a part of this 400, this black elite class. There were some requirements. You had to be either educated,
They got all these fucking
influential,
photos,
or
but there
have
was
some
no
political
cameras back
connection.
then. That's mighty
And the fourth,
strange.
you had to have that money. Now, most of these
Wait, hold it. There were no cameras? Oh God, dude.
Not to get this, not to get.
Oh fucking shit. So there were no cameras in the 19th century? Oh, Mike. Oh, Mike. This is what I'm talking about. You're talking all kinds of shit. Dude. Oh my Lord. I don't even
Call it
know
what you want,
how
but you're not gonna
I
get these
don't
type
know.
of pictures.
I don't know how
These black
to
and white
heal.
pictures.
I don't know how to
See,
heal
all
your
this stuff is
ignorance.
bullshit, Stanley. These
The
are AI
only
pictures.
way I can heal or recommend healing your ignorance
These
is
are
read a
AI
book.
pictures.
Bitch, there were no cameras? The fuck? Hey, Juan.
Y'all had them fucking what's them
Y'all? I wasn't
roll.
alive during the 19th century.
Well, I think you was, but y'all had them what they call them camera. I forget the name of it.
I
I've been
just don't
drinking. I
know
ain't gonna
how to
lie to
help
you.
you. I just
But
don't know how to heal your ignorance.
I don't need you to heal shit. But
I think you
like
do.
I'm saying, all this shit right
We
now
can't
that you
let you
showing.
out into the wild with this kind of ignorance.
Well, call it what you want. I'm just giving you my opinion on it. I don't believe slavery or
Yeah,
none of this
it's your
bullshit existed.
opinion. It's your uninformed opinion. That's the
Yeah.
problem.
So y'all had all this good stuff going on, but what happened? Why did you
Y'all?
fall off?
Wait, hold it. Y'all?
Yeah,
Who's the y'all?
You,
Who's the y'all?
The blacks had all this good stuff going on. What happened? How they fall off the train?
They didn't, idiot.
Okay, G.
No, literally.
Well, see,
The
if you didn't fall off the
black
train, why
elite still
it's
exists.
2026? Why has nothing changed? You still protesting in the streets, still
Okay,
screaming and
who is
hollering, wasting
y'all? What
oxygen.
the fuck? Dude, this is what an undisciplined mind looks like. You can't argue in context. Dude,
There's no context.
the black elite never went away.
Anybody with
It's
a
still
right
here.
mind and know it's no context to be arguing.
Stanley, are you referring to the Boulets, or was this a different set of people?
Let me
Is this
set the
one?
context.
One,
Let me
salute.
let me set the context. We were watching one of the producers of The Gilded Age. It's an HBO period piece. And the lady who plays the black secretary, who's just fucking drop dead gorgeous. Her costumes on the show do not do her justice. She is flat out beautiful. Anyway, it was an interview talking about the Gilded Age and the black side of it. The lady's a black historian who is an expert in black women's studies, but she's also a historian, of that time. Talking to the lady who plays Peggy in a Newport mansion, Newport, Rhode Island, but they were talking about the Gilded Age. So this is the video that talks a little bit more about the Black Boule or the 400 during that same Gilded Age. The name of the video is literally like the Black Elite during the Gilded Age.
So this Gilded Age, because I don't know. This is me not knowing, so I'm
literally
asking.
during it's from like the late, basically, let's just say
The late 1800s, right?
Yeah, you don't want to know
1815.
this history
You
one.
could even carry it
Propaganda.
into the 1929. You're talking about the age of Astors, the age of Vanderbilts,
Yeah.
that time.
So this is the same age where you had the first two black millionaires. This is that same age where you had Scott Joplin, the
absolutely.
inventor of ragtime, and the lovely young lady that created Mane and Tail shampoo, the Mane and Tail hair care products. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
There were black millionaires. There were professors, there were doctors. Now, the problem is due to Jim Crow, you could be very successful in your community, but there was
I knew
limited
that was gonna
growth.
come up. That's bullshit.
You would literally be a lot of it. Look, two things: read Du Bois and read E. Franklin Frazier. Okay, E. Franklin Frazier literally has had a book called Black Bourgeoisie. He talks about the class distinctions within the black community. It's all out there in books. It was talked about a lot. Black Metropolis, you remember me showing those videos? There's all kinds of literature out there. If you're interested in that sort of stuff, the Rockefellers, you're right, John. But what Mike is saying is these are AI pictures, and I'm just laughing. Like,
well, Stanley, the reason why I said that, Stanley, is because nobody current age is living. We didn't know back then. We didn't live back then. So all this shit, it could be false. All this shit could
of
be
course,
made up.
the
You don't fucking know.
history
You read
could
it in
be
the book
false.
and you ran
Yes,
with it.
that is the MAGA black. That is the MAGA
What if the
black.
history is all wrong, Stanley?
What if it's not, Mike?
Yeah, I was going to say not necessarily because I'll use myself as an anecdote. On my mom's side of the family, my grandfather was born in like 1907, 1908, and his family came from sharecroppers in Arkansas. And yeah, they talked about some of these little. It's a huge camera. It's one of those things that you put a cloth over yourself while you take the picture of somebody else. That camera was built in what, the 1880s, Stanley?
Yeah,
The 1890s?
there were Brownings. But here's the deal. What about genealogies? Like my
And that's the problem. History.
father and one of his cousins, dude, I have origins in fucking West Virginia.
Exactly.
But see, real quick, how I view history.
Okay,
is
Mike,
third party.
let
Is
me
how I
finish
view
talking,
history.
sir. Let
Yeah,
me
but
finish talking. Your
just so we
ignorance
clear,
needs to
how I
be
view
checked.
history is third
Your
party.
lack of knowledge and your ignorance is in the process of being checked.
History is third party information.
No, it's not. So, all I'm saying is that even today, like my 82-year-old father, dude, he's doing a genealogy. Are you saying the genealogical records are wrong? That's how a lot of this history is done.
Well, Stanley, what he's saying, and I could be wrong, but what he's saying basically shows the point that where a lot of families' history, in that sense, are erased. I mean, on my mom's side, the Moors,
Yeah,
they're traced all the way back. On my father's side, the Pachecos, I mean, we go all the way back to. I can only go as far back as my grandmother, my grandmother Julita Sanchez, my grandfather Ramon Pacheco, and that's pretty much it. Of course, he won't give me more history about that side of the family until I go see him, right? But on my mom's side of the family, like when my grandmother passed, they have everything, and I mean it goes all the way back to like the 1870s. And on my
let me
daughter's
put
side
it
of the
to you this
family,
way.
it's even real quick on my daughter's with my daughter on her mom's side of the family, it goes further back to like when Mexico was Spain. I mean, so you're
Let me
looking at
put it to you
300 years
this
worth of
way.
history.
If there is a silver lining to some of these plantation owners, the ones who were real businessmen kept meticulous records.
Yes, they did.
Jefferson is like the most famous example, and then you've also got the Mormons who have a shitload of records.
And
So
also the Mennonites.
you can literally just go back and look at some of the business records to trace origins and stuff like that.
See, the crazy part, I have family that on my mom's side that was
yeah,
Mormons,
who gives a fuck,
and I
Mike?
know Stanley is
You don't,
lying. He's
Mike.
lying.
How do we know you're telling the truth? We
I'm
weren't
telling
there.
the truth. Why
Okay,
would I get up here and say and lie?
bitch, I'm using your own medicine. How do we know you're telling the truth? We weren't there.
Correct. That is correct.
Okay, now I'm not interested because you could be lying.
But I'm telling you, I have my.
I'm not going to trust you any more than you trust this content creator we're watching. See, how does it feel to have that fucking ignorance turned back on you?
God can strike me down right now if I'm lying. I used to go to the
don't
Mormon
care
church every
about
Sunday.
any of
Every
that. I
Sunday.
don't care.
In Salt Lake City, Utah.
You're calling people liars, and we could call you a liar.
Well, we know this history.
We don't know shit. You don't know shit. The rest of us do.
That's fine. You may continue, Juan.
I know it's fine. I know it's correct. You're ignorant.
No, it's false. It's false what you're saying,
you I
Stanley.
twist words. I twist your
Yeah, you
words.
do that. We all
I'm
know that.
using the Mike
That's your only
123
escape because
method
you got to twist the
against
word.
Mike
That's your only
123.
escape.
My only escape is to point the ignorance ray back at you and melt your dumb ass. like fucking vanilla chocolate or white chocolate. My bad. Anything else, Juan, before I start this video again?
Well, my name ain't Juan, Mike123, and
I'm talking to the person. I'm talking to the person whose name is Juan, sir.
To Dawn's statement in the she said she think Mike is limited. She don't think I'm a bad guy. You could call it what you want. It don't offend. It don't offend. It don't offend.
You know what? I'm going to call you Miguel.
It don't offend Mike 123. See, these people,
Miguel.
These people, they just so caught up in all this back then, but then they can't focus on what's going on now to get better. See, that's why you're still stuck in the same place if you want to be true, honest and true about it.
But you said that the series Stanley is called The Gilded Age. I might actually check that out.
Don't interrupt me, Juan. I respect you, but don't interrupt me.
It's on HBO Max. And by the way, the same Julian Fellows who produced Downton Abbey, executive produced this as well.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And apparently it's only women who watch Downton Abbey. I was a huge
I'm gonna
fan.
just drop down because seems like y'all just gonna hurl insults at me. You know, you could call me dumb, it don't bother me. But the bigger point I'm making is y'all are fools right now because y'all so fucking caught up in the past and you can't. That's why you can't get ahead. You're still stuck in the same place,
motherfucker.
I didn't even say anything about touching strays. Damn.
But I'm gonna go ahead and drop down. Let one do
I am
his thing.
literally miles ahead of you, boy.
Shout out to everybody that rock with Mike 123.
Oh,
yeah, you and Chris probably have an assignation. You got a date? What's up, Mike? I'm sorry, I said Mike. John, what's up?
Guys, how we doing tonight?
You know what? I'm doing actually really well now that you're here, and an old friend, Dirty Weather dropped by. Dude, I people know me out on this internet.
I told you, yeah.
I also saw in the screenshot that or on the thumbnail of your channel, Stanley, that Be Brave showed up also. They did him dirty, in my opinion.
Did he really?
Well, it looked like him. It had the little blue mask with the cowboy hat.
No. That's the thumbnail I've got is basically teasing Mike. He's the Knaps.
Oh.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
John. John, and that's a screenshot from John and Be Brave talking.
Oh, okay, got you. Yeah, because him and a couple of other channels are no longer with us. I learned that when I got an email saying, not for Be Brave, he hadn't been monetized yet, but for the other channels, it was your subscription was canceled. And I'm like, I didn't cancel the subscription, and I go to look for the channel, and it is gone. They're gone.
I have no clue why. Nightish was one of them.
Yeah, he was one of them. Drip was
Yeah,
another
and
one.
that disappoints me because I'm gonna be honest. Nightish is actually one of my favorite content creators. I think he's incredibly creative
Well,
with
whether
music and stuff.
right. Well, whether I like them or not, I don't want to see their money get messed up. In my honest opinion, this is one of those. Before you get back to playing what we were looking at, what
No,
piqued my interest.
I mean I have no agenda.
But to me, whether I agree with somebody's stance or not, I don't want to see them get their money messed up. I mean, if they're doing this for more than a hobby, I don't think that's fair.
Well, what money would Be Brave get messed up?
Well, not super chat money, but what is it? Cash app money. The
Did people
opportunity.
send him cash apps? I thought he was rejecting all money.
I don't know that. I don't know. That's the thing. I'm only using it as an example, Stanley. That if somebody were to do this full time and they get their channel yeeted, whether someone agrees or disagrees with them, I don't think that's fair.
Hey, that's actually pretty funny, Chris. Now I can go fishing, no streams to obsess over.
I think everybody should be able to, even if you don't like,
That's a good
they should
point.
be able to have their own little ecosystem.
Right. Exactly.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm actually kind of surprised because I actually think that Nightish is pretty tame. I actually think Be Brave is kind of tame. But I don't know how it works. I don't, one of these days I'll probably face the same dilemma, but shit, nobody, we are a very tight-knit and small community. The good thing about the people who subscribe to my channel is they just like, yeah, he's a kind of eccentric, but he's not, sometimes he does something that's interesting.
Well, you
So,
had a show with another lovely young lady. This was regarding the upcoming Democratic primaries here in Texas, and I thought that was interesting. I logged off early because.
oh yeah, Sunkissed. She's
Yeah,
there.
I mean, I logged off early on.
She's in Texas.
Right, she's in Houston, but I logged off when the panel went to hell in a handbasket. But the stuff that you and she were talking about.
Oh yeah. Hey, let me put it to in Big J fucking just I was in his chat and he's like, well, Stanley, let me tell you how I'm disappointed in you. He just fucking went to town on my ass. And my response to him was, well, thank you from on high from your soapbox. So it is weird that someone who literally can be a bull in a china shop.
It's politics, Stanley. It's your politics.
Correcting. Hey, all I have to say is dude, you have no clue who you're messing with. I'm an ally. And I'm still an ally, but I couldn't describe the hypocrisy that was involved in that bullshit. I was like, so it's a Saturday night, and I'm not going to say my behavior was the best. I probably shouldn't have. But dude, there are ways to contact me behind the scenes to chastise me. Doing it in front of all these people is not the way. If you are, sophisticated, why wouldn't he just go, hey, you know what? Email me. Here's my email. I got to talk to you about it. Why would he do it on a fucking YouTube panel? I have a problem with that.
It's content.
It was low class.
I mean, the internet is trashy, Stan. It is. It gets real trashy.
Yeah, well, you know what? Hey,
everybody wants attention.
It's just, well, no, he didn't. That's the attention that he could have, Anyway, he's gone down in my estimation, and maybe that was his point. I shouldn't hold him in high esteem. So anyway, oh, Chris, Yes, I mentioned in class, Chris. I know it caught your attention. Hit the link. I can teach you how to be classy. I can I can recommend some books.
Stan, you
So
ever do a
look it up.
DNA test? You ever find out where your genealogy comes from?
Well, it would be DNA,
Yeah.
genealogy my father's working on. You know, I really don't it's gonna sound weird, but I don't really care.
No,
It's
but it's cool
not
just to know the story, you know? Like, it doesn't really matter
well, the
at the end of the day.
genealogy is the story, the DNA part, I'm not I don't know, it's just if someone ever, like, takes a swab and does a test, that's fine. When I'm, I don't know, on my deathbed or something. Why
Or
is it
someone does it.
important? I think one of the problems 23andMe is not addressing is the inherent racism in American culture. That 23andMe stuff is popular because people want to, it's a sophisticated one drop rule.
I did
in my opinion.
Ancestry. Yeah.
Oh,
I
did
did
you?
Ancestry, though, yeah.
Well, tell us about it. And I'm listening. I'll be right back.
No, it's cool. So you just learn, you hear stories of like, okay, you're this, you're that, you might be this. There's stories about it, but then you learn, you see it, and it's just like, yeah. So okay, I got this, I got that. Like I'm all like Western European, North African, and Borican, Puerto Rican, like 18%, something like that. And I didn't expect it to be that much. Like, but I'm like 30. The most I am is like 40 or 30% of one thing. Total mutt, Western European, Iberian. But it's cool just to know. Like I always felt like if I was going to learn a second language, I don't know why. For some reason, I always wanted to learn French more than Spanish, even though my father's from Puerto Rico. But I always had a connection to that. And then it says, I'm like a small percent Bastille. And I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, that's is it Bastille?
Maybe I don't know. I'm
So
not putting
that's
an
a
accent on it.
prison.
No, there's an area in France that's like a Spanish area, but it's not on the border. It's like Bastille or Bastille or something.
Oh,
It's
really?
weird. It's like its own little area they show you on the map.
Well,
Like,
let me put it
and
to you this way.
the cool thing is,
Um,
hold on, Sen, the cool thing is like the more that the information becomes updated, the more you learn. So it's not like you just do it once and you just get information.
but
It's like
what
the
do
more
you
that
actually
you expand.
learn?
Well, like in the beginning, it showed me like certain parts of the map, like I am, but then it got more specific to exactly the area. You know what I mean? I guess like they do the information in waves, and it's like the more that they're updating, the more that they're figuring out different ways. Like now they have like they can function your diet through your blood or whatever. Like there's all these different ways that they do this now. It's like change your complete diet around like how everything in your body works. So they tell you, okay, you're from this part, you burn more of this than other energy. It's really cool, but like I don't go that far. Like you got to get memberships and stuff for that. I just wanted to learn a little bit about where I'm at in the map from the
What's
old.
good about it is it can tell you what hereditary diseases your family line is susceptible to,
Yeah.
and what that does is that helps you prepare. For example, if your wife or your significant other is expecting your child, to know exactly what could come
Well,
down the
you
pipe,
don't
so
need
you're
you
better
don't
prepared
need
for
a
it.
23andMe for that.
No, but
I
it's
mean,
just like
if it's an immediate problem, they can detect that. As a matter of fact, that's one of the requirements. The spina bifida, all that stuff.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
can detect that in vitro.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. But can they detect things like Huntington's disease in vitro, Stanley?
I don't know. I suspect they can.
They could, but let's say for hypothetical sake that they couldn't. That's where this comes into play. Like you would be able to check.
Well, why
check
would we do a hypothetical if they can?
because I don't know. That's the thing. And you said you weren't
I'm
sure either,
pretty
so
sure.
that's
I
why I used
mean,
that.
most of the shit at this point. I don't know, like things like even early onset Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
I don't know if they can do it in vitro, but they can do it between the two parents.
You're more prone or susceptible to it. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of things. You don't need 23andMe to do all that, is my point.
Gotcha.
Now,
Well,
one of the things that's been interesting is that they keep all that info, and people have found like lost family members, like
Yeah.
twins have found each
Parents.
other.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I think that is a good deal. But look, I didn't know, like on my father's side, there's like not just European heritage, like German heritage.
I can see it. I can see it.
My father's paternal line is rather interesting. As far as I know, all the other lines are, a little bit more African, but or African origin. But to be honest, I don't really care. I mean, shit, I know even my wife's side of the family,
right.
my wife, believe it or not, is eligible for both, or was eligible for both Daughters of the American Revolution and Daughters of the Confederacy.
Oh man, that would be funny to have somebody that's a member of both the Daughters of the Union Soldiers and the Daughters of the Confederate.
Through her father's side of the family, yep.
It's almost like we're looking at a lot.
As a matter of fact, my grandmother-in-law lived directly across the street from descendants of Robert E. Lee. They used to come to like when my grandmother-in-law turned 90, they did every year. They did a kind of like a mini family reunion for her birthday, and she died at 97. So, my wife's memorial service. Funny thing about the Lees that lived right across the street, spitting image of Robert E. Lee. It was scary.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Like seriously. It's supposedly there's some heritage, but I don't care. Now they were nice people, Mr. Lee, really nice people.
But if you remember, Ancestry was before the DNA testing. It was about
way before that. My mom's side of the family, all of her stuff's in Ancestry, but that's not DNA. That's my cousins after my grandmother passed, putting all of our information.
Yeah, it was like a paper trail.
Yeah,
that's what it was. Like
census records and all of that stuff.
Exactly, Ellis Island paper. I mean the sign-in sheet.
Oh yeah.
Ellis Island immigration paperwork is just awesome
to
look
Ellis
at.
Island, by the way.
I'm right there. I've never been to Ellis Island.
You've never been to Ellis Island.
This way,
Yeah, I'm right on Monmouth County.
What
too.
I've heard,
area west.
they closed the Ellis Island part, but back this is mid 90s. Ellis Island was part of the Statue of Liberty tour. I've actually been through, some of the processing center parts, and they had like old luggage and, some of the stuff that was just kind of left behind. Dude, it was just, oh my God, it will almost bring a tear to your eye. And
they had
I'm
to sit there for like
I have slave heritage, but that land of the yearning to breathe free part, you get that spirit going through Ellis Island.
Yeah.
It is chilling and wonderful. Dude.
Then you get dropped off in New York and it's a total zoo. It's just like people running everywhere. Like you can figure back in Ellis Island, like you're coming from like a small village in Italy or Ireland for the most part, right? And then it's just like, boom, you get here
From
and it's
Italy as well.
More action than you ever seen, or just a traveler from all over the country. Like
Well,
it's
again,
more action ever. Like you just get dropped right into there.
Well, again, the immigration paperwork that I saw from Ellis Island, that was more intriguing because as weird as it is, you have this paperwork reduction act that they have into law now, and in the immigration paperwork that they had back then was not as tedious as it was now. Like you had your petitions or what have you, and you had the manifests and you had the health records for tuberculosis and for scabies and all of these other communicable diseases of the early 1900s. And that was pretty much it. But what the other thing was, you mentioned them, New York being a zoo, is once they made it through Ellis Island and they cleared the medical checks,
They
it
got
was
sick.
basically, here you are in Little Italy, have fun. Here you are in the Bronx, have fun.
All different types of
You're
stuff.
you're on your own, basically.
Yeah, it was just like it was literally the Wild West. It was like you just get in there and you either figure out to survive or move to another
Yeah,
place.
you either sink or you
Yep.
swim. A lot of the Italians, believe it or not, they call them WAPs, the racial slur, meaning without papers. They came down here, and it was funny because in New York they were catching them and sending them back to Italy, or if they made it at least all the way to San Antonio, they'd catch them and send them back to Italy. Well, Mexico was like, you know what? Come over to Mexico. We'll give you Mexican citizenship, and they did.
Yeah,
the
Italian's
Trevino
close to
family.
Spanish, right? Italian's close to Spanish.
Well, I mean,
Would
it's
you
in that
say
area.
Lee Trevino?
The language.
Well, I was saying the Trevino family.
Really?
The Trevino family actually comes from the Italian Trevino family, and they settled here in
Really?
South Texas. Matter of fact, Stanley, they actually helped some of the escaped slaves. They helped some of the slaves escape,
Oh,
and they
there's a whole history.
history of it.
Like there's
Yeah,
an
that people
event
don't know
that
about.
they do
Hey,
every year.
You figure why did the
I
mob end
can't
up in
remember.
Louisiana?
Hold on one sec. I can't remember the name of it, but like that South Texas African Heritage. There's like some festival they do.
Yes, they do. It's south of. It's near New Braunfels. My daughter went to it, and there's also
Really?
and there's also a separate. It's not really a festival. It's more like an event. In Coahuila, they have several, like this one family of well, now they're the descendants of this one black family that escaped South
Yeah.
Carolina, the slavery in South Carolina and Brunswick near Wilmington, North Carolina, and made it all the way down to Coahuila. And so their descendants, they're all blended in now. The they call them mayates, but they're basically blended in with mestizos and everything else. But they can
Right.
trace their family down to their great grandparents, and their grandparents are black. Like, and same thing. They actually they actually have photos of them from the 1800s, from the 1870s and 1880s.
Yeah, and according to Mike123 AI photo.
Cameras didn't exist.
Black and white images. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but a lot of people don't know about that history. I mean, when I found out,
What's his name? Damn it, I can't think of his name. I'm having a senior moment. There's a documentary about the African heritage in Mexico. It's actually really interesting.
There's I
And
seen it
the
recently.
majority of them are on the Pacific coast, like Baja or somewhere around there.
Baja California Sur, right near Playa del Carmen.
Yeah, that fascinated me. How'd they get so far over there?
I read that recently there was this African tribe that they escaped the slave ship, and they were in the Amazon, and the other Amazon natives that were away from all the Spaniards and the Portuguese, like they
intermarried with them.
adopted them. You know what I mean? Like they got it completely along with them. Like they just understood each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they intermarried. You know what's funny about that? After the Civil War, the white people, some of the white plantation owners that didn't want to lose their way of life, fled to Brazil. That makes sense.
Yeah, South American country.
They fled.
Oh no, they still. I saw like a video or documentary on that. Yeah, that's still a thing. They do like some ball or something like that.
Yeah, they still drink mint juleps and everything like the old times. I'm like,
Yeah.
You must have family from Georgia or from South Carolina or from North Carolina, don't you? As a matter of fact, I do. Oh, great. Or they'll talk about Tryon, and I'm like, what do you know about Tryon?
Oh shit, Tryon, North Carolina.
Yeah, but I was referring
Yeah,
to
you're right. Dude.
I was referring to Tryon Palace in New Bern, but it's named after the same guy, William Tryon.
Okay, I used to live in Greer. So,
Really?
Oh hell yeah! I used to drive up there on Sundays because they sold beer. So I know Tryon very well. There's a fucking IGA there with like the old style Cokes, the little, what were they?
Are you talking about the bottle cokes?
With yeah, you had to actually pop off the cap. Dude, that IGA, and I'm sure it's gone by now. No, I love
No, it's still there. It's still there.
Is it
It's
really?
yeah,
It's
it's
still
owned by
open?
yeah, it's still open. It's owned by a guy by the name of Tommy Pollard. He used to be a member of the North Carolina General Assembly when I was a kid.
Oh, wow. That is so good to know. If I'm ever up that way, I will definitely go to that IGA. Because I mean, some of the, like the vegetables, that deli was, it was like, dude, they would have fucking kippers on Sunday morning.
Right?
Yeah, hell yeah, man. Dude, talk about bougie. I'm gonna go up and I'll get some kippers.
Well, you get the bottled Cokes. If you're in the mood for bottled
Yeah.
Cokes, they sell them in your neck of the woods. Just ask for Mexican Cokes because those are still in the bottles
Yeah.
and still made.
I probably can get them, right up the road. Yeah. I don't drink a whole lot of sodas these days, but yeah, I might have to do that. Dude, I fucking used to love going up to Tryon. Because I'd take the back road from Greer. Can't remember the highways. Just go, there's like you'd be up in the little hills and stuff like that. Tryon's beautiful.
Yes, it is. Another beautiful area. I don't know how close to Tryon it is, but there's a place outside of Charlotte called Matthews. Well, I don't know how it is now. This was 25 years ago when I went there, but Matthews was just beautiful, especially in the fall when the leaves would turn orange and yellow.
Look,
I don't know how to
upstate
explain
South
it.
Carolina, and then you go right up 26, to well, eventually you hit Asheville or something, dude.
Yeah,
fucking those foothills in the North Carolina part of the Blue Ridge, dude. I wish I could live there. It
No, you
is
don't. No, you don't.
ridiculously beautiful.
No, you don't, Stanley.
Yeah, dude, I
Looks
lived up
can be
in
deceiving,
Northern
sir.
Virginia in the Blue Ridge.
Looks can be deceiving. I had a friend that almost ended up on forced vacation over there because, well, I won't get into that story. I'll tell you privately later on. But we'll just say, just because it looks beautiful doesn't necessarily mean it.
But let me tell you something, and this is something a lot of people don't know, and I don't code switch, dude. I've gotten along with gang members to like outright rednecks, dude. All you got to do is just don't be an asshole. People will accept you. That's what people don't understand. Don't be talking shit. Listen more than talk. And I'm not saying, I'm going to get along with skinheads, but dude, hell, dude, I have hung out with rednecks fucking doing the craziest mud bogging all the way down to, hanging out in the hood.
Right. Well, I mean, there is some truth behind that because if you remember on CT's channel, they asked me when I first started going on there, are you scared of the cartels in Mexico? And I'm like, no, because I don't do stupid stuff when I go to Mexico.
Exactly.
I'm not involved in that life, and I don't act an ass, basically.
Yes.
Yeah,
You know what? They will literally tell you, hey, you know what? You don't need to be here. They will be nice about it.
Yeah, they always talk about kidnappings. That's why.
Yeah, all you got to do is don't get into it, and then you won't have no problem.
What?
Yeah, it's JB Smooth.
There he is.
The comic relief. Hey, let me tell you something, Sin. I love Asheville, and I had, I know it got beat the shit out of. But no. We did a week's vacation somewhere near there. It was like a mini family reunion. And I've told the story about like my brother's kids and my sister's kids and my wife and my kid. They would just fucking get in there. And I don't like a lot of noise. I literally hopped in the car right outside of Asheville, and I literally thought about just fucking going like, I drove probably 100 miles south, and I got it into my head that, you know what, God damn it, I'm gonna drive because they don't have boiled peanuts around Asheville. So I fucking drove south
You
until I
didn't go
found a
to
gas station that had boiled peanuts.
you didn't go to Grandfather Mountain. They sell them there, or you didn't go to right near the
No,
Tennessee line.
dude,
They
I
sell them
pulled
there.
that car south.
Well, you went near the North Carolina Georgia line. Okay.
Oh, dude, you don't know how annoyed I was. Shit. I probably
Nashville,
drove.
you said?
No, I didn't go
Shut
to
up, gay
that.
ass.
Asheville. I probably drove 200 miles. I literally, I had to get away. I had to get away. And I went to a gas station near Asheville, and they didn't have boiled peanuts. And I'm like, well, God damn it, I want boiled peanuts. I pointed that fucking car south. I'm gonna go find
Some boiled peanuts.
No, from Asheville, you'd hit North Carolina probably. Before Georgia, but yeah, it's all in kind of the same area. But I'd have hit South Carolina, and I knew there was boiled peanuts in South Carolina.
Just going further and further. Like, I'll be damned.
No,
I'll be
dude,
damned.
you dude, my parents love me, or dude, they just knew. Like, yeah, he's annoyed. Dude, and it's not like I didn't love them. It's just I can't deal with this goddamn. It's like I know the kids are playing. I just don't, just get them under goddamn control. They don't have to be screaming like lunatics, do they?
Hell yeah.
And but here's the other thing. I know I was being the asshole. I know I was. So that's why I left. It's like,
Hell
I'll
yeah.
be back for dinner. I'll be back for dinner. There is a corner where Northeast Georgia, Tennessee, and North Carolina, it's Cherokee territory. Yes, Sin. There
Yeah,
is there is an area.
yeah. It's called Ellicott Rock. It's right there on the North Carolina Georgia line.
Yeah, I've been there. I've actually been there.
Oh man.
So let's play a little bit more of this. And look, I have no goal at this point. I'm having a good time. So
Yeah.
especially now that you're here, JB.
Two blacks during that time went to Fisk, Oberlin, Harvard, and Yale. So they were very much educated during this time. And they had guides that highlighted the best schools that the people could go to so that they could enter into society properly. They even had little codes. A lady wrote a book. Her name was Jerry Major. When you would enter into some of these social clubs, you had special codes. And one of them was, who are your people? So we had a lot of things that made them isolated and insulated. Wealth was one of them, but even the secrets and even parts of sororities and fraternities do that today. Now, as far as fashion was a really large part of the affluent Black community. This is Madam Elizabeth Keekley. She was the seamstress for Mary Todd Lincoln, who was Abraham Lincoln's wife. And Miss Keekley's clothes are in the Black Historical Museum. And so women during that time, Black women were seamstresses. And so they did most of the sewing. They were called dressmakers back then, way easier to say. The clothing was the same. Now let's look at the food. The food, most of the Black people during that time ate like the rich white people at that time, but they did keep their Black roots as far as soul food, but also Caribbean dishes and African dishes. So they ate a variety of different food. Where they lived was lavish as well. Now, this is Mary Ellen Pleasant. I'm going to put an end card there for you to
Stanley,
watch
she
her
looks like,
video.
go back real
The
quick.
drama that surrounded her mansion. Whew.
Stanley, go back about 1 second. She looks like Whitley from A Different World, doesn't she?
Hell no.
A little bit in the eyes.
Yeah, in the eyes, right?
Y'all must done made Mike mad.
Who is the character? Actually, not Whitley. The girl, and she's still.
She was an Ellis in the show, right?
Oh, you talking about
No,
Screech?
the one who is the weirdo.
Screech.
Okay,
No,
God
not
damn
the
it,
Dustin
dude.
Diamond was not
Enough.
black. Dude. Come on, man.
No, Cree. Her name is Cree something or another.
Oh, you talking about the girl that played Lisa from Saved by the Bell?
No, this is A Different World, man.
Cree. Her actual name is Cree something or another. I don't know if it's a nickname.
Oh, I know you're talking. Yeah, she looks like her too in the eyes.
Yes, more like her, and
She was
she's
more the activist on the show.
This woman actually played a teacher or librarian or something on Abbott Elementary. She wears the hat.
She actually is she voice actress over
Yes,
a lot of cartoon shows.
yes.
Yeah.
So you know who I'm talking. She
world.
looks more like her to me.
She does kind of, yeah.
DiCaprio said Betty.
I'll find a
mad or
picture.
something?
It's those eyes, though.
You made Mike mad or something, Stan?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you make Mike mad or something?
Why do you give a fuck?
Hey, look, I'm reading the thing that
No,
you put on.
seriously, why do you give a fuck?
I was just reading the thing up there, man.
Okay, well, motherfucker, tell me why you're concerned.
Hey, look
You don't
here,
think
you dick
you
sucking
don't think
bitch.
you
Don't
don't
cuss
think
me out.
Mike you don't think Mike is a man and I'm a man and we can work it out without you getting in the middle of it?
Well, I was just asking the question.
Why
dick
the
sucker.
fuck do you care? Are you Mike's
Because I
wife?
seen it on the
Are you
screen,
Mike's wife?
God damn,
Otherwise, as a man, I'm telling you to shut the fuck up and stay out of men's business. you little weirdo.
It was lavish as well. Now, this is Mary Ellen
and
Pleasant.
by
I'm
the
going to
way,
put an end
hold
card
on
there
one
for you
sec.
to watch her.
Yeah, Cree Summer. Thank you, Yeti. God damn it. What? How do you know all this stuff, Yeti? Yeti is my senior moment whisperer when I forget shit.
We prefer the term archivist, man. Researcher.
Well, he is my archivist.
Her video, the drama that surrounded her mansion, whew, it was a lot. Now, don't get me wrong. They didn't live like Carnegie them. You know, this is the famous staircase at the home of William A. Solomon. Come on, y'all. So this was beautiful. And during this time, you could actually, there was no income tax return, okay? And these robber barons were making millions of dollars. So you could buy a Hugo Boss suit for $12. So you could buy one of these houses for $100,000. So back in the day, that's how the Black people lived well. Not as well, but I mean, nothing to sneeze at. You know, as I was studying these families and studying this subject, one thing that I saw that was present within all of these families, it was faith, family, education, and financial wealth.
Financial
These were the
responsibility.
4 pillars of their lives. And what I see with these new elites, these new people that they at least put the title of elite to, doesn't necessarily mean that they're really elite because they don't hold true to those standards. Money is the only thing that defines them as elite.
You know
and
what?
maybe giving a little bit of money here and there to organizations
Let
that
me
may
let me
need
make a
it.
comment here. She is speaking like a true E. Franklin Fraser talks about stuff like this in Black Bourgeoisie. And Black Bourgeoisie was written, I think, in the early 50s or late 40s, somewhere in that 1950-51 time frame.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he talks about, you know, basically the Black middle class being nouveau riche, and you know the most of the people, let me just in Uncle Tom's Cabin, the butler to Uncle Tom's second master in New Orleans. Can't remember that butler's name, but he has the leftover finery that Massa gave him, and he had the cologne, the expensive stuff. He was basically the Steven at Candyland. That was basically that upper that I don't know, that I guess you would call them the 1%. All those people would inherit shit.
Right.
Some of a lot of them were mixed race.
Well, especially in New Orleans, right? Like you had, well, I won't go there.
Yes.
Your French, your Spanish, and your blacks mixing together during that time.
There's also a novelist who is just effing brilliant, Edward Jones. He has a novel called The Known World. I think it's called The Known World, where he talks about a plantation owner who has a second black family, and he basically takes the kids by his, I guess, slave mistress, and he treats them as his own kids. Like, they're very light complected, that sort of thing. I mean, they get money and all that stuff. So, when we talk about that, black boule class, but these were actually above the boule. They were very mixed race. Some of them could pass.
This isn't
that sort
Thomas
of thing.
Jefferson, is it, Stanley? Because Thomas Jefferson
No.
It's close.
Well, yeah. Well, yes.
He had plantations in Alabama,
yes.
and he had people that
You're talking Madison Hemmings. There's Thomas Jefferson is like his own thing. Annette Gordon Reed, who, by the way, is a lawyer, a law professor and history professor at Harvard.
And he's brilliant.
The Hemmingses of Monticello is the book that I think she won the Pulitzer Prize and all that stuff. She's a Hemmings. It's so interesting.
They have that family picnic every year or something like that, where it's all the family. Of the Jeffersons come in.
Yeah, but black people are still not like black
traditionally, but now they are.
descendants of Jefferson are still not allowed to be buried in the Jefferson
in the same cemetery.
Yeah,
I think the Hemmings are now. I think they are now. But
I
10 years
looked it up a couple weeks ago. You could be right, but I'm not sure you are.
I think since they started doing the family gatherings where it was like they brought the Hemmings with the descendants of the Jefferson.
Well, originally the black people weren't allowed at the gatherings.
Yeah,
So
they didn't
maybe
even they didn't even give it to his direct descendants. Like they gave it to his family members.
Well, this is the interesting thing about Annette Gordon Reed. She made the connection through the history, the records, and then she got a lot of stuff about that book. Like some of the old school historians who were eminent kind of trashed the book, and boom, DNA testing came out. That's why she's at Harvard right now, because she was right. She kicked their ass, and she did all the work through the records, and then DNA proved her right. Ooh boy.
Talk about a can of worms being opened at that moment.
Oh, she is famous as hell.
And it goes to show you how accurate their records really were.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yes, absolutely.
But you wouldn't be surprised. I mean, like you said, Stanley, I mean, they considered people property, so they would have to keep good records, in that regards. I mean, in North Carolina, there was a family near Wilmington called the Brunswicks. Brunswick County, North Carolina is named after them.
Oh, wow.
That were like that.
There's a Brunswick, Georgia.
There's a Brunswick, Georgia.
Yeah.
Is it the same family? Just, I don't mean to take you away from your point. Is there a connection, or do you know?
Well, I was just using that as the example of, people keeping records. I mean, they did something similar down south.
Yeah, I'm
They
gonna.
do it all over the country because there's a Brunswick here, but it's from a local person. Like they call it New Brunswick.
Right.
Well, I'm gonna play the video because I ordered more beer.
Amen.
So,
Drink to that.
I'll play
It's too
the
cold for
end
me
of
to
the
have beer
video.
right now. I have hot chocolate.
Yeah, I'm
11
getting
degrees right now by me.
I'm getting all just very belligerent here. But be right back.
The moral values and the
About
moral
time,
compass
yeah.
that used to lead the Black community has really been replaced by people who value money over really Black life. As long as they getting paid, as long as they saying what candidate needs them to say, they will say it. But how does it really impact the Black community? If you're going to carry the title of Black elite, I believe that you have to be dedicated and committed to the success and well-being of your own people. So who are the Black elite today? I believe they're really not even tied to celebrity. They're the hard workers in our communities and our churches and our schools who truly make a difference for our community and not just fattening their pocket. I hope you learned a lot today, a lot about the Black elite, their responsibility because they do have the riches, and how they can impact our community. As always, I thank you for joining me today. Remember, everything is alleged, and this is for educational and entertainment purposes only. Thank you for joining me, and I'll see you on another great episode of Royal Black.
Hey, John boy, how you doing there, man?
I recommend this channel. She does a lot of interesting work. So, JB, you go ahead and talk, guys. I need to catch up with this with an
escort
driver. I live in a really odd kind of wooded area, and it's hard to find in the dark. So I need to call him and redirect him, give him directions. But JB, you talk your shit. I know you can go on for hours.
Hey, yo, yeah, man. Hey, how y'all doing, man?
Doing fine. How about you, sir?
Been doing good,
Man,
sir.
I'm doing all right. Can't complain, man.
All right.
Sitting here with my moonshine.
The moonshine.
Hell yeah.
Now that's not regulated moonshine, is it?
I don't give a shit as long as it's moonshine.
No, I'm just saying, like, do you know the content? What's the proof? What's the ethanol level up in there? Can you
Hell
start a
no,
car
I
with
just
it?
drink it. I just drink it. I don't
Because,
give
like,
a
if you
fuck.
can't start a car with it, I don't even want to talk to you, bud.
Hell no, but I can start up a goddamn lawnmower with it.
Is it so good that you might catch a DWI on said lawnmower driving in the middle of town?
Because
I
it's just
got
so
6
tasty.
DWIs already.
Okay.
I need like 3 more, man. I'm trying to get to 10.
And it is derived from what? Are we talking like a fruit moonshine? We're talking about a rye moonshine? Where we at?
Hell no, I don't
Are
want
you
nothing
using
fruity.
corn mash?
I don't want nothing fruity but some pussy, man.
Come on
This
now.
dude.
Pussy, that's the only thing I want.
As soon as I heard they were making that shit out of banana peels, I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
Hell yeah.
Really? You
Peanuts
never
and
had
all
banana
that
brandy
shit.
moonshine? That is good, man. That's some good
Yeah,
stuff.
that's what I'm saying. Like I saw it. Was it those moonshine?
The
runners?
moonshiners. I knew about that before moonshiners, man. That is some good stuff. It'll tear your stomach up if you drink enough of it, but it's some
Hell
good
yeah, I
stuff.
be shitting all over the wall sometimes.
I've had that clear a few times, but yeah, I don't go to the limit with a lot of that shit.
Yeah, no, it's funny because when I got my second job out of law school, my former boss took me to the smokers lounge in Houston, and we had whiskeys, and my dumbass was downing them like you down them at the bar, and they're just laughing at me, and they're like, "No, you're not
Oh, you
supposed
a
to drink it like
lawyer?
that.
Oh, you're just tasting.
Yeah, you're supposed to taste it."
You a lawyer?
No,
Like whiskey sommelier.
What is you then?
I am just a man, sir, trying to pass the bar
You said
exam.
it's law school and shit.
Well, yeah, I went to law school. I have a law degree, sir, but I'm
No,
just a
I'm
man
saying, but
who
are
understands.
you an attorney
So
or
JB,
anything,
watch
or
your
you gonna
ass,
use
dude.
it?
Like JB, I'm just saying, You don't want to catch that case, bro. So just relax.
No, yeah. I'll be okay. He needs to be wary of Imperious. Imperious actually has the bar card.
Man, that dummy don't know what he did.
But yeah, no, I was drinking.
So you couldn't pass the bar test?
Nope, I failed the bar exam, sir.
How many times do you got to take it to fail it?
You can take it as many times as you want. But yeah,
So
no,
you
there was
failed the times you tried.
The 2 times I did try was not successful, sir.
You
There
want
was a
me to help
whiskey
you
that
out?
there was a whiskey that my former boss introduced me to, and
You
that
want me to
whiskey
help you
was
study?
that whiskey was aged from 1895 or 1900. I don't remember.
Did you
And they're
want
like,
me
yeah.
to help you study so you could pass?
And so I'm tasting it, and they're like, "Do you taste
Can you
such and
hear
such?"
me, man?
And at that particular point, that's when I noticed, oh, okay, there's a hint of cedar wood, or this particular whiskey has a hint of mahogany. The wood that they use when they're aging, when
they put it in the
wood-
barrel. Yeah.
Yes, the wood that's in the barrel, the wood that's on the barrel that makes the barrel that they put the alcohol in to age the alcohol. In that regards, and then some of the barrels, of course, have the charcoal at the bottom. And so they're like, yeah, you don't notice that this tastes a little smoky? And I'm like, yeah, it does. And that's when they were explaining everything to me.
Yeah.
So I'll drink. I love a good whiskey. I love it. On the cheaper side, the
Do
Johnny
you
Walker.
want me to help you study to pass the bar test?
I'm good, sir. A good Johnny
Why
Walker
you don't
Blue.
want me to help you?
I got it, sir. Thank you.
Man, I was in NASA, man.
That's fine. I got it, sir.
Well, I mean, if you ever want to learn, let me know. Do you know it's 2 + 1?
Again, a good Johnny Walker Blue or a 20-year
Do you know
Rittenhouse
it's 2
Rye.
+ 1?
That's something that I'll enjoy drinking from time to time,
Hey,
and that's
can
one of
you
those.
color?
I got it, sir.
You know
Thank
how to
you.
color?
After
You can stay in the lights.
after that experience, there are times where
You
when I'm
know how
super
to
stressed
peel an
out and
orange.
I'm not on the panels or I'm not working, where I'll just actually have my
You know how to
headphones on,
cut
my
an
Bluetooth
apple.
playing, and my little
Can you make
trago
a
right there,
peanut butter and jelly
slow
sandwich?
sipping it, basically, if that makes any sense.
Do you know how to make a peanut butter and jelly
because
sandwich?
JB just won't shut the
What goes
fuck
first,
up.
the jelly or the peanut butter?
What?
Do you know how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? What you put first, the peanut butter or the jelly?
JB.
I don't care what you put first, man.
Do you cut the crust off your bread?
JB, I bet you can't finish that whole bottle of moonshine right now.
I bet I can. It's
I bet
almost
you won't.
finished.
I bet you won't. I bet you won't.
Well, how much you want to bet me?
Why I gotta bet you? Why I gotta bet you?
You
You're not
just
man
said
enough
it.
to just do it?
You know
Listen
what?
here,
The
dickhead.
moonshine that I didn't think that they would be the fruit that I didn't think they would be able to ferment until I saw moonshiners, believe it or not, sir, was strawberry moonshine. That was
Oh, yeah,
surprising
that's
to me.
some good shit there, man. And
Best
a
thing
little
of
bit of
fermenting.
them, you know
The
what
best
them,
pickled thing I've ever
you know
had is
what
pickled
almonds
watermelon.
is?
Say
Do
that
you
one more
know
time,
what
sir.
almonds is?
Pickled watermelon. Like that was
Oh,
the
yeah.
thing
Do
that
you know
shocked
what
me.
almonds is?
It was so
Oh.
damn good. Pickled
Do you
watermelon.
know what almonds is?
Shut your fucking dumbass up. We know what the fucking peanut almond is, you stupid ass. You drinking almond moonshine? Is that what you're doing?
Hell, no, I'll make
If you're drinking
peanut
almond
butter.
flavored moonshine, you need to go to a doctor like now. That's not moonshine.
Do you know what pizza is?
Oh,
Can
you
you
have to worry
tell me if
about
you know what's 2 + 1?
What is that, JB?
What is 2 + 1 since you talking shit?
JB. What
What,
else
girl?
you got? Just give me another question. 2 + 1. That's too hard.
Yeah, that's way too hard.
Well, what letter come after W?
Shut up.
Yeah. Hey, you go tell me to shut up, man.
He needs to know the letters in the event that he gets stopped by law enforcement and they make him say his ABCs backwards like they do on those sobriety tests.
Hell no, I just tell him, come on, take me
I'm
on
like,
the
I'm
jail.
dyslexic, but I can never nail that one.
I just tell
I
him,
couldn't
come
know
on,
that shit
take me
sober,
on the
man.
jail. Hey, y'all,
No.
listen to me, goddammit, be quiet. When I
I
get
was
stopped,
if you can do it
when
backwards,
I
you
get
are
stopped,
drunk.
I tell him, come on, take me on the jail.
As if the toe test where you have your foot in the air for like 5 seconds. I can't even do that sober. My balance sucks.
I tell him,
Damn, if
like,
you
look, I
laying
got
on
bad
your
ears,
back,
dude.
putting
My
your feet in
equilibrium is
the air,
off.
something wrong with
Right?
that.
Be like, you'll
You
actually
hear me, man?
you'll arrest me for suspicion of being drunk, but then when you do the blood draw, you'll notice it's 0.00.
So
I'm
they
not drunk.
laid you on your back and made you put your feet
I've
in
seen a
the air.
few
That's
videos
kind of
where it's
gay.
just like I could see why they thought that, but it's like at the same
Man,
time,
you shut up,
you're gonna
John, and
say
let
like
me
you
finish
smell it
talking.
on him,
Stanley
and you know
told
he
me
ain't
I'm in
drinking.
charge, so
You
you
know?
gonna
Right.
listen
Well, a
to
good
me.
example of that was when the video footage
Well,
of when they
like I
stopped
was
Tiger
getting
Woods,
into, man, I don't
and he
understand your
didn't
problems
take a
over the
sobriety
top.
test because he was on meds because of his back. And sure enough,
Hey, I'm back.
they did the test, and then they did
God
the blood
damn,
draw
Stanley, I
0.0.
couldn't get a word in while you was gone.
Well,
Yeah.
that's probably to your benefit.
It's John's fault, man. He kept
Now
over
they
talking
force
me.
that shit. Like, well, not force, but like they'll do
John
the
kept
blood
over
and
talking me.
the if you deny it on site, they bring you in, then you got to do it. And then
John,
Well,
like
they
can I
did.
ask you a
the
question,
video
brother?
I watched is with the guy. He
Well, the
was explaining
video
to
you
him. He's
watched,
like,
he
okay,
probably couldn't even see it,
this
right,
is
asshole?
the narcotics expert, and he was like, okay, what degree do you have? He's like, I don't have a degree.
Shut
He's
up,
like,
you probably a meth addict,
I'm not
man.
gonna, I'm not agreeing to any of this anymore.
Yeah, whatever. Shut up.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing there, Stanley?
JB, what is the point?
Man, I ain't talking to you. Leave me alone, fucker.
No, like JB, when you woke up today and you came on Stanley, like, what was your point to come up here, dude?
See, when I
What was
woke
the
up
point
this
you were
morning,
trying to
my
prove?
intentions
Are
was
you waiting for
my
Mike?
intentions was to get drunk all day and lay in my bed.
All right. Why you gotta come up here and start like just
Why you all in my goddamn
fucking
business?
up a good conversation?
Why you all in my business?
Because you came into our business. We were having a good
Well, suck it,
conversation.
man. Suck it then.
Why though? Why I gotta suck it? Why can't you just understand? Why can't you just have a little bit of class?
Well, I'm not a woman.
Jesus Christ, JB.
I'm a man. I'm a
I know a lot of
tough,
people
hard
that
man.
make moonshine, drink moonshine. They don't act like you.
You don't know that, motherfucker.
Okay, they don't act like that around us. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey,
Goddamn idiot.
I mean, I've seen TV shows with these people, and I'm like, okay, yeah. Well, JB sounds
Well,
like he's
go crawl under your bed. You
people I know that
motherfucker.
drink moonshine. They're all right. Like,
Oh, you mean
Go
the commercial
crawl under your bed,
moonshine?
you
The
little
commercial
scary
moonshine that
bastard.
has all of what 20% alcohol or less.
no,
Hell
like,
no, it got
motherfuckers that go on a
100%.
trip to Puerto Rico, come back with this fucking jar of like some Everclear shit.
Oh hell yeah! It's like 90% alcohol.
Yeah, we need to tame JB right quick. I don't know why does he need to act like this? What is wrong with this boy?
It's the main character personality where they gotta
Yeah, I
everything
call it
gotta
Lord
be about
Farquhar syndrome.
the which one?
Lord Farquhar syndrome. Anybody that watched Shrek knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Kelsey Grammer's my dude, man. I love Frasier. He was the voice of Lord Farquaad.
Yeah, well, he as a person's good. Lord Farquhar was an asshole.
Oh, he's a little fucking big head. I love the part with the gingerbread man, yo. He spit in his face. The gingerbread man spit in his face. He was like, "Eat me." Oh shit! Not my gumdrop buttons.
Hey, Richard, what's up? Wait, hold it. Richard is excited that King Pix is a mod. Oh, okay. Well, glad to have you aboard there, King Pix.
King Pig 6.
Yeah, he seems like a good guy. So
Sounds familiar.
let us let's see, what have we got here? We have boring history.
Yeah.
Stanley, can I ask you a question?
Of course you can.
God damn, man. I couldn't get a word
I'm
in while you
excited
was...
to have you ask a question.
Well, that sounds gay.
Let's talk more about
Yeah,
you.
well, you know,
fuck you, John. Suck a dick, man.
Everything sounds gay to gay people.
Shit.
So you go ahead and talk about being gay. Not that there's anything wrong with you being gay.
Closeted homophobes, you know.
Hey, no.
Shut your bitch ass up,
We
Joe.
welcome all types, including you,
I can't be
JB.
gay. I got a
What a
big
show
white
when he
top
comes
that
out,
I'm
JB.
building something tonight.
What a show
Jizz
when you get him to
Boner?
come out.
Is it Jizz
Fuck
Boner?
you,
Is that what
John.
the
You a
JB
bitch.
stands for?
Stanley, can you imagine a show where JB and Mike finally admit that like they're just two single guys living in an apartment together for the last 12 years?
Can
JB
you
just comes up
imagine?
here with a
That'd
big
be called the
accent all
odd.
day.
Would that be the
Stanley,
new
do you
odd
imagine
couple?
John on his
Mike
knees?
was never
It'd be
married.
the new odd couple.
Stanley,
Yes,
to throw
who gets to be Felix?
a monkey wrench into that, could you guys imagine if 12th Man were their neighbor?
Oh
Fuck
my
you,
god.
John and girl. Fuck you.
Oh my God! Could you imagine? Could you imagine being snowed in with those three?
Oh Lord!
Over all the time.
It would be.
That would
Oh
be
my
peak
God!
comedy right there.
Talk about a spring thaw.
Peak comedy. all that you would need to do is put a camera and a mic in there.
It'd be
All
like,
you need to
it'd
do
be
is
like,
put a dildo in
hey,
you, bitch.
Stereotype couldn't even fit that description.
Like for
It
Mike
would
just
be
come out of nowhere all the
it would
time.
be JB a Palooza.
Like just fucking cutting shorts all day.
Yeah,
First of
whatever
all,
you
first
say.
of all,
There's Lilith Fair. There's it would be JB a Palooza.
JB's just in the background making moonshine all day.
12th Man will be complaining. You guys need to
Shit.
stop that.
Moonshine. Hey,
Hey, you better shut up too, man. For I'm
that
dog
would
making me
be
mad.
that would literally be give a new definition of moonshine.
Stanley, you making me mad, and I'm supposed to go off on you,
You
man.
give me the moon, and I'm gonna make it shine.
I'm supposed to go off on you, man.
They've been in Montana the whole time.
Sin says, "Can we put King Rooster in there too?" We put King Rooster in there. They would end up having to call the police department to separate them all.
That's 12 Man's brother-in-law. Everybody
I'm not gonna talk shit about King Rooster. I think King Rooster's cool.
King Rooster cracks me up, dude. Once you let him go, he'll just keep going. You know what I'm saying? And that's
I think he's a closeted comedian. I think he's in the wrong business.
But
What
I don't know
on
what
earth
to say
is
no
this?
more. I done hit
Did
my
someone
head on
did
the
he
closet
swallow
door.
fairy dust or what? This motherfucker sounds like a castrati.
Right?
Go ahead and sing. Go ahead and sing in that high pitched voice.
Stanley, he was a member of the London Boys Choir for way too long.
It's like the
This
little girl mouse.
This motherfucker is a retired castrati from the Vatican.
What is it? American Tail?
Why they hate on JB so much? But fuck
No.
you, bitches.
The American Tail movie, no.
Suck my nuts.
Stanley,
I didn't realize until I was older it was all about like a Russian immigrant mouse family, dude. I was like, oh shit.
Really?
No, I didn't
couldn't tell
realize.
by the accent?
I was young.
Viva
That was
por America. There are no cats in America. And then they get attacked by cats, so there are no votes in America. There are no cats.
You know, talking about castrati is taking us very close to Black Manosphere territory.
Uh-oh.
What are we doing?
Uh-oh.
The MAGA Black castrati.
Stanley, if you can highlight Dirty Dude's comment real quick. This is regarding, I guess, the Trump truth. I think it was yesterday or today where he's calling for the arrest of Obama again. I was going to ask you about that because that coincides with what happened in your neck of the woods yesterday when Fulton County's election headquarters got raided by the FBI.
Yeah,
all that I think this is political.
I actually covered that.
Oh, you did? Well, I was working, so I didn't see your channel. I'm sorry, but
well, no one does. It's an option.
I always pop back in, but I whore around on these YouTube streams, especially in like during news hour peaks.
Doesn't something hit you guys where that's all political theater? To me, it sounded like a whole bunch of red meat to get some of the people on my side to go crazy, and they bit it. They fell for it. Oh, it's gonna be this, it's gonna be that, and the third. And I'm like,
well, you remember one? It was like what, 3-4 weeks ago, where the 300,000 ballots weren't signed properly.
Yeah, but the thing is the way that I look at it from
Well, there are multiple checks,
dude. Well, whether there are multiple checks or not, my question is okay. Let's say that the signatures, for hypothetical sake, weren't valid. What remedy do you want? Like, it's already too late. What do you want to happen?
I guess it's just validation at this point.
Well, here's where I think it's going.
I want to see this.
Trump has been trying forever to basically push the notion that the way American elections work are inherently just unsecure.
And it's so
where we go with this is like you can't trust the way we've been doing it for 250 years. Why even have elections? It's just just you know how body blows, like in boxing, you soften up the body.
Yes.
You just soften them up.
Of course,
Keep
you gotta
punching,
bang the
keep
drum,
punching,
dude.
keep punching.
Yeah, bang the drum.
Yeah, bang the drum, like you just said.
Bang,
Yeah.
bang the drum. Yep.
And that's what he's doing.
Well,
But that's how these protests are at the same time too. It's just counteracting. They do this every time he's been elected, both times.
Yes, but this part of it scares the hell out of me, and the reason why is because
Because you're a lawyer? Because you know the law?
Machiavelli says that if I use the law as an argument in situations like this, it shows that I'm weak, and I am weak AF. So
I like that. I like that.
But the thing is for me, what's scary about that for me is that could undo the fabric that basically held us for 250 years. Then at that point, what type of government do we have post, Democratic Republican government? I don't want to be
let me just, and I am and I've been actually going back and reading a lot of this stuff. I'm gonna have to go back and read Madison's notes and all this stuff. Look, I'm not, oddly enough, I think we can withstand Trump. And the reason I think that is that most people are not that far into that MAGA stuff.
I think
the normal people are
ideological
not
split right now, Stan. It's more
Mhm.
polarized than ever, dude. Like people
Well,
are
yeah, but
adamant
let
about their
me tell you something. And this is something about Minnesota. It is a liberal state, but they believe in the Second Amendment rights. They're hunters, they're fishermen. These are people who vote Democrat, but dude, they
Conservative
carry
liberals.
they believe in their guns.
Conservative Democrats.
That's
yeah.
what most of America's like.
Yeah, they're more libertarian leaning in Minnesota.
Right, but the thing is even dude, I've been to Utah, I've been to Phoenix. People are not this crazy.
No. Well,
No,
you look at Arizona. Arizona's more two-way than Texas. And I mean, in Texas,
Yes.
we love our two-way. I mean, in that regards, I might. You know what? I can't say that I agree or disagree. I don't know. What I can tell you is, yes, I voted for Trump 3 times, but like I tell people, he's not God Emperor. I don't take everything that he says as gospel truth. He is not free from criticism, just like any president.
Well, the other thing is, like it or not, he has a shelf life, and MAGA is a cult of personality.
Yeah, but I think it's rare that you have a president that you would want to vote for 3 times. You know what I mean?
It was an issue of the lesser of the two evils. That's what it was for me. I'll be quite honest. I'll be quite honest. If Tulsi Gabbard had have ran in 2020, she would have had my vote.
She might be 2032.
No,
Tulsi Gabbard or,
Gabbard
Byron
is
Donalds.
Tulsi toast.
Yeah, she's completely shut out from both parties now. It's
Yeah, she's
she's her
done.
own brand. Yeah,
She's
I'm telling
done. No, Tulsi Gabbard she's toast.
No, she's not. I'm telling you, she's not.
Okay.
She's gonna be,
Dude,
what
we don't even hear from Tulsi
From a
Gabbard.
different
Now, by the way, Tulsi Gabbard was in Atlanta. She was
Yeah, she
in
was
a
present when
car or
that raid went
something
down.
during that raid.
Yeah.
I've heard theories. Look, Tulsi's done. She is
No,
not,
let me tell you, Stan.
she is not a viable candidate. Nobody likes her.
But Stanley, every time Tulsi Gabbard comes out, she's just coming out with shit like proof. It's not some bullshit that you see from like
Tulsi
Cash Patel
Gabbard
or
has
Pam
not
Bondi.
had
Whenever you see
proof.
Tulsi
The
Gabbard involved,
only
you're like, okay,
the
this shit
only
is
thing
serious.
that Tulsi Gabbard has proved is she has John Strive's undying love.
Well, I agree with her. Yeah. Of all the Trump picks, Tulsi Gabbard is DNI head. Like I was like, okay.
Yeah, I thought so as well. I thought that was one of the few good picks as well.
Yeah, way better than
I thought it was like the worst pick Trump could have. Trump has surrounded himself with literal third stringers.
But the point that I go through is you guys have got to remember
Rubio is the smartest of the bunch.
No, the first and second stringers stay on the part of the swamp. That's why you can't go with them. You got to go down.
I have no clue what that means, but I do know that Pam Bondi is running a clown car.
Oh, she's horrible.
They can't figure out how to even get U.S. attorneys in place permanently.
And she's doing it on purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, she and Christy Noem, como quiera.
Literally, Letitia James is going to run. Letitia James defeated him. James Comey defeated him. Don Lemon is going to make a travesty because they got nothing.
Christy Noem is incompetent. I agree with that.
Yeah, Christy Noem is on her way out after what happened Saturday and her comment Saturday.
So is Major Gabbard.
Gabbard ain't going nowhere, dude.
Gabbard no. I didn't say she was going anywhere, but this is the highest she's ever going to get in
politically.
Well,
assuming that the Republicans don't change the guard. I'm sorry. Assuming that the Republicans don't change the guard. Let me start over. And assuming the Democrats won't accept her back into the fold. No, Stanley, I think you're right. Because
I think if the Republicans lose the midterm,
real quick, I'm sorry. When Tulsi ran in 2020, she was a Democrat. And that would have been one of the where if I would have voted for her and Trump was like, this election was rigged, it was stolen, I would have been like, no, dude, you lost. You lost. She actually had good talking points.
Tulsi has never been anywhere near.
They were running her out of the DNC.
Presidential candidate.
Who? Tulsi Gabbard?
Yeah.
I think like what we're talking about right now.
I mean, look, America's not
if the midterms go bad,
America's not ready for a female president, and I don't know why.
But there'll be a female vice president again.
However, Tulsi, no.
I think she could be Kennedy's vice president.
No.
Who's vice president?
Third
Kennedy.
party. Yeah, Kennedy.
Wait, you think RFK Jr. has a possibility of being a president?
Yeah.
No, the Clinton family already shut him out. Yeah, that's not going to work. It would have worked. It would have worked 30 years ago.
Kamala Harris serious? Like we could take him serious.
Kamala Harris has a better opportunity or better chance of being president than
she
RFK.
Don't have no background.
RFK literally is a weirdo.
RFK knows what he's talking about. She doesn't know what she's talking about.
RFK has zero credibility. He's the only person worse than Trump. Honestly, the only person worse than Trump in the Trump administration is RFK.
Yo, what do you have against beef tallow, Stan? Is this where it's coming from? I thought you were a guy. I thought you were Tallow's guy, dude. Beef tallow. Like he's all natural. What are you talking about? Is it because he uses
is that going to be his ticket? He's going to be the beef tallow president?
All natural, dude. You know, real shit.
Everything is natural about Kennedy except his ability. If he had not been born a Kennedy, this motherfucker would literally be. We wouldn't even know who the hell he is.
But is it his voice that makes it unbearable?
If Trump had not been born with the silver spoon in his mouth, he would literally. No one would know who he is.
No, but that'd be a great third party to run against whoever's running on the GOP and DNC.
Yeah.
Kennedy,
RFK and Tulsi Gabbard. I endorse that third party.
You damn
Just
right.
To push
as
back,
just as a distraction, we all need entertainment.
and that's
Harris.
where I was going to push back. And that Stanley, what you just said was the reason why I would push back, because you and I both know what will happen is if there's a third party, it happens every single time. It's happened ever since I was in diapers. You'll have certain talking points that the Republicans will absorb, and you'll have other talking points that the Democrats will absorb, and the third party will cease to exist. The only person in the third party that came close to doing anything was Ross Perot, and we all know exactly what happened in 1992.
They came for his family. That's what he said, right? He's like, they came for my family.
Right, but the problem was he quit, and then he came back expecting to get to woo some of those people back over, and it just didn't work.
Well,
And then he
usually
ran in 1996, and
third party is just to derail either a liberal or a conservative side.
that literally what you just said is the point. Like if Kennedy and Tulsi run as third party, they're dead before they even
pull
start.
from liberal and conservative. So it just depends on what stance they would make out loud. Because anybody can say anything in front of
You think
everybody.
it's like
Okay, why do you kill? Discussing the ethics of hunting and eating meat. Anyone
Hey, I
up
like
for this?
steak. Come on, man.
I love steak. I love meat.
I love a good bowl of venison stew, deer meat
But
stew.
could you kill it and gut it?
Yeah, hang it upside down. You gotta get that asshole fast.
Well, no.
Pull
I'm
it
just
out.
asking. Hey, if you can, you can.
If there comes a time where we have an apagón, where the power grid goes down, we might not have a choice.
Well,
Yeah, you gotta know where to get that
that's more
sirloin.
likely in Texas than just about anywhere else.
Not really, because we had similar temperatures that we did in 2021, and a lot of people were like, "Well, the grid's up and working," and I'm like, "Yeah, because the energy secretary allowed us to turn on the coal plants this go round." In 2021, they wouldn't let us turn on the coal plants.
So the coal plant saved y'all. I get it.
Yes, they did actually. I mean, we only had roughly 15,000 people without lights this go round, Stanley, which is normal.
Yeah.
As weird as that sounds, in 2021, like the whole darn state, including where I lived, had no lights.
Yeah, we're the
Do
best.
you know how downright 19th or 20th century that sounds?
We're the best by far, Stan.
Coal saved us.
The
Yes, coal
Chinese
saved us.
build coal plants every
Well,
week.
yeah, they're building a coal plant every day, Stanley. Like 2 or 3
Chinese-
coal plants are going online every day over there.
That's like saying, well, hey, we rubbed two sticks together and got a flame.
So you gotta get the proper scrubbers on those coal plants, and you can have
And you'll be fine. Exactly.
yeah,
Oh my Lord.
clean coal.
Well, because during the freeze in 2021, and this is the other thing that people don't talk about, we have a lot of wind farms. Like there's a wind farm 40 minutes from me in the city of Raymondville, and then from there, Falfurrias, they have a wind farm. Just north of San Antonio, they have a wind farm.
I'm
Those
on the
wind farms
Jersey
in San
Shore.
Antonio froze.
Hey,
I'm
all
on
I
the
have
Jersey
to
Shore. They
say-
stopped all
all I
that.
have to say is Abbott doesn't mind killing birds, right?
He
I
can't
think the wind
stand
farms
pause for them.
I think in certain parts of the country it makes sense, but from just to put them anywhere, like I think wind farms are shit, and they're killing the whales and the dolphins because they're fucking up their sounds when you put them in
Well,
the water.
not only that, but
I
the
thought
birds
that
are
was the
literally.
best place to put them.
We're losing a lot of seagulls because they're flying literally right into the blades.
Yeah, like I saw that like they have this one where you put the buoy on it and you put the motor on the bottom of the ocean floor, but even that's a sound problem too. Like that's the
You
problem.
know,
with
I
keeping this
once saw a drunk fuck kill a seagull with a beer bottle.
I've seen you.
he had drunk man's luck and nailed the goddamn seagull with a beer bottle.
Whenever he gets drunk again,
This
we're
was in
taking him to the store to buy a
Rhode
lottery
Island,
ticket.
and a bunch of us young black naval officers were drinking beer behind the apartment building. We were just out there just fucking around. And this motherfucker, you know, he would get mighty belligerent when he was drunk. He nailed a goddamn seagull, and for no reason. It was just like goddamn seagulls and lobbed the bottle. And we were, hey, we were like, what the fuck?
fucking ninja shit.
It was he broke up the goddamn party. It's like, well, goddamn, this motherfucker's killing seagulls. Party's
With the
over.
stroke of luck at that, I'm taking him to the store to buy a lottery ticket. What's the
Yeah,
Powerball
exactly.
again? $1.5 billion now. He's coming with, sir. You're choosing
Dude, I was 22 years old. I'd never seen anything so goddamn weird. It's like that. Holy fuck, this motherfucker's a freak.
Yeah, I had a friend kill a mouse like that before in front of me. We were outside. I'm like, why the fuck are you stomping it?
Why would you get mad at a goddamn seagull?
Seagulls are downright like if they see you with a burger or with bread, they'll pick at you. It's almost like when they surround you, it's almost reminiscent of that movie The Birds by Alfred Hitchcock. Like you see that, man.
Hey, let me tell you another story. I have all kinds of bird stories apparently. So I'm fishing under the President Street Bridge in Savannah. So I caught a flounder. And, I put it on a stringer and just, toss it back in the water, and it burrows into the sand. Dude, I'm like maybe 15, 20 feet away. And once it fucking burrowed into the sand, I could barely see it if it wasn't for that stringer. Dude, like probably easily I don't know, maybe half a nautical mile, maybe 1,000 yards away across the river, there's a fucking pelican who saw me catch it and toss it. This motherfucker, like literally, I thought I was going to have to use my fishing rod as a weapon to beat the fucking pelican. I thought we were going to fight over the flounder.
He was ready.
My fish.
How the fuck that bird could see it from that far away? And it wasn't flying, it was sitting on a piling.
Yeah, they learned to watch you.
Well, they also have
but
a
he knew
different
right
sense
what-
of feel as well, don't they? Because
I
bats.
had no clue. I had no clue how smart that bird was and how
It
good
throws
its
you that.
eyesight was. But I thought I had to threaten it with my fishing rod. I'm like, motherfucker, we're gonna fight.
Crows have learned to bring like snails and peanuts and shit and bring them to the road and let people run over them.
Not just the not just the crows, but those what do they call in Spanish? They call them sopilotos, the buzzards. They'll do this. They'll do the same thing.
Yeah.
No, not the the vultures. You're right. The vultures. They'll do the same thing.
Oh,
And pelicans,
wait on the side of the
pelicans
road.
are big birds. They can probably fuck you up.
They're
They're
not
big.
what was looking
Dude,
at you,
have you
Stanley,
ever
like,
seen
yes,
those
Stanley.
things fishing? I mean, they hit the water like at 50 miles an hour or something like that.
What, an osprey?
I'm sorry, what?
You talking about ospreys?
No, I'm talking pelicans.
Oh, pelicans. Yeah, they got that fucking scooper throat and shit.
Yeah, they hit, dude. They have a wingspan that's
they're huge. Yeah,
that's
Yeah, they're huge.
actually fairly big. That's why I was like, dude, I'm gonna have to fight for this. I might have to give up the flounder.
Yeah, vultures are like that. You don't think they can
I
fly,
might lose this fight. It was a nice
That
flounder.
pelican was about to Debo Stanley, ladies and gentlemen. Like, my
I was
fish.
about to be flounder jacked.
You ever see when those motherfuckers open the wings and they're sunbathing?
Yes.
Yeah, and they just stand there like they're fucking flexing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Vultures do that shit all the time, yeah. Because they got a lot of them around here by us in Jersey.
The seagulls, they'll just basically call their homies with like the bat signal. Like I was walking to the store and I forgot I had a hot dog. All of a sudden I see like 5 or 6 seagulls just surrounding me and they start picking at my legs. And I'm like, what the hell are you doing? My hot dog.
Let me
Yeah,
let
seagulls
me
are
talk to my buddy Richard here. Richard, amen on both these comments. Yes, that's exactly how I feel, Richard. They're
Now, there's
not
some people
even
over
fucking-
there.
They're
There's some
not
people
even
over there I
fucking
can't fucking
funny.
stand 'em.
Dude, if you're gonna be weird, be funny.
I stopped going up there a lot of the time. Like I like going up there from time to time, but there's some people I can't fucking stand, bro. They're so annoying over there. Like it's just like they fucked the show up.
What do you mean it's the latest handout? I've actually heard Antoine's show is actually I've heard some compliments on it. So Antoine thinks I'm the devil for some reason. I haven't been able to figure out why.
That's awesome. Yeah, I didn't know that. That's awesome.
Well, I did an interview with 777.
Yes. He
when
fucking hates him. Yeah.
Well, when he first, I don't particularly hate him. I don't hate
No,
anybody.
they hate each other. Antoine and Seven, they fucking hate each other.
Well, yeah, that's why he thinks I'm the devil, because I did an interview with 777. So he just assumed we were buddies. And dude, I forget where I was. I was in somebody's chat, and Antoine just fucking, he got all belligerent. It was like, what? I barely know who you are, son.
He was on Latino's channel a couple of days ago, and they were talking about, I guess, he published something, and he wanted to know if that was considered doxing, and I was just like, you know what, to each his own. I like Bob. Bob's a good person.
Oh yeah, absolutely is.
And
I like Blacks too. But hey, I was up on.
Where is Blacks? I haven't seen him in forever.
No, Blacks is on Bob's
He's
all the time.
on Bob's channel occasionally.
Blacks is one of those.
Like 2 days ago.
Blacks is one of those. He oozes intellect, and Stanley, I'm one of those types that if I see that you're smarter than me or you know a lot more than I know, I'm hanging out with you because I can siphon some information from you because I'm able to learn new stuff. And Blacks is that dude. Like if Blacks were here in South Texas,
you know what? The good thing is, I think Blacks, dude, he is my equal, if not better. We have gone at it.
Yeah, we all have.
However, he and Bob were up early one morning, and I woke up and I'm like, ooh,
That was an all-nighter, dude.
So I fucking hopped up there with him, and we're just like, actually, hell, if I'm gonna have a morning conversation, it'll be two smart motherfuckers.
Exactly.
And then Gimpy came in, and it just went south. It's like the only time I would ever go up on that panel is if it was only Bob and only Blacks. If any of the other freaks are up there, nah. There's just Gimpy's a fucking idiot and just unsavory.
Well, mine would be a little bit more closed because, for instance, you already know, Stanley, once the Trump versus Washington case is heard before the Supreme Court, I'm streaming that. That's the birthright citizenship case. And that's one of those where
I'm going to do it too.
Oh, nice. But that's one of those where if people wanted to jump up, I only have a select set of people to invite. You were actually going to be one of them, but since you're streaming,
no. Go ahead. Go ahead and invite me. I don't have to do a show.
No, most definitely. But Portia and Blacks were the two that come to mind. Yeah,
I'm in.
Yeah, it's for that reason.
Do the early session. It'll probably be the morning session. I hope
it's going to be the morning session because that's when everybody's going to be up and ready to listen to it. So
I'll be there. Just send me the invite.
Be all Stanley and Portia arguing about Sheila Jackson.
No, I'm not arguing.
No, it doesn't.
You do. Portia actually graced the show.
She was here a couple days ago.
I heard about it. I missed that part. That was like,
yeah, she's here a couple days ago.
We actually every now and again, we interact.
I hope she does her own show again. She's the reason for me meeting several wonderful people in the Republican Party out in Fort Worth.
Right.
In that regards.
Let me do a quick commercial here. Anyone who's a content creator, always feel free to drop your link.
Right back.
And Juan, you're a mod, right?
Yeah, I'm a mod, but I'm on Rumble. I'm not on YouTube.
Your link. Fuck it. Drop your
YouTube
link.
will give you a strike, though, won't they?
If you drop a
If I drop a
Really?
link that's not YouTube related.
I mean, I've dropped like regular internet links. Maybe they don't
Yeah,
like the competitors. Have you
that's
you
what I
got
mean, the
my
competitor
email,
links.
right?
Yeah, I have your email.
Yeah, just email me when because I can't remember when are they doing the birthright again? I can't.
It should be at the middle or the end of February. I have to check
Yeah,
the
all you
SCOTUS
got to
calendar.
do just shoot me an email. I will be there. I if I could get up with an actual legally trained person, yeah, it'll be a hootenanny.
It would be great, but the point that I make behind all of that is I do that to basically keep my stuff closed because I don't want my stuff to go off the rails at that particular point. So it's one of those. I think the only time I had a panel, the only other time I had a closed panel was
You
when
afraid I'll be the wild card?
no, not you, other people, Stanley, who shall remain nameless. But the thing is,
Well, hey, I'm liable to do it, but no, you actually have to listen to the arguments. You literally can't go off the rails while they're arguing because you got to listen to what they're saying.
and that's the thing. Certain people, Stanley, you know who they are, will not let you listen to those arguments, and they're live. And so before you know it, and everything comes back on tangent, the
Right.
arguments are over. So you've wasted an hour and a half. I
No,
mean, the
you
last time
you
I did,
literally like while they're dude, you gotta listen. If you're not listening to what they're saying, you'll miss something.
yeah, you will. I mean, the last time I did a panel like that, and again, it was closed, it was Jay Rillo, and you know the Mobley Show. I believe it's a black dude from Virginia. He's called the Mobley Show. He's also really good.
I think I
I
do.
think of Mowgli. I think of like the
The
cartoon.
Joe Mobley Show, I think, is what it's called.
Oh no,
But
I
yeah,
know. Yeah, I know of him. I don't listen to him.
yeah. Well, he hasn't been. He's like myself. He hasn't streamed in a minute. But the thing is with the point that I make is I invited them up, and that was just so that we could have again a conversation after Trump was inaugurated, talking about the election maps and things like that, without everything going off the rails. In that regards, I don't like hosting chaotic shows. I'm more like a news aggregator when I'm hosting stuff.
It's
No,
hard to
I
find like
get it.
centrist
I get
leftists
it.
and centrist rightists. You know, like everybody's to the extreme now. You can't just have a regular conversation.
Well, the extreme is one thing, but these people, so some of them, they like to just cause problems to cause problems. They like to troll, and that basically throws the whole topic off. And I'm not a fan of that.
Shout out to JB and Mikey. That's what happens when they come up. I'm just like, oh shit, whatever they were talking about, it's over.
So about this meat that we shouldn't be eating, or maybe it's unethical for us to eat.
How dare them? How dare them say that?
Wait a minute, Stanley, is this a college class? This specific video?
Yeah, it's that what is it, 119?
Sociology one. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's a humanities class.
Yeah, but this guy's actually a pretty good professor. And by the way, what's wrong with humanities? You what is
Nothing. I was just saying that
law
it's a humanities
school
class.
but humanities?
It's usually
I was saying that it's a humanities class. That's all. There's nothing wrong with it. Why did I? Was my tone wrong?
People.
I'm not knocking it.
But let me.
I have a
talk about-
sociology degree. Shut the fuck up. Those type of- you know what I mean?
Charles Murray had a sociology degree.
I'd kick him right in the throat.
What happened? Did he get a strip to him or what?
No, Charles Murray, the bell curve Charles Murray.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember that book.
I think he might have even had a PhD in it. I can't remember. But let me make one quick point. Something that you mentioned earlier, Juan.
Go ahead.
There's a certain erudition. It's kind of like an energy. And sometimes you can just tell, dude, you can tell someone who's read a book just by the way they present themselves, even if you don't know them that well. So, and when erudite gets around erudite, all of a sudden it becomes calm And somebody may crack a joke or they may overtalk, but it just never gets out of control. I've noticed that. There's a
Right.
certain discipline, there's a certain, I don't know, it's just people who, and I don't mean to sound all snooty and all, but dude, you can tell somebody's goddamn read a book. It's
Yeah, you
just the
can.
way they present themselves. It's the way they present an organized argument that you can follow. So I know what you mean, I guess is my point.
Right. You're referring to when we were talking about blacks and Portia, or I'm
Yeah,
lost.
Blacks and Portia, you talked about, hey, people that you just know you can learn stuff from.
Oh
That
yeah, I remember now. Yeah, when there's somebody that has information, well, I want to be around them. You have
yes.
two types of people, Stanley. You have people that when they see somebody that has something that they don't, they get mad, and then the other person wants to just buddy around them because they'll actually learn from them. They'll pick up from them.
But the thing
Yeah,
I'm
is
that guy.
most of those
surface
people
dwellers
Most of
and
those
minors.
people are happy to share their knowledge, if only
Yes.
for ego.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. Like I don't talk shit to people when they don't know what they're talking about. Like I just like, oh well, this is what I'm talking about, and then you can look it up.
I only do it when they're sarcastic at me first.
Like
Then
me.
at that particular point, I turn into Stanley, and at that particular point, watch out.
Just let it
Well,
build. And then
no, dude, sometimes sarcasm is okay.
Well, it's
Part of
needed
it.
sometimes.
It's part of the semantics of a debate or an argument or a conversation.
Well, you know what? I use my sarcasm for good. Hey, years ago, and y'all are both probably slightly too young to remember, but back in the 1970s, I was into comic books, and there was the Legion of Superheroes, and there was one of the members of the Legion of Superheroes was Brainiac. Kind of a weird character, but the only power he had was his intellect. He had no other superpowers. So, he built like stuff, like he had this thing on his belt that would project a force field. But this motherfucker had no superpowers. All he had was his brain. And I resonated with that character.
It's kind of like
can't
Batman,
box.
right? Or Iron Man. Like they had money.
Sounds almost like the Legion of the Super Friends that I used to see when I was a kid.
It was like Justice League of America. That was that Super Friends from the 70s, I think it was. I remember watching on Saturday morning. But no, there was a Legion of Superheroes. You can Google it.
Yeah, I'll check that out.
Superboy was like the kind of the de facto leader of it. Now he would have to travel back and forth from present day into the future. It was like a future thing, and all that comic book weirdness.
DC Comics.
He has to go at super speed to get into the future, that sort of thing.
Darn it!
I was also like a preteen.
How's that going?
Right. Well, my joke before I log off is why couldn't he come back from 2002 to warn us about 9/11? Like in the 1980s, he could come back and, hey, be very wary about those
It was a
airplanes.
comic book one.
Oh, come on, man. Can't I have an imagination for a minute, Stanley?
You got it
All
right.
right, you guys stay blessed.
All right. Take it
Juan,
easy.
great
Hey,
talking
Juan,
to
it
you.
was great having you up here.
Great conversation.
Yeah, Juan is awesome. So I don't know, folks. I am at 8 hours. Anyone else want to click the link? I see Mike Diddley Do. Mike Diddley. I don't know why I think that's funny.
Officially resigned.
Mike Diddley. There was Bo Diddley. Now there's Mike Diddley.
Mike123 out. Well, okay, Mike. Well, then let me do this.
Come on, Mike. Hit the link, man.
How about that, Mike?
Oh,
Either
by
come
the
up
way,
and say
you
it.
know what? Whilst I'm thinking about it, Mike did sponsor tomorrow's show, by the way.
We'll see him tomorrow.
So, everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. And a lot of you have. I really appreciate that. If you're new to the show, please subscribe to it. If you catch this show on the replay, please make sure you hit the like button. Please make sure you share it out. And
Support
what
the
else
host.
can I possibly say other than Mike, come up and get your comeuppance.
Support the host. Stanley, put the Cash App link on the screen.
It's
You have
okay.
the barcode? You have a barcode, Stan?
I do.
Pop that
And
up and put that on
I
the
always forget to put it. Do
Yeah,
people
pop that
really
up.
pay attention to barcodes though?
I don't know. Can't hurt.
I mean, most people watch this show on their phones.
Sometimes I say can't hurt to help it. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's true. That is true.
Just makes it easier if they are. Yeah.
Richard, do you know how disrespectful this comment is? Look at this shit. So
keep the channel going.
Mike123 is keeping this is keeping this channel alive. Holy shit. Mike, you know what? Maybe Richard's maybe Richard is actually revealing a truth I just can't admit.
He's like, Mike,
Motherfucker, you might
Mike.
be keeping the show.
No, Mike.
Wait, hold it. Is this the real Anton Daniels? There's no way.
Anton
I
Daniels
am a little humble show who is like trashing Trump every chance I
He's got
get.
one subscriber, Stan. He's got one subscriber.
Well, I appreciate it anyway.
That might be JB.
You know what? It might be. It would actually be interesting if it was Anton Daniels.
Yeah, if it was, yeah.
Boy, howdy. Boy, would I be trashed with all my anti-Trump jokes.
King Pix, what other channels you on that we probably know you from? I know.
Well, I
6
know him from Nidish's channel.
Nightish, maybe that's where I seen him. Yeah. Okay, because I know I seen him from another channel. I just can't remember where.
He's T's channel. I've seen him over there. Probably Bob's channel too.
Maybe Bob's, yeah. But I think more from Nightish. I watched Nightish for a little while. A couple week or two.
Well, Nightish. Wait. Oh, he's a mod on Galt. Do you know me from there?
I haven't watched Galt in a minute, dude.
Wait, is Galt one of those channels that got taken down too?
That's what I was saying because I haven't seen anything from him from week. I mean, I haven't unsubscribed. I don't do that type of shit. You know what I mean? Like, I'll just keep a subscribe. I just won't pay attention to your shit. I'll turn off the notifications. But like fucking somebody must have.
Yeah, Nay's a cutie, but you know, she is an acquired taste.
Who,
Nay is yeah, she belongs. Let me put it to you this way. And I don't know that much about Nay, you know, except what I've seen occasionally when I visit Bob's channel, which I haven't in probably a month. And this is going to be real controversial, but I don't mind if it gets back to the GOB, the GOB environs. I think the women up there are just literally, they're hanging out with weirdos.
No,
It does not reflect well on them.
RLM cracks me up. I
I
like
mean,
RLM.
women should never hang around weirdos.
Nasus too. Nasus gets hot, dude. She gets hot. She just starts freaking out, like starts cursing out. I
What do
like
you
it
mean
over there. I'm
freaking
a
out?
simpleton though, Stan. You know what I mean? Like I'm a simpleton.
No, I think she's very good looking, but that's about it.
No, like politically, me and RLM.
You know what? I have
They're
no
more of a
clue what her
conservative.
politics are.
Yeah,
I don't really care what her politics are.
I think you would if you went over there to listen for a while. And you heard and you're like,
I'm not going over there to listen for a while.
That's what I mean.
And poor N-word using RLM.
No,
Ooh.
she did it once. She don't really talk like
No.
that.
She's this is a thing with her.
No.
You know that Jersey Shore aesthetic
It's from Staten Island.
is a fucking turnoff. And even I think she's not even from the Jersey Shore. She lives or is from Brooklyn or somewhere.
Staten Island or Manhattan.
She gives off a Jersey Shore shtick.
Well, because half of them were from Staten Island, Stan. They weren't from the Jersey Shore. They're from Staten Island. I'm from the Jersey Shore. They're not from. We don't sound like
no.
that.
Listen to what I'm saying.
No, I get it.
She just gives off that vibe.
Yeah. No, I get it, but she's not like once you have a conversation.
So you agree with me?
It gives off that vibe totally. Yeah. And then
It's
if
like
you don't really
tan wig.
but she brings up topics that like you're like, oh, okay.
I think there's not a topic that she could, dude. Everyone brings up good topics.
It's probably not a panel that you would want to listen to, but the topics will probably interest you sometimes.
Bring up the best topic you've ever heard her bring up.
Stan, you want me to do that right now? It's Friday.
Yeah,
I'm drinking,
go ahead.
Smoking.
And
I've been
if you
wondering
can't
why.
think of one, I'll understand.
What was it?
But no, seriously, it's an honest question. It's not a
No, I
gotcha.
get it. Yeah, you just put me on a spot right now. I'm not ready. I didn't pre-think it to where I could bring back through the memory. Maybe
I
like 3 years
literally
come
don't
back to
think
my
she's
mind.
capable of bringing up any topic that I would be interested in.
No, you know what though? You know what, Stan? That I do. And
She
here's
is a far
Here.
right Jersey Shore. You know what?
From New York.
She literally bleeds saltwater taffy, I bet.
Yeah, how dare you? That's my people, bro.
Hey, and it's not mine.
Seaside Heights, saltwater taffy. You know, you can get it right on the boardwalk. bro.
Saltwater taffy.
They play that old music.
She is Atlantic City.
We're old school. They're still doing it. They're still doing it. It's like a 160-year-old freaking company.
I have no problem with that. All I'm saying is the aesthetic is just not something I find attractive.
Yeah, I mean, you're from Georgia, dude. You know, I get it.
Dude, come on. Don't be calling me a
I'm gonna
hick.
pigeonhole you. I'm gonna
You're calling me a hick?
You're from Georgia.
Really?
Southern and northern thing, you know.
No, it's not a southern or northern thing.
No, one thing I do like, Stan, that she does is like when people start getting off track, she gets it back on track and then asks another question. You know what I mean? She has that type of awareness. As a host, that's good. You know.
Look,
when you're trying
I'm
to do
not
a
saying
panel
she's
show.
untalented. I'm just saying her aesthetic is not mine. It's not something I need watch.
The gun
or-
show doesn't hurt. You know what I mean?
I'm sorry, what?
And the gun show doesn't hurt. It's good on the eyes.
What gun show?
The Guns of the Navarro.
Okay, I have no clue what you're talking about.
Talking
You mean
about
the
RLM's
actual
big
movie?
guns. The big guns. When RLM, because she doesn't always pop
Oh,
them
dude,
out.
she's. You know what? To me,
Like
she
I
looks-
watched for a while,
to
Stan. I didn't
me,
realize.
she looks obese.
Well, no, because she's got giant titties, dude. She's
Yeah,
thick.
I'm
She's old,
sorry.
bro.
I'm sorry. You're there for the tits. I'm there
No.
for the. Hey,
Listen,
we each have our things.
I must have caught it like on a week where, you know,
So
sometimes she's
you're
just not
looking
out
at her
there.
tits.
I didn't
I'm
realize it.
surprised you actually remember anything that.
Well, that's what I'm saying,
any
because
point.
I didn't
Okay,
realize what was
you're
going on until a couple days
arguing.
later.
You're there for the tits and
No, I
her
like the
good.
conversation.
Okay. You
But it's
go ahead and
some of
finish,
them I
and
can't
then I'll
stand.
finish. We're over talking. You go
Listen,
ahead and
okay,
finish.
let me just get this out. Like, I didn't the first few weeks I started watching it, I didn't really realize it until like 6 or 7 days in, because she's not always out there like that. You know, sometimes she doesn't even turn on her camera. She's just, you know, she's interested in talk to, dude. It's not even really a sexual thing. Then when the guns came out, I'm like, oh wow, okay, this is a plus to the show. But like, you know, I like how Skywalker talks about conspiracy stuff like that. I know you ain't gonna like it, but for me, like it
Well, I
just
think
interesting topic.
Skywalker's a fucking moron.
Skywalker.
He was actually stupider or more moronic than Art.
So you're on Art's side on this one?
No, I think Art's a fucking moron.
I'll be honest, I don't take either side because that's between them. I like them both.
However, now that you've finished, my point is you were there for the guns, and you tripped into noticing that she knows how to do an interview. You would have never known. You would have never known had it not been for the guns.
That's what the side story was about. I was telling you, yeah, it wasn't for the guns, but the guns.
Dude, do you know how shallow you sound?
It's the canon.
Isn't RLM married?
Huh?
Isn't she married?
I don't think so. No.
I bet she is.
I'll be honest with you. I think at her age, you know, like maybe that's a red flag if she's not. Because she's pretty, she's easy to talk to.
She is
maybe
not.
she's
Oh
divorced.
my Lord! All I have to say is I don't share your aesthetic. You think she's attractive, and I honor that.
I think she's pretty, but it's not.
You know
what? Who I think is attractive?
Once again, no.
I'll give you the name.
No. Don't do whataboutism here.
No, you want to know?
I need you to justify those lip injection looking lips.
You know, if we're talking about aesthetics, not just information that I watch, there's an Iranian.
Dude, you don't give a dude. You just told me about guns.
Yeah, no. But I'm saying, like, it was because it was like a surprise.
Amendment, right?
It was a surprise for me, Stan. Like when I saw them, I was like, oh wow, she's got big ass titties. But like when I first started watching, she was like always zipped up. Like she wasn't exposing anything. So like that's what I'm trying to explain to you. But somebody who's gorgeous that I watch all the time, and I watch her for information because it comes out fast. But still, when I watch her, like I can't fucking focus on anything else. But it's like, man, this woman is fucking beautiful. Is Goldie Gamari. She's an Iranian woman, and she does the Iranian live stream. She does it every day. She has like a couple thousand people watching her, and man, she is gorgeous, dude.
In the info, you were looking at the guns, and
it just kind of repeats
to some good information,
you know,
dude.
You know, and I already know a lot of the stuff that she's talking about anyway. So
yeah, but you just go there for the guns, right? The gun show.
No, she's beautiful. Goldie Gamaro, she's fucking beautiful. But I watch them for information because that shit comes out soon as it starts making
you watch for the information. Is that right?
Dude, I watch her. Agenda Free TV is my main fucking channel. I watch whenever they pop up, dude. Agenda Free TV.
I didn't even know Agenda
Free.
I
want to fuck Steve, dude?
I thought it was
that.
I
want to fuck Steve Lookner?
I thought it was only the dude.
No, do you think I want to fuck Steve Lookner though?
You know what? I think someone like JB might.
No, but there's some channels where information comes fast, and I'll watch them. But like the fact that like if she's beautiful, I'm like, man, that's a fucking plus. Like this woman, this is the reason why.
It's a plus. The information is a feature.
Stanley, if she could sing, I'm listening. But if she's beautiful and she could sing, that's a plus.
Yeah, well, good.
That's
That's
how I'm
good to
looking at
know.
it. You know what I mean? I'll be honest with you.
So,
I like to get
salute
my
Mike
news from
one two
dudes.
three, who is doing funny on his own. You, thank you for saluting for supporting the
It's that.
show, and
You lied, Mike.
we are just done with you, Mike.
You lied, Mike. You said that was your last message. Look at now you had to come back. I
Hey,
should put your fucking message again,
Mike is just hanging out on a Friday night.
Yeah,
as
I ain't gonna believe it. I want you to do it again.
as any Looney Tune should do.
Let's just write things in the chat so it slides up so he got to write again.
So, by the way, the link is posted. None of y'all feel shy. Shit, we are over 8 hours. And I just learned that the only way you can do clips because I've been using the auto clip function or whatever it's called on
Is that 8 hours?
StreamYard. No, you gotta any stream that's longer than 6 hours, it won't automatically do the clips. So I'm not mad at that. I actually last night did a 4-hour show. I need to be keeping it under 6 hours because I won't go clip it myself unless I can remember something that's really funny. But I have clips that I actually should be releasing. Forgot to release a clip today.
Yeah,
But
gotta get somebody-
actually, that reminds me of something. Finish, and then I have a question for you because you said something that I just remembered a while ago. Not tonight, but maybe it was last week.
What is that?
You said you ran into me on like some algorithm where the shorts.
Yeah, but that was something else. You know what the first message was the other day, Stan?
What's
I
that?
was joking about you on the screen. You were watching something, but like you had the other shows on, and
Mhm.
all your shorts that were showing up, like the 3 short selection that they gave you,
Mhm.
it was all a bunch of thoughts. And I'm like, oh, the Google Web has caught you. But I have been seeing more of
Oh.
your streams though. Like I have been seeing. I think sometimes like I'm getting updates about your live streams, and it's like, no, your shorts are coming out. So
Cool.
like, and I see it. Like, yeah, I always anytime I see a short, boom, pop it, and then hit the thumbs up. You know, always.
Well, that's nice of you.
watch it out.
Look, I actually, you know what my favorite short is?
That's how you
And it
grow.
was honestly just I make homemade peanut butter.
But you got to put
And-
that on another channel, Stan.
Well, no.
No, let me
It's
tell
not
you
like-
why. Let me tell you
No,
why.
it was just
Friday
a
night's
thought
doing this.
about it. I should have a cooking channel, but it was just a thought about it. And I was thinking about it like, I just had the idea to put curry powder in it. But anyone who's had Thai food, their
I'm still
peanut
wondering how does that-
sauces in Asian
how does that
cooking.
taste? I mean,
But
Thai-
I was thinking about it on the panel, and I'm like, yeah, my Reese's peanut butter cup speaks Urdu. I thought it was hilarious.
the way you
But
described
no-
it, I wanted
but
to
no
taste
one
it.
else did.
That's what it tastes like. You think it reminds you of a Reese's Pieces buttercup
No, it's peanut butter. No, it's
with curry?
you
Like
know
I'm
how
like, what is that?
how sometimes you'll do like peanut butter and like cayenne pepper. It's like two tastes that you wouldn't necessarily think of, but it's in Asian cooking.
Mhm.
So like curry powder in homemade peanut butter is delicious.
I wouldn't think it. Yeah.
Well, I
Sounds
can
healthy,
actually
dude.
make an Indian curry from scratch. There's a YouTube channel called Curries with Bumby. She's of Indian extraction. She may have
Sounds
been
about
born,
right.
but she's got a YouTube channel. But the secret to making Indian cooking is flavored oils. Like you'll put the raw, like a cinnamon stick.
Yeah.
You'll put cardamom. You'll put all these raw spices, dry spices, by the way. And then you put oil in there, and then you just fry them to flavor the oil. Then you add in the chicken. It's a real layered approach. Dude, I actually could make like, my version of an authentic chicken, lamb, it doesn't matter. You can make a curry. And I actually have all the raw ingredients for Indian cooking. The simple curries. I have like black cardamom. I have all these Indian spices.
Yeah. That's when people think about that salty smell, like that's curry. When you think like when they be like, oh, they have this salty smell. It's like that's the curry
It's not
coming
really
out.
that salty though, is it?
To me, it is. It's salty as hell. I
Really?
love it though. I love curry.
Well, no, to me it's a little sweet and hot.
Little, yeah, spicy, little salty,
Yeah.
spicy. Yeah.
But not like
It's not, yeah, it's not
like
salt.
jalapeno hot.
It's almost like it's almost like salt, soy, and a little sugar with it, something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, and that whole Thai cooking is in my opinion a little bit similar to some of the look.
You got, what is it? It's
I have like
curcuminoids in there.
2 woks. Actually 3 woks.
Nice.
Because I like I like cooking.
Yeah. Yeah, curry's really
What's
good.
up, 12th man?
How you doing?
Hey, you're
12?
quite the chef, Stanley.
You'd be surprised. I've been cooking well, pretty much since I was young, like a preteen, and then from about 25 or so is when I started doing like cooking show cooking. Like, that's an interesting recipe. Let's cook it. So I'm 60. So I've been doing this shit for quite some time.
You know who I miss on this show that used to come around a lot? What's her name again?
How would I know? How if you don't know the name, how would I know?
Was that white lady?
She's from
Older
Florida.
white lady.
Remember, she went through those.
Yeah, she's supposed to be on a
hurricanes and
TV show. What was her name? Come on, Stanley. She came over here after you split. You don't remember?
Remember,
Stanley?
she's an accountant for a car dealership. Her name just escaped me.
I know.
That's all.
Yeah, you would always flirt with her.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ebony and Ivory. How are you gonna forget her name? 12 for you, Ebony and Ivory,
which was
bro.
just totally disgusting, by the way.
Who? What?
Virgo was her name.
Yeah, Virgo.
Yeah, I'm
Virgo.
sure she's
there you
still
go.
around.
I haven't seen her in
Capri,
forever.
oh no. I haven't talked with her in quite some time. Portia lost track of her. I'm sure she's fine.
Yeah, the hurricane.
Oh my God, King Picks. I don't know that I would be able to contain my exuberance if that happened.
Exuberant.
I think I don't know. I just think she is just she floats my boat in Navy terms. So I don't know that much about her. The only thing I know is that I've seen DJ Hamps show when Nitish does reaction. I don't watch DJ Hamps show. Have no
Nitish got a big mouth.
no intention of watching DJ Hamp, but dude, that woman actually stands out for little lonely old Stanley. He's George. You're goddamn right we do, sir. Why wouldn't we? Yeah, I mean, look, you cannot actually have I have several types. You know, it's a sliding scale. And all I know about her is she's cute. That's about it. I love her hair, by the way. But eh, I'm some small little YouTube channel. She has a really. She has a channel. What's her channel? King Pex, you got a wrench. Can you drop the channel link? I will definitely watch it. How can you not love a woman who calls herself Bohème Noir? That is some you know, if you're a Francophile, as I was as a child, how could I not? Oh wow. Okay, well, I will definitely watch your show. Thank you, King Pex. You have earned your wrench. Ooh, she is pretty. Damn. So anyway,
Well,
I'm
share it with the
sorry.
rest
I'm
of us,
just kind of
Stanley.
I'm geeking out here. Please please excuse my lust. So what's going on with you, 12th man?
Oh, not much. Just had a nap, woke up and seen you were still on. So,
Oh, apparently I'm gonna be on forever. No one has struck my channel yet.
Oh,
yeah. Speaking of that, I think John Galt got a strike on his main channel because he's only been going live on the Urban Landlord clips, his backup channel. So I was wondering what was going on with that.
I was wondering why I haven't seen
Did you ask him?
Well, it's hard to ask him questions sometimes.
Yeah, well, he's usually you know what? We made our peace, so I'm not gonna comment. But I can
Right on.
imagine why it would
Yeah, I was
I
just
can
curious.
imagine why
yeah.
why it would be hard.
A lot of reasons to strike. God bless him. God bless him.
Well, I'm glad y'all made your peace, though. That's cool.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean I approve. It just means, you know, I
Right.
don't give a fuck anymore.
Yeah.
No, look at you, Yeti. You missed the battle. Really? Was there really a battle?
What are we? Are we about to watch some vegan shit right now, Stan? I don't have the stomach for it right now.
No, I don't know. It's just a class, and I'm not wedded to it. Wait, Chili has
Getting nauseous.
Ooh, look at her. God damn. Yeah, this girl. Look, I'm not that much into tattoos, though. You know that's my only
Yeah,
trepidation.
me neither.
However, there exceptions could be made.
Like a good eyebrow tattoo, look real,
or face piercings and all that shit.
Hey, exceptions can be made. There's something about her. Don't know what.
It's just something about her.
Like you'll see this beautiful woman, right? And she's got this like thing implanted in the middle of her upper lip. It's like, what the hell are you doing to your face, woman?
Oh, with that, yeah, the piercing that goes all the way out, or the one that goes
Right.
through. Yeah, and then they got the bullhorn.
Just
A
sticks
lot of
out
women.
there. And,
You've probably heard.
that's right. Ugh.
As I said, I don't have to explain my fucking attractions to you two yahoos.
Especially on a Friday night.
Yahoos. Come on now.
Especially
You're
on
taking
Friday
it too
night.
far.
Incoherent. Yeah.
Hey, I called you a yahoo instead of a motherfucker. That is a sign of progress.
Moving up.
I called you a yahoo.
We're moving up.
Would you rather me?
Moving on up
to the side. This is where only the white dudes can sing this right now.
Okay, why Trump arresting journalists is a sign of weakness. Let's hear this.
Who arrested more
Right now,
journalists?
he's arrested two
Stanley.
journalists, Don Lemon and George.
Okay, I'm sorry. Did one of you say something?
He broke the fucking law, dude.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
You've probably heard by now.
Can't
He
go
arrested
in
two
on
journalists, Don
private
Lemon and George
property,
Ford, by the
disrupting
Department of Justice.
Let me hear him
peaceful
out.
Okay,
assembly.
Hold
hey,
on, let me hear him
dumb
out.
fuck. Let me help you out
Well,
here.
that degraded fast.
Yeah, because I don't like idiots, especially ones who make up the law.
Make up
Reporting
the law.
is
You
not
can't
a
disrupt
bitch.
peaceful
You're over
assembly.
talking me, and I do not appreciate it. You know how this works, Wealth Man.
Yeah, I do.
What crime did he commit?
Disturbing the peace for one.
No, I don't think he did.
Let's play a little of this out. Let me hear him. I know who
No,
he is.
bitch. No, bitch.
I know
What
who he is.
piece did he disturb?
Who?
The
Don
peaceful
Lemon?
assembly.
Okay, you're full of shit, 12th man. Just like you and your bitch Christy Noam got the Alex Peretti thing wrong. Y'all are getting this wrong too.
And you still think Christy Noam's going
No,
somewhere?
I
That's a
still
laugh.
think Christy Noam is a third-rate intellect, and she's a puppy killer. You're gonna tell me she didn't kill puppies either?
How dare you?
Yeah, a chicken killing dog. Yeah.
All things is not a puppy
Yeah.
killer.
Did she not put a bullet in a puppy's head?
Because it
A
wasn't a good
chicken
hunt
killing,
dog.
livestock
Okay,
killing
motherfucker.
dog.
I didn't ask you the why. I asked you, did she do it? Yeah, that's a
I
yes
don't
no
agree
question.
with why, but
That
I
is a
understand.
yes goddamn no question. We watched
Stanley,
a
tell me you've
show.
never
We
grew up on a
watched a
farm.
show.
I hear you.
See, this is
Hey,
why
and I
this
hear
is
you.
why I don't respect. This is why I don't respect MAGA.
I hear you,
You
Stan.
ask a yes no question, and all of a sudden, yes or no needs
Finish
context.
it again. Finish it again.
Y'all are weak.
Hold on, 12. Let him finish. What
It is.
did you
It
say?
is literally a
I think
weak.
she's incompetent.
Okay, good. Now, 12th man, is she incompetent?
No, she is not. She's getting millions of
Okay.
criminals
Well,
out of
see,
this
we
country.
have
That's her
disagreement
job.
even in the MAGA ranks. So let me ask you a final yes no question. And apparently you are contestants to see who's more MAGA than the other.
There should be a
Did
scene.
Christy Noam kill her puppy?
No.
She killed a chicken eating
He was
dog.
11 months old when she killed him. He just couldn't get right.
Okay, so you admit
I'd do
that
it
she
too.
killed him?
He
If
wasn't
I was
You
running
admit
the
that she
ranch and I had
okay,
a
two dinglings.
I couldn't have done it. I would
One
never have done it.
says she killed an
I could
11-month-old
have done it.
dog, which seems like yes, she killed a puppy.
That's
And what are
semantics.
you saying?
It's
What are
semantics.
you saying, my Alaskan bozo friend?
7 years old in human years.
Bozo.
That's
Come
semantics.
on now, Stanley.
Motherfucker, I called you a bozo.
Go see
Why
Hawks.
do you always call me
So
names?
we
I never call
all
you
agree
names,
that
bro.
she killed. Should we all agree that she killed a puppy?
All I'm going to
She
say is
killed a
go see
chicken
Hawks.
eating
Okay,
dog.
bitches, agree. Yes or no? She killed a puppy.
Yes, she killed a chicken eating.
Okay,
A
then we're
6.5
done.
human
I
year
don't.
old dog.
Yes is all I need, Alaska man.
It's an adolescent at best. An adolescent dog.
She killed a puppy, right, Johnny boy?
It was an adolescent puppy. It was an
Johnny boy.
adolescent dog. It wasn't a puppy. It was an adolescent.
So it was a teenager. Is that what you're
No,
saying?
no, it was coherent. That was about it. It was a start.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's get back to a sane person talking about Trump.
Administration. And I want to offer a couple thoughts on their arrest, the political implications of it, what it means going forward, that kind of thing, and then an extended thought about free speech in America. Now, the pretext for these arrests is that both Fort and Lemon were at a protest of a church in Minneapolis, City's Church, whose pastor is an officer with Immigration and Customs Enforcement. And they were there briefly, Fort and Lemon, interviewing the protesters. The Department of Justice says this is a violation of the civil rights of the worshipers, and they're actually using a statute, the Ku Klux Klan Act, to pursue this prosecution, a perversion of that act, but that's what they're doing. Now, an important part of the story here is that the Department of Justice struggled to find any judge that would bless this arrest, that allowed them to make this arrest, and they couldn't find one. They couldn't find a magistrate, they couldn't find a district court judge or an appeals court judge. So they got a grand jury indictment and went after them. And that's a sign this isn't a particularly strong case, and this is likely going to end with Ford and Lemon, the two other activists who were arrested. It will end with them going free. This is an obvious farce, and it is clear from the behavior of Department of Justice officials that this is less about having an actual case and more about creating social media content in an attempt to scare and intimidate their political opponents. And that this is what this is all about, an attempt to scare and intimidate political opponents. An effort to say that if you speak against us, if you operate in ways we don't like, we will punish you with the force of the state. An argument I've made before, and I'll make again here, is that this is essentially the only language the Trump administration knows how to speak. They only understand force, and they only understand relations with other institutions, other people, with opponents in terms of dominator and dominated. They have no model for dealing with opponents that doesn't involve the application of more force. And they're often left adrift when that force is met with indifference or resistance or defiance. They want to imagine that there is some button they can press that can make people kneel before Zod.
No. Kneel before Zod.
And when it isn't there, when that doesn't happen, they don't know what to do. This is also, I think, part of the president's obsession with the Insurrection Act. He thinks it is the button that will make people obey. So I think it's important to hold two things in mind. The first thing is that this is a dangerous escalation, right? This is the administration directly trying to suppress the First Amendment right to protest, the First Amendment right to do journalism. And it's an aggressive attack on free speech. But also, it is simultaneously the work of a White House that doesn't actually know how to deal with opposition in any way but this most draconian assault on freedom. And when it inspires opposition to them, they're left stuck as well. It is, in a lot of ways, the product of a weak and unimaginative White House. And I think the likely outcome of this is not going to be suddenly that journalists are afraid to report. It's going to be that people become even more defiant.
I'm sorry, what?
And the administration will respond with even more.
Keep going. It's gibberish.
This dumbass
Well, no,
doesn't realize he doesn't have free speech on private property.
Let's hear what Lonely in Alaska has to say.
Guys,
He doesn't realize that you don't have free speech on private property. He's a total schmuck.
You are literally
dumbass.
dumb. Dude, you are dumb as fuck, 12th man.
Stanley.
Of course
Stanley.
you do. See, here's a dumb fuck who does not understand what free speech is.
No,
Motherfucker, who arrested Don Lemon? Private property or the feds?
The feds.
Once again, okay.
He was
you need to
arrested
hold,
for
no.
violating.
Bitch, you dumb fuck. You literally, the government cannot take away your free speech. The judges said there was no grounds for arrest, and Trump did it anyway. There's nothing worse than a motherfucking patient who has no goddamn clue how this works. Free speech on private property is not the issue. It's the government saying he didn't have free speech. Trespassing is not a federal offense, you goddamn moron. God damn it, motherfucker. I need you to goddamn listen to what I just said. Feds do not enforce local law. The charge would be trespassing and the local police would deal with it, not the goddamn feds, you fucking moron.
Unless it was federal law.
Okay, bitch, I'm not talking to you yet.
Freedom
I'm dealing
of
with
religion.
I'm
Hello.
dealing with the Alaska moron.
Freedom of
Dude, stupidity in my state just fries my goddamn brain. The fuck? You don't have free speech on private property. The fuck does that even mean? Ugh.
Yeah, it's
The
not a free speech.
stupidity is stunning.
Yeah, free speech anyway. That's not the argument.
No. You don't have free speech anyway. These are literally negative rights. The government cannot take away your free speech. That's how that works.
No, but you can't also counteract somebody else's free speech.
Actually, you
Especially
can.
in a private setting.
Actually, you can.
No, you can't.
And you want to know how you would counteract it. They're trespassing. That would be the counteraction. But trespassing is a local matter, not a federal matter. There is nothing there unless you're on federal property, and that church is not federal property.
Yeah, I get
See, this is easy to figure out if Lonely in Alaska could actually think critically.
Yeah, he's arguing against the wrong point. Yeah, totally. Like that.
He has no point.
What he's
arguing is his right to be stupid. And you don't have a right to be stupid on my panel. That is actually how free speech works.
This is more of an interruption of the right to worship. This is somebody violating other people's rights. That's what it is. It's not the right.
No. A person can violate other people's rights if it's within the law.
Yes, within the bounds, but you cannot interrupt the religious sacraments.
Yes, you actually can. And if yes, you can. You can. Again, I literally just explained it to you, John.
Stanley, what if it had been a bunch of
if it gets to a point, then they're trespassing, call the local cops. The feds have nothing to do with this.
No, but if the locals don't act, the feds can, because it's a federal crime.
Fuck you.
Okay, what you said makes no sense.
No.
If
Can I ask you a question?
Okay, bitch, don't ask me a goddamn question until you're addressed. You've already brought your stupid ideas onto the panel. You'll wait your turn. What were you saying, John?
No, you were saying.
Look, if
you would be cool if MAGAs.
If you feel like the rights of the worshipers are being violated, call the local cops. You're trespassing.
Yes, but it doesn't negate the fact that they did that at the time, even though the cops didn't get there. They never came there. They still violated their rights.
Again, Don Lemon is not the government.
No.
The First Amendment is about the government taking away the right, not private citizens.
No, you can also be impeded by others.
No, you cannot. You're
Yes, you
absolutely wrong. You are absolutely wrong.
You can be impeded by an
You
individual.
are
That's why it's called a crime.
You are 100% wrong.
Do you have the right to free speech?
The First Amendment, you do not. Nothing. It's the motherfucker. Go study, dude. Literally, go read a book. The First Amendment is about what the government cannot do. It has nothing to do. Okay, honestly, John, I'm disappointed.
They've written books.
John, I wish Juan were here so he could explain it better than I can. The Bill of Rights is literally about what the government. There are limitations on what the government
Yes, I know. And after
can
the 6,
do.
it's all about
Nothing
states'
to
rights. I
do
know.
with private
know.
citizens
From
is
6
my
to 10,
point.
it's about states' rights. I know, Stan.
No, you're
Yes.
absolutely wrong about that too.
The
The
right to
Bill of
due
Rights
process.
has nothing to do with the states. It's literally a limitation.
Bill of Rights has something to do with states' rights?
No, nothing.
Okay, what is the 10th Amendment, Stanley?
Listen to what I'm saying, John. It's what the government, the national government, can or cannot do. The 10th Amendment is basically trying to disentangle, separate states from the federal government.
Right.
The
The
Bill
federal
of
government, not
Rights,
the
the
national.
Bill of Rights is literally defining what the federal government can or can't do. 10th Amendment is part of what the feds can or cannot do.
And not every law is an amendment, right?
Okay, I'm talking about the Bill of Rights.
I'm going beyond the Bill of Rights.
Okay, don't go beyond the Bill of Rights
No,
because we're not
Stanley.
ready to
First
do.
of all,
Nope,
we're going to the
I'm
Bill of
going
Rights.
to
That's the first
define the
10.
scope of this argument.
Okay.
We're talking about the Bill of Rights.
The first 10?
That's the Bill of Rights.
Okay. We're not talking about the rest of the amendments, right?
Okay, not ready to go there
not talking
because
about
we're
all
still
27 of them.
trying to figure out what the Bill of Rights are.
The 27 amendments, right?
Okay, nothing to do with the Bill of Rights. From 11
Stanley,
to
so you'd
27,
be
from
cool.
11 to 27.
No. 1 to
Nothing to
10
do with the
shall
Bill of
never be
Rights.
touched.
From
1 to 10.
11 to 27, nothing to do with the Bill of Rights.
Okay,
The
that's the
Bill
first
of
I'm saying. The
Rights,
first 1
the
through 10
first
can never
10
be touched.
amendments have a separate history
Can we agree with
from
that,
the
Stan?
rest of the. Okay, I don't
No,
know
hold on,
why I'm.
Stan. Hold on. The first 10 can never be touched or changed ever. Nobody, because the first 10 are the original Bill of Rights. We can never.
Okay, nothing to do with the scope of this argument.
but
Of
in my
course they.
argument,
Whoa! You are getting over your skis with this. Of course they can be amended. That's what amendments are.
The first 10?
13th, 14th, 13th, 14th, 15th dealt with the first 10 or so.
Well, 13, 14,
Let's not
15
go.
are
Let's
first
not go there
15.
yet. The argument has not gotten that far. And I notice little sissy 12th man has left because he doesn't like to be controlled. The Bill of Rights have nothing to do with this Minnesota case.
Not the first 10. I mean, well, states' rights.
No, I'm
It's a
afraid.
state federal argument, right?
I'm afraid that the states' rights. What the fuck are you even talking about?
It's a state and federal argument right now.
No, it's not.
No. So
Nope.
the FBI doesn't go through states to find people that they're looking for?
What the fuck does that have to do with the Bill of Rights?
That's a federal and a
If
state.
they break a federal law,
yeah,
sure. What federal law did Don Lemon break?
What about the ATF in the states?
Okay, motherfucker, I
DEA
asked you a
in the
specific question. What federal statute did Don Lemon break?
Well, Don Lennon violated people's
Okay,
religious
I
freedom.
need you to focus. What federal law did Don Lemon break?
The same law Beverly Beatty broke.
Remind me. I have no fucking
Look
clue
it
what
up.
you're
Let's
talking
look it up,
about.
Stanley.
No.
Okay.
You introduced it.
Beverly Beatty.
Okay, listen to what I'm going to say.
And I'm going to explain it.
You introduced it. You explain it. I am not going to do your explaining for you.
Beverly Beatty was arrested for protesting outside of an abortion clinic because she threatened somebody, right?
And?
Okay, so the same law When you come into a place
What's
of worship,
the law? What's the law? What's the law?
It is called the KKK Act of 1871 that they are violating.
Nothing
Not
to
the
do
not the
with
FACE Act.
nothing to do
It's
with
the
what
KKK
Don
Act of
Lemon did.
1871. Are you mad that I know that, Stan?
I don't give a fuck because it's not relevant.
Why is it not relevant?
Why would I be mad at something that's irrelevant?
It's the KKK Act of
No,
1871.
it is not. Guess what's
They are
going
violating.
to happen? Guess what's going to happen?
What's going to happen?
Trump and his incompetent Justice Department
Pam
will do what
Bondi
you're doing.
again. Pam
Okay,
Bondi.
listen. See, I can't even get a sentence out. Trump will try and do what John Strives is doing and will be knocked down handily.
That would be what's his name's job?
There was no reason, dude, that literally federal judges told the Justice Department that you have no basis to arrest Don Lemon, and they did it anyway. KKK law, all that bullshit you want to bring up.
KKK Act.
Trump
of 1871.
literally has no case.
Look at the voting record of 1871.
I don't need to look at.
You know who
Dude, I
passed
don't
it in the
need
House and
to.
Senate?
I do not need to
was the
look it up.
Republicans,
I
man.
know I'm right.
Same thing as the Emancipation
I
Proclamation. which was a
know I
presidential
am
act,
right. Dude,
Was an
I'm not
executive
even
order.
a lawyer and I know I'm right.
I know, but I'm just saying, people don't understand these things. unless you
No,
argue it.
people, I don't give a fuck about
At least
people.
argue it.
Let them look it up themselves.
This dude,
Nothing.
I've seen him
there
on
was
Real Time of Bill Maher.
absolutely no reason for the feds to do what they did. They will lose this case. Just Trump has made a joke out of the Justice Department,
When
and
they-
Pam Bondi is his blonde bombshell.
If they violated American rights, then they deserve to get the punishment.
What the fuck is an American right?
American citizens' rights.
What are they?
Well, first of all, to stand the first 10 are what we've been talking about the whole fucking time, right? Isn't that what it's about?
The Bill of Rights is what we were talking about.
Yeah.
And
Protected through the
nothing
Constitution.
nothing to do with what
7 articles.
is it. If it has anything to do with it, they have violated Don Lemon's First Amendment rights.
You know what you did, Stan? In the past month, you know how many books I've bought?
I don't give a fuck. Did you read them?
34.
Oh, no. Don't tell me how many
I've
you
read
bought.
3.
How many?
I've read 3,
how
motherfucker.
many of them have you read?
3
That's
so far,
the number I
motherfucker.
want to
How
know.
about that? 3. And you know what? I bought one because I've already read it, but I wanted to have it because I use it from the library. Now I own it, motherfucker. How about that? And that was Joy Meyer's Dark Money. I had that on
not
audio
familiar with the book.
years ago. I always wanted to keep
So
it.
none of it was a
highlight it.
history book?
What? All of them are history books, motherfucker. Well, no, 70%. Yeah. Oh, it's a lot of pages too. It's gonna take me.
Yeah,
years.
look at this dumb fuck.
You know what I got?
So
you know what I got?
So
today?
Don Lemon violated freedom of religion. Dude,
Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
Dude, how can a single individual, that's what governments do. Dude, y'all literally
Can you yell fire in a movie theater?
y'all literally have gone down that MAGA. Y'all have drank. Dude.
Can you yell fire in a movie
single
theater? Stan?
individual fire it, dude.
Can you yell
That's
fire
an
in a movie?
exception. What does that have to do with what Don Lemon did?
Kind of a trick
Connect the
question.
dot.
Stan. You should say,
Connect
yeah,
the
you
dot.
can yell fire in a movie theater. That's what you should
You
say.
know
Yeah,
what?
you can yell fire in a movie theater.
Under certain circumstances, you can.
No, you can randomly say fire in a movie theater.
See, once again, you don't understand the First Amendment and the scope
I
and
understand
context.
it.
There, I bet you could do it and get away with it.
I bet you people are gonna abuse the First Amendment. Doesn't mean that we should restrict it. Because
Okay, sir. You
Shall-
need to
and
go back.
second, like,
You need
first
to
shall
do
not
a
be
lot more reading of the First Amendment before you make such poppycock arguments. Yes, you can do it under certain circumstances.
do it all night long.
You know what? No, if you do it all night long, then
All
you might
night
not get away
long.
with it.
Oh yeah.
All I have to say is the Bill of Rights literally is about what the government cannot do,
Yes.
cannot violate,
And shall never
It's
be
not.
infringed
It
upon.
has nothing to do. Now,
with the rest of the amendments.
okay,
The first 10 are
no, it has nothing to do. Oh my God, you just want to bum rush logic right now, don't you?
Is that such a bad thing?
Yes. When we're trying to have a structured argument, sure it is.
All right, keep going. My bad. So, I'm
Okay. All I have to say is that individuals are not the government. Okay. When you want to talk about an individual or a private company violating First Amendment rights, I'm not sure that's even possible. I'm sure there's a way that can happen, but an individual, if I told you I don't want to hear your shit and put you off this panel, you can try and say I violated your First Amendment rights, but you'll lose because I can.
Yeah.
I'm not the government.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's a corporate
That's
right.
literally, I am literally 100% right. I don't doubt that point.
Yeah, in that aspect, absolutely.
If you walk into my house with a sidearm and I go, I don't want that shit in my house,
Hang it up.
am I violating your Second Amendment rights?
No, that's your rules. You're in your private property.
Absolutely, because
private
I am not the government.
You don't have to be. That's the beauty of the first 10, Stan.
Okay, what you are not getting is the Second Amendment. Me violating your Second Amendment rights literally don't matter. Mostly because it's my private property.
You're in my
but
you're
the
in my land.
secondary part is I'm not the government.
Don't matter.
Okay, it actually does, and I don't seem what I'm saying doesn't seem to be sinking in.
No, Stanley, I'm with you, but you just don't understand where I'm coming from at the same
I
point.
don't care where you're coming from.
No, it's not even if you don't care, it's just the fact of the matter.
There is literally nothing in your argument that is even remotely right.
I'm making the same argument you are.
Are you?
Yes.
Well, test it out.
You come to me with an example, and I'll tell you how
I
I'll
don't need
reverberate
to.
back to you.
You say you have a point. I've given you an example.
No, Stanley,
you coming into my house with a sidearm, or me telling you not
First of
to
all, if I have
talk
respect
shit
for you,
in my house.
First of all,
Those
if
are
I have
perfect
respect for you,
examples.
if I grew up with this, if I took the amendments, if I took the first 10 for real, right? When I walk into your house, I'm gonna hand my shit over to you, and you
Okay,
decide whether or not I
that
get
has
to come.
nothing to do.
I
with
probably
my
would
point.
just keep it in the car anyway, to be realistic, right? Like,
Okay, you're not getting my point.
no, Stanley, this is where I'm coming from with what you're saying.
Wait, hold it.
I
Where
already
in the
have
first
that
10
understanding.
amendments, where do you owe me respect? Where does it written in the first 10 amendments, the Bill of Rights, that you have to respect me?
I think that's just a sermon upon the individual. Like, that's how
But
I
it's
would
not
be.
in the
That's how I would
your
be towards.
your respect for me is not in the
I'd
Constitution.
call you from the drive, like, yo, Stan, I got it on me. Do I try to leave it in the car, bro? Do you got one in the
I
house? We're
see.
good. All right.
I got you.
Say less. That's how I'd be about it. You know what I mean? It'd be simple. Like, oh, okay, I'll leave it in the car. But do you got something in the house? All right, we're good.
Yeah. Let's see here. Well, let's hear the rest of this video out just to irritate 12th Man. That would be the only reason I would do it. And then once we're done with that, I do need to wrap this up because I actually do need to make dinner and check my my bulk fermentation of my sourdough.
Good shit.
Let's see here.
See, but that's what I'm saying.
Oh wait, hold it. My channel has been violated. 12th Man says "fuck you, Stanley" in the back chat.
I know, but he loves you. That's out of love.
I don't.
That's out of love.
No, never. That you are actually connecting those dots is disgusting and just out of line. So a grown man says "fuck you" and you go, "It's out of love."
You too family style, dude.
No, I gotta say it. Pause.
I know.
Force.
I don't disagree.
Pause.
Dangerous thing is that they don't know how to not escalate. But
this jacket looks like an old Harris tweed with those wide lapels.
You see what I'm saying?
It's
all wrong.
What's all wrong?
It's just all wrong. Everything he's doing right now is all wrong. The sentences are all wrong. The jacket's all wrong. The setup in the background.
Do you know who this young man is?
Yeah, I've seen him a bunch of times in different interviews and debates. He's
Jamel Bowie from Waycross, Georgia.
He just floats like a
I
buoy,
had
bro.
no
He's
clue before a few months ago.
Oh, I've seen him for years, bro. Like
New York Times.
Go ahead.
New York Times columnist. Dude's really well respected, believe it or not.
I know, but New York Times means nothing to me.
Well, it means nothing to a lot of people, but
it's a name.
For those of us who actually have a facility for reading, it means a lot.
Yeah, New York Times has been the New York Times, New York Post were the best for a while, but it's just
still the paper of record until the Wall Street Journal.
Gerald Celente. You ever watch Gerald Celente? He calls it the toilet paper record.
And you know what? That makes no difference to me.
Trends media.
Even people like Tom Cotton and all these MAGA Republicans, when they want an essay that's actually going to be read by a bunch of people,
was he the one with
the
Bill
New
Maher?
York Times? They go to the New York Times.
Was he the one with Bill Maher and he was like, "Oh, we'd love to get you out there in the field"? He was like, "With all due respect, Senator, I'm a House N-word."
Who said that?
Bill Maher. He got in a bunch of trouble for that shit.
Yeah, Bill Maher's he's old.
He's an old school liberal.
All I have to say.
He's an old school liberal. Yeah.
We
Stanley, you're a conservative Democrat, dude. Don't deny that.
That could very well be.
Yeah.
However, I think MOT or somebody basically said I'm a classical liberal, except I'm left leaning.
Yeah, well, that's conservative Democrats.
Because there was a time when what we would call a conservative or a liberal were in the same camp.
That's that switch in like the 2000 election.
No. I'm not talking politically. I'm talking philosophically.
Yeah.
Yeah, whether I like it or not, I'm the way I was educated. I'm a creature of the Enlightenment.
It was like Carter Nixon, somewhere around there.
No, it's way deeper than that.
No, it goes back to Roosevelt. This is the whole thing.
No, I'm not talking politics. I'm talking political philosophy.
My bad. Okay.
There's a difference. By the way, their political philosophy and political science are actually two different things, though they're intimately connected. But anyway, we'll finish this. It's only 3 minutes or so,
epistemology.
and then we're gonna wrap this bitch up.
Yeah.
I wonder if Here for the Tea's going live.
Is that I think the escalation will end up being a total political disaster for them. It already has been. All right, so a few thoughts on free speech. I suppose I already alluded to this, but the Trump administration is probably the single most anti-First Amendment, anti-free speech presidential administration since the Woodrow Wilson administration. And Wilson responsible for the Palmer raids, the Espionage Act, for really broad repression of people. I'm going to recommend a book here, American Midnight by Adam Hochschild. I think that's how you say his name. I never have that right. But it's about the Wilson administration and its sort of authoritarian actions and impulses.
Wait, let
Great
me see that
really
book
recommend it.
again.
That's what I'm saying.
This
Like,
is
I agree with him
authoritarian.
there.
I never have
Yeah.
that right. But
The
it's
Wilson
about
Hold on one
the Wilson
sec.
administration and its sort of authoritarian actions and impulses. Great
But the
book. Really
Wilson,
recommend it.
yeah.
This is certainly the most
Well, Wilson actually,
He brought in Edward Bernays.
right, but he also segregated the government. Like he fired all the black workers in the federal government, much like Trump did.
Yeah, well, Clinton did too.
I don't
A lot of
think they
presidents
target.
did.
I don't think Clinton targeted blacks.
No, Clinton fired the most people that were in position when he took over. And then he put in
More
all
than
the new
Trump?
judges, all the new, like he completely switched it upside down. Which
I don't
wasn't,
remember that.
some of the cases wasn't wrong, but some of the cases he's completely wrong.
I
The
don't
Jack
remember that.
Combe was
And
his
I
fault.
was actually in the Navy when Clinton was president. Interesting.
Well, you were in the Navy when Bush was president too, Bush Senior, right?
He was actually on his
Bush
way
Senior
out.
was the most underrated
I went in
4
in
years we ever had.
I went in '89.
Yeah, so you were right under Bush,
Right.
and at the end of Reagan.
No,
Bush
it
Senior,
was
like, he had a
'89.
great
So it
presidency.
would be. I think it would be. God damn it. You know what? Actually, it was mostly Bush, and then Clinton came in '92, if I
Yeah.
recall.
Yep. And then he won re-election '96.
Right.
Yep. And then he
Well,
had
I was
election.
out by '96.
Yeah.
Anti-free speech moment since the Red Scare in the 1950s. And it's funny in a way to be experiencing all this because for the previous
What's
10
up,
years,
Stan?
if you
How you
remember,
doing?
The big hubbub about the threats to free speech were all about college students, all about 19-year-old left-wingers who are shouting at right-wing speakers at their colleges and universities. That was said to be the threat to free speech. Left-wing censoriousness and cancel culture and the like. If you don't remember, I very much remember this. I was part of the argument against this. If you don't remember it, I very much remember it.
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
And that's in part because so much of the argument was coming from.
You know, I hate it when people do, what do you call those things when they do those little video things that are supposed to be funny? Just do the straight video. I also hate, people with soundboards.
Prominent August institutions of writing, of journalism and the like, with commentators who were insisting that this was the threat to free speech. All the while, you had right-wing governors and state legislatures actively suppressing books and curricula and classes at universities. At state-run universities, you had a movement for the banning of books relating to civil rights and experiences of Black Americans and LGBTQ Americans. You had a real suppressive, censorious force backed by the state in a lot of circumstances, trying to reshape
No,
the
they're
landscape
not.
of sort of thought and thinking in this country. And that was ignored in favor of a hyper-focus on online mobs, on basically people's experiences on Twitter. This became so much of a meme in the classic sense that at his second inaugural address, President Trump even alluded to it, referred to it.
I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America.
And so it's darkly funny, right, that after a decade of cancel culture hysteria, after a decade of elite cultural panic over, again, left-wing censoriousness. After all of this, we are living in a period where the federal government is putting its explicit weight against the First Amendment, arresting journalists, suppressing the speech of researchers, maintaining lists of forbidden words that people working for the federal government cannot say. It's really remarkable. And it's striking to see how many, or really how few, of our most vocal public free speech warriors have essentially nothing to say about any of this. When the threat was college students, these people had plenty to say. Now that it's the actual government, they have shied away from making their voices heard. Funny how that works out.
Was that a drop the mic? I didn't see the profundity.
That was attempted mic drop.
Dude, men in tweed jackets don't fucking drop mics.
That's what I mean.
He needs to be careful with that. So, well, John, I enjoyed it. I actually do need to go eat dinner. I literally have not. So we are way past our dinner time. Everyone, tomorrow, the title of the show is Black Historian Day or something like that. My humble prelude to Black History Month. And then the usual fuckery, I'm sure, on Saturday. But for all the folks in, let's shout out Mike123, who is so far the only supporter of Saturday show is blamed on Mike123. Yeah, I pretty much agree with that. It should be blamed on him.
Salute Dirty Dude, Zhang, Clarice. Yeti.
Oh yeah. Shoot, everybody came through. Yeti, Tamika, 12 Man. It was a cavalcade of stars. Slick
DiCapriono, Richard.
DiCapriono, who is the most important of us all.
Old Slick Dick.
King Pix. Like literally, maybe it was Anton Daniels. Who knows? I can't imagine why he would come to this show.
He's a liar.
You know what? It felt good.
There's only one way to prove it. Anton, come up.
I don't need to prove it.
Come on now.
If he did,
Entra.
I'm that left of center black man who will get slapped around like he slapped around Corey.
Matriculation.
I am not gonna have a fight.
What happened when I left?
Oh, I don't know. You know what? It's just been all fuckery. You know,
Yes.
I got my beer delivered, and I've just been on a rampage ever since.
Somebody got kicked in the face. It's
Damn.
It's been a verbal cacophony of catastrophes.
Damn.
It was a great show, all in all.
I mean, watch it. Hey, Stanley, can I give you a side note?
Yeah, go ahead.
Those people that you left behind, you're actually whooping them in the numbers, even with 13. Like they're sitting there with 7 and 8, and you outclassing them.
Well, it's sort of funny because this is how I kind of view the metrics. I've had 328 views, which is kind of high for me. But the average view, people have been watching this like at 22 minutes a clip.
Yeah.
So I mean, look, I have a small number of subscribers, but they're very loyal. So I have 284 or 85 subscribers, but 300 and some views.
Yeah.
So, I find ways to make it not
Hey
hurt as
Stan,
much.
listen. There's channels that have a million followers, right? But when they go live, they get like 1,000 streams. There's people
Right.
who have 200,000 subscribers that when they go live, they have like 15,000 lives, and they have like probably $1,500 in donations every day. Like the top rank. So
Well, the
there's
thing
levels.
is, I only
You
stream
have
on
dedicated
YouTube.
supporters, and then you have the just for the masses. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like
Well,
you just
actually, DW and John, you too. I can actually stream on X. I might have talked to you about that, John.
You gotta be
What
careful
do
with
you
X
think,
though.
DW?
You gotta be careful with
Really?
X because
Well,
when it comes to like splitting, crossing platforms, like
Mhm.
X is one of the ones that be tripping. They'll come for your channel.
Really? For your YouTube channel?
Yeah, you're sharing content that don't belong over there.
do a Rumble, dude. Do a
Ah.
Rumble backup.
Now, Rumble, listen, the future is Rumble, Kick, Twitch.
You think so?
Rumble, Kick, Twitch. Not even the future. Like it's actually in the past now. But a lot of people got to catch up. But that's really, if you want to make an imprint, like them is the three that's really like where your comments is going so fast you can't even, you
I'm
can't
gonna
even.
be hey, DW. I'm gonna be honest. I don't really care. I would almost say like I don't want to get that big. It's too much trouble. I honestly, I would like the opportunity to monetize this channel, but I don't really care.
Let's
About
be honest.
having.
Let's be honest, Stanley. That's not your choice.
Kick
How
is for
big you
gambling,
get.
Twitch for streamer. I mean for gamer.
Well, that's true.
I mean, the route you take is how the route you take, but you can't control like how big you get, especially when you rocking your path. There's gonna be a lot of people that bite into it. That's what the world wants.
I often call people's points of view boutique. I'm the ultimate boutique channel. You know how it is with me, dude. You either kind of understand my quirkiness, or you just can't stand me.
Man, you know how many years ago I heard, motherfucker?
Yeah,
It's month a day where I want to come up and curse you out. But it is what it is.
Hey, Stanley, somebody want to say what up to you?
I'm sorry. Say that. Say that again.
Somebody wants to say what's up to you.
Oh, hi, Stanley.
Oh, hey, Trina, how you doing?
I'm doing swell.
Oh my lord!
It's my birthday. You can't see me.
Happy birthday! Do
It's
you
dark
want me
in
to sing happy birthday to you?
Yeah. No, you understand.
Happy birthday.
Right. Chloe and I were at mom's house, and we are celebrating.
Happy birthday to you, though.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're gonna tell us how old you are?
I'm
forever young.
Well, let me put it to you. This way: y'all are way younger than me.
I don't think so, Stanley.
What?
Oh,
whatever do you
shit,
mean?
I'll be 61 in March.
Okay, well, yeah, you got a little bit on me, just a little bit.
Yeah, of decades.
Let me go back in there with my mama now. Look,
So how's the family? Your daughter and everybody?
Oh man, everybody doing good.
Excellent.
As good as raising a teenager could be. It ain't easy.
Hey, mine's out of the house at school. I see him every now and again. Maybe we'll text once a week.
Oh,
so,
this
is
the
why
reality
I
of
have.
what it comes to.
This is why I have so much time to spend on YouTube. I have an empty nest.
Yeah, I don't know what that looked like. I came out.
Oh, you will, believe me, you will soon enough in to be honest, it was like 6 months. I just get up and kind of walk around the house like, well, damn. It's clean. Nobody's left a mess. Nobody to fuss at. What the
You
heck?
still walk around butt naked in your house?
No. Wait, did I ever? No, you must be thinking you must be thinking of Benji or somebody or Born Rich.
Hey, you said, let me think about it. Did I ever?
No, I had, dude, I'm not beyond getting that wasted, but I tend not to keep the camera on.
Yeah, as I'm saying, the camera never comes on, so we never really know how far it gets. For all we know, right now he's butt naked, just sitting there talking to us for some reason.
So let's see. Zhang says Stanley is a sensitive old man. Yeah, I'm not gonna run away from that description.
It just means stay the fuck off of his lawn.
All right. Well, I got to wrap this up. I actually do have to deal with the sourdough bread and all that stuff.
Go get it rising.
It's bulk fermentation and it needs to be dealt with. But look, DW, you and Drina, I know y'all are busy with your own stuff, but please don't be a stranger. I love talking to you today. So. Be honest, you bring that sense of balance that this show probably needs. A lot of these people, they don't know shit about shit.
I would say that, but they just
know. I would though. I know some of these people. I see them every day.
Oh well, see. Oh yeah. Matter of fact, if anybody coming to your realm, they're getting analyzed at the door. So, like, by the time you even say hi, Stanley will pretty much know everything about you.
Or probably I'll get it wrong, but I'm gonna go with it anyway.
I know you probably be like, look, man, I understand. You got double A eggs in your refrigerator next to the lemon. It's Minute Maid.
Yeah, that's not real lemonade. God damn it! Get you some lemons. I'll teach you how to make real lemonade.
Hey, I'm gonna leave you with this. I got a lemon tree in my backyard. And remember when we was talking about the fresh fish earlier?
Yeah.
I didn't have no idea what lemon does to the fish when you like squeeze it over.
Oh, really?
Changed my life.
Dude. Do you ever, how big are the fish you got?
They coming straight from the ocean. Our neighbors drive 2 hours to the ocean and then 4 hours into the ocean to get real snapper. He's still.
So you're actually going deep sea.
No, they are. They're just bringing it to me. Well, and then I introduced them to a season called Slap Your Mama. And
I got, believe it or not, believe this or not, I put it on French fries.
See, you know about Slap Your Mama. That's an anomaly.
Yes, I do.
He was like, man,
I got it in the pantry.
You ain't got the sauce.
No.
But yeah, no, man. Look, my neighbors are Caucasian, well off, rich, wealthy, but they only ate red snapper and cod like one way. So when I hit them with that deep fried with the lemon and the Slap Your Mama, and all I gotta do is say I'm about to cook. He about to fillet.
You introduced them to spice.
Yeah.
Spices.
He ain't been the same.
They would probably just eat it, doing it with a little bit of pepper, a little bit of salt.
Let me explain something to y'all. You talk about this ethnic food; it all tastes delicious. Yeah, it tastes delicious.
Use the word ethnic, sir.
When you go over to
the word ethnic,
Mexico,
sir.
you go to India, you go to fucking Indonesia, you go to all these different countries.
Well, dirty Weather's in California. He
Yeah.
He knows a little bit about
Mexicali.
And I've been all over this country. I challenge you to pick a state that I haven't been to other than like Maine or Vermont or some shit.
Okay, so you've been to Texas, you've been to Mexico, you've been to Arizona, you've been to New Mexico.
I've been to all of that except
Okay,
Mexico. I've never been to Mexico. I ain't gonna lie, but I've been to everything else you named.
American food.
Say that again.
What's the difference between the Mexican food and the Mexican American food?
First of all, let's go with Tex-Mex. That is not the real deal. It's close, but it's not. That's the fake shit. The authentic is when you go on the side of the motherfucking road and they like I'll be honest, man, I ain't a scholar, but I do know I just figured out how to eat street tacos. And that's with tearing off the shell and just grabbing the meat with the shell and shit. I didn't know that. I thought you had to make it pretty like Taco Bell.
No.
Look, I ain't gonna sit here in front. If you're looking for that, it ain't me. Like, I'm from California. I've been all over this country, and the best food that I tasted when it come to Mexican food was California's.
It's Tex-Mex. Yeah. And they get the freshest ingredients.
Yeah, I went to Arizona. I went to Arizona, and it just wasn't. It wasn't.
It's dried out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That armadillo tacos.
Either one of those motherfuckers, but I could just tell you geographically how it would be. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it gets ugly. I promise you. Watch this though. It ain't just the Mexican food. The Chinese food get crazy tasting once you leave California too.
Yeah, everything from the East Coast is made in Pennsylvania.
I think that now I heard about Pennsylvania and Chinese food. Now I heard like that shit is the shit. That's what I heard.
They're all at. That's what like every Chinese restaurant on the East Coast gets their products from manufacturer in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. I ain't heard nothing bad about Pennsylvania food. But watch this. I went to Vegas, right? It was a restaurant called China Wong Wong. I ain't even playing. It's called China Wong Wong.
The buffet.
And I ordered chicken teriyaki, right? When they gave it to me, it was like every piece of chicken was fat, which led me to believe like that was China Chow Chow or some shit. I went back up in that motherfucker tripping, and the cooks and everything came from the back, like throwing towels over their shoulder, like, yeah, you want these problems? I really was just like this, like how you eat some chewy ass chicken teriyaki, like it don't make sense. So I was convinced it was Chow Chow.
Yeah, it was probably Kit Kat.
I'm telling you, it gets ugly when you leave California. I would say some of the best Chinese food come from like Central California though, like Fresno, around that area. Oh yeah, I'm talking to y'all like y'all from California. I'm tripping.
Yeah, I never had it. You know,
Where you from? Where you from?
I'm
Jersey Shore. I'm on the whole other side.
You said where?
Jersey Shore.
Oh, you on the East. That's right. That's right. I can say that. I've been to New Jersey as well.
Yeah, we got one of the best pizzas, but that's about it. And diners, our diners are great.
Can I share my Jersey experience with you right quick before go?
Hold on. First, just tell me what part you were in, and then I'll understand.
Let me describe it to you so you'll tell me where I was. Because remember, I'm an outsider.
Okay.
I was at that mall that has the upstairs, downstairs, and it's across the street from like 3 or 4 hotels.
Is that East Rutherford?
That sounds about right. And that's the first mall I saw that had a weed dispensary inside the mall.
Yep. Yeah, it's every corner now over here. Every corner store has a weed dispensary in it.
But this was the first time I saw a vending machine though. We ain't got them in West Coast. Like we ain't got no weed vending machines.
You know, you can grow in New Jersey even without the medical license. You can grow up to 8 plants by yourself.
Yeah. Now we could do that, but you know, shit. I was coming from California, so.
Okay, California.
I didn't know what was what and wasn't taking no chances. I brought my own.
It's expensive as fuck out here.
Hey,
wow.
Hey, so watch this. You ever heard of a show called 60 Days In?
No.
Okay, cool.
I haven't.
Well, cool. That's where the reunion show was filmed in New Jersey. So when Dirty said he went to Jersey, yes, that's how. That's where the reunion show was filmed.
Probably.
Wait, what is Drina doing here?
She's in the background. They
They're
dancing.
having a party. I see she's live.
They got the Soul Train line going.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Damn. You know
I
what?
got 2 left
I
feet.
wish I was there.
I got 2 left feet.
I got bad Achilles.
That's why she's ignoring you.
Yeah, you want to know the ultimate party foul, man? This is so embarrassing.
Damn.
Like I went and like I got her drink, right? And then I was trying to be modest, so I go to the car afterwards and get mine. On the way walking back to the house, I dropped the whole bottle.
Oh shit! Really?
And it's my drink, like the only drink.
That's funny.
And so I was talking to you and was, you talking on the phone, you wander a little bit, and I looked and seen that big ass spot. I had to turn around. I don't even want to look that way while I'm talking to you on the line. Ugly.
So hopefully there's enough there for you.
Well, it depends. Let me see.
Does she have enough for her husband?
I'm about to sip hers. How about that?
That's funny. That was a sweet.
She might slap you.
You like that?
That shit's too sweet. You gonna wake up with a headache tomorrow and shit.
You know what? That's true. That's true. But I figure if it's good for her, it's good for me.
Goose for the gander.
Till I wake up. Yeah.
Till I collapse.
Indeed.
It's all about her perspective.
Man, this shit is already hurting my stomach. Damn it.
Ooh.
The flavor.
What is she drinking? Does it have
it's sweet, dude.
She likes peach. She likes peach.
Yep. Oh man, you about to wake up with a headache.
Yeah, you might wanna.
But it gets worse though. I drink bumpy. So don't judge me, but I drink bumpy. And
it's all about the experience, dude. That's it. It's all about the experience.
I've been drinking bumpy like 10 years straight. What? No, I'm like a motherfucker.
So you know what you're getting into.
Yeah, since 2019 straight. And so when people say gin make you sin, I'd be like, no, it makes you sin. I know what it does for me.
Yeah, rum is my problem. Rum would just make me fucking angry for some reason.
Oh.
Yeah, vodka, I'm cool as a motherfucker. Tequila, fine.
I need to check.
Cognac, I'm going to sleep.
We go to him. We can go in there and come back here. It's like 14 minutes.
Okay.
That's an interesting pattern on that ceiling right there.
Yeah.
Okay. 13.
Yeah. Maybe 40.
That door looked like ain't nobody getting in that security door.
I'm gonna do that. Look, as soon as they walk in, that's my song. You know how we do.
What are we playing?
No, I had to walk off because I ain't trying to get Stanley demonetized.
Hit him with the copyright infringement.
No, watch this. It's a genre of music that I thought only like Stanley would know, and it's
what's the genre?
It's like these old dudes that got teleported from the older days, and then like they making music. King George. They making music now that all the older people know and like, and it blew
there's a lot of folk. Yeah.
It flew over my head. I ain't gonna lie. Shit, King George.
I think it's probably flown over mine too.
And then watch this. I'll be like, oh, that's that old shit. Like, you remember the first time you heard hell to the no, to the no,
L to the no.
I thought that shit was some fake shit.
No.
I thought they was just making fun of shit. Like it was a parody.
No, that was Bishop Bullwinkle.
Right. So Bishop Bullwinkle, King George, and there's a whole bunch of them in this genre that flew over my head.
Yeah, you ever heard of Bryson Gray and Tyson James?
I heard of Bryson Gray.
Yeah, like Tyson James, the white dude, is always with him. Like Tyson James got some bangers too, but they're like Christians, like Second Amendment Christians.
I feel it. That's what Drina be on.
So I
But
turn it on sometimes. I'll be like, I'm a gun-toting patriot, God-fearing patriot. Bryson, why they mad? Because I'm real and they be faking it. Free speech advocate. It's on my mind. I'm baking it. Oh, yo.
You like pork chop? You like pork chop sandwich?
Pork chop sounds familiar. I've been hearing a lot of country rap lately.
Yeah, he from Texas. But that song is called Pork Chop Sandwich. It's white something white.
Hold
You ain't even gotta say the name. Just Google pork chop sandwich, and that's a white boy with stringy hair that looked like his name is Todd, but he got gas as soon as he opened his mouth. Stanley, are you Googling?
No, actually, I'm not.
You got quiet. I was shit.
Oh, okay. I've seen him before. Yeah.
What's his name?
You know what?
Pork
I
chop sandwich.
forgot to
Sandwich.
upload a short today.
Yo, y'all ever heard of what's his name? Broadnax from Louisiana?
Broadnax.
Broadnax?
Broadnax.
What's the pork?
Johnny Bobbitt.
What's the pork chop sandwich guy name?
Was it Jay Wick pork chop sandwich, Mic Drop performance? That's where I'm at right now.
Jay Wick. I think that's it. Jay Wick.
They always got like 4 names.
Damn, he got shit. I don't want to jump in that rabbit hole.
Yeah, that shit's like my man's name is Broadnax, and he go by was it John Carhart, Ricky Bobby, like all different types of names. Like Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, I'm looking at all these different people. It's the same guy.
Damn, that's dope.
Johnny
Though.
Bobby.
That's dope. That's dope. Hey Stanley, well let me let you get back to. Okay, wait a minute.
Yeah, you know what? I actually do have to go. All good things must come to an end.
Stanley, I
Dude, please make sure you say happy birthday again to Drina for me.
I got 1%, so we can sing it.
Yeah.
Perfect time.
Look, don't be a stranger, please.
All right, y'all ready?
Yeah. You fit in with this crowd, and so
God bless and salute.
You go ahead and hang up. I am out of here. Tomorrow I'll be around, probably around 2 Eastern time, maybe later, but not much later. It is going to be Black Historian Saturday with all the boring history videos, but
first 4 Saturday edition.
Black historians.
First 4 Saturday edition.
Oh,
okay.
Oh, that's a nice cake.
Pink on white. Pink on white. Ooh.
All right, y'all ready? I need some good.
All right, man. Have a good night.
Yeah, his phone probably died.
Probably
John,
just died.
until tomorrow, everyone. Until tomorrow, I had a whale of a time. Thank you for being here, John. Thank you for being here, Dirty Weather.
Appreciate it.
Everyone have a good night.
Later.
See y'all tomorrow.